special Sunday stream or something. I don't know. Our live channel only has 18 subscribers.
No. When I clip out some stuff, I might double upload, but do 2 different edits. Maybe that'll help a bit.
New powers call forth, from the barrel of muskets to flowers of fire in the sky. Even the quiet words on newly printed pages hold great changes within. The world, once so vast and mysterious, has grown smaller and more familiar. Yet, there are always questions to be answered, faiths to be tested, and national identities to be formed. You chose the sunny ways, Wilfrid Laurier, and made cheerfulness and courtesy the character of the Canadian people. Where others look to divide and sow mistrust, you inspire cooperation and understanding. Show the world that a unified people can forever stand the test of time.
He's interesting because literally, like, he benefits more from improving tiles than chopping.
Yeah, interesting.
Because he provides more production from lumber camps and mines and stuff. Did you see Bibi Netanyahu posted a cringe video because everyone was saying he had 6 fingers in a video where he clearly had 5?
Yeah, I also heard that he's dead.
That's the whole thing stems from them.
Is that
looking
really
at
what?
This video where
Wow.
he has 5 fingers? His hands do look weird.
That's really what this came from?
Yes.
People need to die. Jesus fucking Christ. It's so funny how the online left is being led away from the actual information. Like, Israel has been killing thousands in Lebanon, and I haven't heard a single fucking person talk about it, except for Miriam. And I think maybe the Iranian accounts that I follow. Okay, yeah, right. Encircling Russia and shit.
Sam Cedar, Emma Viglin. On the Majority Report, it is a pleasure to welcome to the program Kat Abuzela, running for Illinois' 9th Congressional District in a primary, Kat, that has how many Democratic candidates vying for this?
16. Wow. I love the laughing in the background. Yeah.
No, that's insane. Why so many candidates? Do you have an idea? Like,
I mean, I love it. It's a competitive primary. I was the first one to launch and the only one to launch before the incumbent announced her retirement. And I actually said, because there hasn't been a competitive primary in this district since before I was born, I was like, hey, if anyone wants to run, I will help you file the FEC paperwork. No one in this race took me up on it, but I am very glad that we have a competitive primary. And right now there are 3 highest polling candidates. I am in a close second, single digits from first. And of those 3, I'm the only one that hasn't met with or submitted a position paper to AIPAC, which I thought was a low bar, but apparently not.
Okay, well, that is, that's impressive. That there, I mean, it's impressive to me that there are candidates, Democratic primary candidates, who are sort of like openly courting AIPAC. That seems nuts to me at this stage.
Yeah, it really is. And the one who is backed by APAC, they just released their second attack ad against me, and it's just as dumb as the first one. But the other candidate who is now speaking out against APAC, which great, that's awesome, claims that he met with them because he meets with everyone, even people he disagrees with. And personally, I don't think APAC is someone you
Unacceptable.
should meet with, even if it is a differing position. Genocide and manipulating elections isn't a differing position. That is where I draw the line, at least.
Well, are you relying on small dollar donations, right? That's your campaign is based on that?
Yep, we are the only campaign in this race to be funded by majority small dollar donations.
Which is interesting because, you know, you see how some of these candidates, it's almost like once they get the APAC tag, they become so politically toxic that they can't fundraise in another way. So then they become more reliant on APAC. We're seeing this with Haley Stevens in Michigan, but I'd imagine that that's something that's happening in your race as well.
Definitely. And it's kind of crazy because I think there are people across the country that are, you know, nice people that maybe did good work before taking APAC support, but APAC knows it's toxic, which is why it operates now with dark money PACs. And it's made these candidates toxic as well. If they don't win, then that's always going to be a stain on their career.
How did they run ads against you? What were the nature of the ads? Because we know that they're running, you know, in New Jersey 11, for example, they funded an ad campaign hitting
What, you laughing at her saying, oh,
Tom,
they're awesome?
gosh, what was the name?
Yeah,
of
she's
Malinowski, from the left, and it ended up benefiting the actual left-wing candidate in the race.
Yeah, so they started attacking the person that's currently in first, who's single digits between us, doing similarly to what happened in New Jersey 11, attacking him for not being pro-Israel enough, despite saying that he'd fund the Iron Dome, that he supports anti-BDS legislation at the federal level. And then I think in the past couple weeks, they've realized, oh shit, I'm going to win this thing. So they first released an ad that was AI generated that quoted my high school newspaper twice. And the whole idea was, who is Kat Abu Ghazaleh? And the new ad that they released, which they released in the same text thread as their other dark money PAC, because APAC's getting sloppy, is about how I'm a fake that takes money from Saudi arms dealers and billionaires and Republicans, which, as far as the last two, quite an allegation for APAC to make. Also wrong.
Yes.
Let's get to endorsements. I mean, we're at the stage.
Did you buy Great Works from Peter yet? So you can
Not yet.
start flipping? I have money too, so buy whatever you can and put them in all your obelisks. And then if he's still selling stuff and you run out of money, I'll buy some stuff and send it over to you.
Of the election, you're a week out from the election.
He's not selling anything.
You are in the top three essentially
probably
in
doesn't like you.
all the polling that
Does
exists.
he not like you?
He's got a little yellow angry face.
Okay, hang on. Let's see if he wants to sell to me. It's probably too late.
He only has writings.
Yeah,
Don't give a shit.
he's also not selling those. Let's see if I can buy anything.
Hell yeah. Culture bomb. Took some of Russia's territory. Eat shit. And now I'm going to put a fucking campus right on his territory and push it even further.
announcing a exist at this point. Is there any sense that there's going to be a coalescing? There are other progressive candidates in this race. Is there going to be a coalescing from your perspective? Because this is an opportunity to get a seat and sort of move that seat to the left, for lack of a better way of expressing this, versus two people who are out there trying to, court AIPAC in some fashion. What's your sense about that? Or do you have an opinion on that or what?
Yeah, so we're really lucky that we have multiple progressives in our race, but we don't have ranked choice voting here. We don't even have a runoff, so someone could win this race with 20%. And that means that essentially there are three candidates, the ones that we've been talking about, that are the most viable. Of course, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think any vote is wasted. I always encourage people to vote for the candidate that they most support. But no, I don't think any coalescing will happen. I'll say on my side, for organizations like that I've been endorsed by in my application, I did commit to dropping out if it seemed like we didn't have a likely path to victory. But I think that everyone has the right to run for office, especially if they've fulfilled all the requirements. I mean, you go out there, you get those signatures, you're on the ballot.
Well, let's talk a little bit about those endorsements. You got quite a few of them from sort of progressive organizations. Tell us about a couple of them.
Yeah, so I've been endorsed by Justice Democrats. That one was pretty recently, as well as PALPAC, which is the Peace, Accountability, and Leadership PAC in response to AIPAC. I was one of, I believe, their first non-incumbent endorsement, which is really exciting. I've been endorsed by Congressman Ro Khanna, by, if not now Chicago, by the Sunrise Movement, both Chicago and national. The Nurses Union here, the Justice Coalition, State Representative Abdul Nasser Rashid. A lot of people, this race has so many folks in it and it's gotten so messy that there's kind of this sense of, I don't want to touch that race with a 10-foot pole. But we're very proud of the coalition that we have built, especially as a grassroots campaign.
I had read on your site that your district is one of the more Jewish districts in the country, which I hadn't realized. I think there is this false notion from the national press, and we saw this in Zoran Mamdani's race, that in some way criticizing Israel's genocide is a liability with Jewish voters. What have you found in your kind of stance on this, and how the people in your district or potential district have responded?
Yeah, that's absolutely not the case. Despite everything about how I look, I'm Palestinian American. I have been advocating against this genocide for years. I've been advocating for Palestinian statehood essentially my entire life. And I remember when I launched my campaign, people saying that there is no way anyone would ever vote for me because there is such a large Jewish population here. In fact, Skokie, which is in the district, had the largest proportion of Holocaust survivors outside of Israel after the Holocaust. And I personally find that idea of they would never vote for a Palestinian so offensive, especially when Jewish people have consistently been the greatest allies in fighting for Palestinian liberation. Our lives and our futures are inextricable from each other. And the idea that just because you are Jewish, you have to support the actions of the state of Israel or that they're one and the same is so offensive. And most people don't support what is happening in Gaza or the West.
Kat, it isn't just disgusting. It is anti-Semitic. Like the assertion that Jews cannot oppose Israel is literally an anti-Semitic belief. Nazis also believe this, that Israel and Jews are indistinguishable. This is also an idea held by Zionists. This is an inherently anti-Semitic...
AKA Nazis?
Sure. But like it is an inherently anti-Semitic point of view. And additionally, the High Court of Australia has said so. So the Supreme Court of Australia essentially has handed down a court decision, and I believe it was called, I can't remember what the initial thing is, but it was something v. Haddad. and he is an Islamic State preacher, like acknowledge that he supports, was it Wahhabism
That's one thing.
or something
But
like
yeah.
that? But it's like professed like support for the Islamic State, right?
Wahhabism is more of the, it's more of the like um Saudi Arabia branch. So like
Okay.
that's the thing is like so um what's the deeper level? Why am I blanking on the word? Because Wahhabism is one thing, and then fuck, what is it called? I have to Google this real quick. Al Qaeda. Because I don't know if the Islamic State is Wahhabi even.
No? Salafi.
Salafi.
That's my mistake.
So
My mistake. I got it mixed up. Salafi is what I meant.
you know what's interesting? So, the Sufan Center, and like Scott and CIA Sarah and all of them say that Hamza bin Laden is the current leader of Al Qaeda,
Yes, we've spoken about this before.
but Wikipedia has Saif al-Adel. As the leader.
Oh god damn it.
So yeah, Wahhabism is, so like there's Wahhabis who are more like listen to whatever the Saudi regime says type people. So like just like Deobandi is the Pakistani side of things. So the Taliban are Deobandi, but they're still Salafi.
Oh, okay.
I don't really know what the difference is between them. I just know Wahhabi is the Arab fundamentalism.
Yeah, okay. This will be an interesting video we could watch. Pull this up on a tab and let me know what you think about this. But yeah, like it's anyway. I got a little off topic. Wissam Haddad is like a notorious Sydney preacher who is associated with ISIS youth more so, recruiters in Australia. And he was taken to the High Court of Australia, and the High Court of Australia said that his distinct speech while talking about Zionism and historical trends of not distinguishing Jews from Zionism, and therefore his use of the term Zionism and Jew is also indistinguishable and therefore anti-Semitic. So by that supposition, and let me know if this is like you think this is logically flawed, right? So my conclusion from this is that if that is anti-Semitic, then Zionism is anti-Semitic, because Zionism holds the same belief. Is that logically flawed?
What, say again?
So the High Court of Australia ruled that Wissam Haddad's history of not distinguishing a difference between Jews and Zionists is the reason that that speech was anti-Semitic. And therefore, because Zionism also holds this opinion that Jews and Zionism is indistinguishable, that they are all it is an inherently anti-Semitic ideology.
I mean, yeah, but like, I know from the state's perspective how they're never going to see it that way because Zionists are special Nazis.
No, of course. But
You know
like,
what I
is
mean?
that
The thing
is that logically
the thing
flawed,
is
or is that sound?
There's never been a Zionist 9/11. That's the difference, I think. At the
That's
end
a
of
really
the day.
interesting point.
There's never been, like, you could say, sure, there's a Zionist genocide now, but
Yeah.
compare that to the history of Nazism.
It's a lot
Like, there's
longer.
nobody who can really argue what the Nazis did is okay.
No.
I understand somebody making like a rational argument that Israel has the right to defend itself after October 7th. That doesn't,
Yeah.
you know, but then it's like when you go like, what about this? 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 And see how much they defend.
Mm.
Like, there's no reasonable argument that everything that Israel did post October 7th was justified.
Justified. Mm.
You know, but like if somebody was a Zionist but they still believed, because there's a lot of Zionists that aren't Greater Israel Zionists.
Mm-hmm.
They just
want the
that's
Jewish
thing,
homeland.
So it's like the definition of Zionist, just like the definition of terrorist, is almost worthless now, especially
Yes.
with tankies. Everything's a Zionist with them.
Mm-hmm.
But like, so like, for example, like Ethan Klein is called a Zionist because he thinks Israel has a right to exist.
The PLO also recognized Israel before it got knocked out by Hamas.
Yeah.
So I guess
So
they're
did
also
Nelson
Zionists.
Mandela.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're so stupid. Like, there is a discussion to be had. Like, this blanket assertion is literally like Nazi shit.
Mm-hmm. So anyone who doesn't believe in the destruction of Israel is technically a Zionist, because as long as you believe Jews should have a homeland, which isn't necessarily what I even like would push, because as I've said, I do believe in the destruction of Israel. I don't believe in the displacement
Of people,
of
yeah.
people, though. But
Yeah.
like,
The taking down the state of Israel is kind of a necessity at this point.
yeah, I
Like,
mean,
I think
like
it's run its course.
Syria, you know, the current regime, like if it has less displacement than Assad, then it was good that the Syrian state was destroyed.
Yes.
If it has more than Assad, then maybe there's an argument that Assad was better. But I really doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
History is,
that's the thing. Is we don't know. Like Assad seemed like he was going to loosen up things when he came into power too.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
Mm. And this is why I keep going, and this is why I keep saying to these people, it's like, it's just insane that you guys are picking sides on a theocratic holy war that literally is choking out Iranians. Like,
It's like Myanmar, right? Like Aung Suu Kyi,
mm,
whatever her name is. She was awful.
yeah.
But is Myanmar better now that she's been ousted? Fuck no.
No. It also is kind of fueled by foreign entities pushing interests into their country as well. China uses Myanmar for their pig butchering shit, no?
Yeah, but it's really not. The thing is that nobody controls it, so it's a
Oh,
lawless
it's just
state.
a criminal network.
Yeah, it's a lawless state. You can find
Yeah,
ways
okay.
to hide in there.
Yeah, it's a perfect place for empires to do dodgy shit. This motherfucker. Spreading Calvinism to my shit. How dare you? How dare you?
West Bank.
Give us a sense of like in the event that you do win, and we should say this is a very blue district. The winner of the Democratic primary is going to end up being the congressperson from this district. Where do you see yourself concentrating. I mean, members enter into Congress. There are committee assignments that they're looking for because they want to focus on a specific issue area. What would be yours?
So I am a researcher and journalist who covers the far right. I worked for Media Matters, Mother Jones, Ateo News, and part of why I ran is because I was like, well, they're going to do something. Democrats are going to do something after Trump is reelected, and then they didn't. So first off, it's about stalling this president's agenda however possible, working towards impeachment, conviction, and removal, the abolition and prosecution of ICE, and truly stalling this agenda however we can. We have to be more creative, whether it's in exploiting parliamentary procedure or using our resources in a different way. Like our campaign uses our office as a mutual aid hub. The Democratic Party is a massive donor base, and we could be fulfilling people's material needs right now and also showing through our actions our values, especially when people are so disillusioned in politics rather than just making a bunch of promises and talking like Gavin Newsom. Also from March 18th till Election Day in November, like you said, this is a very Democratic district. And so if we're able to win this, we're going to be using our resources and our platform to get progressives elected nationwide.
Lastly, I know that there's a DSA endorsed candidate in your race, but as you're saying, your polling kind of puts you in the position where of the lefty candidates, you're the one most likely to pull this off. What is your position on DSA, despite not getting that endorsement? And do you feel that you could kind of embrace certain, at least tactics from DSA or have alignment on policies with DSA going forward?
Yeah, first off, I am a dues-paying member of DSA. I have been for my entire adult life. I should say that there actually, I don't believe there is a DSA endorsed candidate in my race. There was a recommended candidate for a chapter that was in the farther suburbs, which still fantastic for that candidate. We did not pursue the DSA endorsement because I believe that was happening around our indictment. Things have been crazy over here. But I am a democratic socialist. I'm a dues-paying DSA member, and I have been for my entire adult life.
We should say the indictment was not on, was one which I think you could take some pride in.
Yeah. Actually, I was the last time I was supposed to come on here was after my arraignment.
Yes.
And then, that was a little crazy. So I've been indicted for protesting ICE. My trial is May 26th. If anyone is free, it'll be really, really stupid. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason this administration is coming after me and why I and some of the most effective critics of this administration have been indicted. And it's because everyone I used to report on and win against, Stephen Miller, Elon Musk.
Do you know about the Prairie Land case? You might not get so lucky. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
I mean, we didn't know about the Prairie Land case.
No, but we literally like 3 days before the verdict came in. Unfucking real. And it's like, where has this been in the networks? And granted, like Iran's been happening and whatever, and the trial's been happening for like 3 weeks. But like, I saw nothing about it. Like, it's just crazy. Okay. Do I have... No, I don't.
Tom Homan, they run our country now. They know me, and they don't want me in power.
I want to ask this. I have watched the Breaking Points interview you did with Crystal Ball and Ryan Grimm regarding a leaked email that from an advisor to you who has since left the campaign regarding characterizing you as an interventionist to the extent that we know what that means. I'm not sure. But and also regarding your perspective on Taiwan, I would encourage people, if they're really invested in this, to go into that interview, because it was about as in depth of a candidate interview I've seen on a very specific topic. But broadly speaking, just give us the broader answer for that, for those people who may be afraid that you are going to lead a massive campaign in the House to
Invade Taiwan.
Not just perhaps to get into a war with China.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, war with any country, and especially China, is the last thing that I want. When I talk about dropping strategic ambiguity, specifically militarily, it's because we have a madman as the president. And if we have a president who is even somewhat predictable, as pretty much all of them since Nixon in one way or another have been, I wouldn't dream of touching it. But I also firmly believe in self-determination. And if people disagree with me on this, that is fine. But this is, especially as a Palestinian person, extremely important to me. That's why I also don't...
Suck it, Hassan. Suck it, Hassan.
This is exactly what I don't understand about the online left. You talk about Palestine and self-determination all the time. Yet because you are beholden to Chinese information, you buy their narrative that Taiwan is theirs, right? This is no different to the US trying to put claim over Cuba and continuing the embargo, okay? They literally tried to invade Cuba. Like, come on. It's the same thing. And if you are pro-Cuba and pro-China, you need to seriously reassess yourself. And if you are pro-Palestinian and pro-China invading Taiwan, you should quit talking about politics. You are mentally incapable of nuance, and you should quit. Like, at the end of the day, the Civil War ended in 1949. When Nixon opened up China to access the legions of free basic capital in exchange for diplomatic recognition and isolation of Taiwan, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this is literally economic and diplomatic imperialism, but you only think that imperialism is a military thing. And this is the problem with quote-unquote anti-imperialists. They are all Marxist-Leninists, I have found. And it's very rare that I'll find one that somebody holds this opinion that isn't a Marxist-Leninist. And they are just convinced because of Lenin's state and revolution. Claiming
what is
that
Hassan gonna do if strategic ambiguity gets dropped? That's his whole argument about not recognizing Taiwan.
Yeah, he's gonna fucking blow a fuse. That's what's gonna happen. But like they're just convinced by Chinese propaganda that Taiwan is China's because they're that beholden. Like, imagine if America just goes, you know what? Baja's ours. Fuck you. And just invades and takes a section of Mexico.
They might.
They just might. You're right.
The way
and
it's going.
Again, like these are just like, I'm trying to think of examples that we could use that countries split up. Pakistan and Bangladesh. That's a good example. So imagine if Pakistan was like, no, Bangladesh is Pakistan. Always was.
Maybe
Civil
Russia
War,
wasn't,
illegitimate.
Maybe Russia isn't getting the great writers.
Maybe.
Someone's already working on music.
And then in response, they constantly threatened to nuke Pakistan. Oh, sorry, nuke Bangladesh. If they didn't bend knee to Pakistan and reintegrate into the country. Which country would we
When I finally
support?
get across the ocean and find the other empires, we'll see if it's possible for us to win or not. We'll see how far
then-
ahead they are.
Well, let's use something else, right? Let's use Hungary. Hungary wanted to leave the USSR. The USSR roll in tanks. Who do we support? Oh, you can't leave the definitely not imperialist Russian project of the USSR. It's a Soviet republic, you see. They are the good guys. They are not anti-imperialists. They didn't take the Nazi spot in Eastern Europe instead of giving back sovereignty to the countries. No, that didn't happen at all. I'll be back.
No! End your turn. Bitch. You sons of bitches.
Sorry, head pie.
Touching the one China policy politically. If the people of Taiwan democratically vote for reunification, we should absolutely support that. This
Couldn't agree
stance
more.
that I have is not for China as a boogeyman or for control of Taiwan. This is specifically
literally
because of
Taiwanese
self-determination. Once again,
Yep.
if you disagree with that, that is your stance. But that's important to me. And this is an act for deterrence. We need to be investing in diplomacy, and we
Why is
also
she
need
so
to be
cool?
looking at China as a trade and innovation partner. But that's not possible with Republicans where they are now. And it's also not possible when any country is doing imperialism. That includes the United States, but it also includes Israel, it includes China, it includes Russia. Imperialism and wars of aggression are bad, and I feel very strongly about that.
Got a week left, literally
1
a
week.
week before the voting starts, or I should say, is there early voting in this district?
There is early voting, and we also have same-day voter registration here. So you
Nice.
can take your ID and a piece of mail that confirms your address on there, and go to the polls. They will register you. They will give you a ballot. A
Pokemon
lot of
go to
cases
the
you don't even
polls?
have to do a provisional ballot, so your ballot can be counted right then. Election day is March 17th. If you want to know more, if you live in the area, this district goes from uptown Chicago up to Evanston, west to Skokie, and then all the way to Algonquin and Crystal Lake. It's gerrymandered to hell. You can go to catforillinois.com/vote. If you live in Illinois, please sign up for one of our Reach trainings, which is an app that essentially cross-references your contacts with voter data, so you can contact people you know to let them know to vote if they're in the area. You can do that at catforillinois.com/events, or sign up for phone banking or door knocking. And then finally, we need people to donate so we can keep up with the APAC ads that they've been blasting across platforms. If you can donate any amount at catforillinois.com, that would be fantastic. With over 60,000 donors, our average donation is still just $32.
I'm
And-
looking at the polling here. There's a public policy polling from February 20th. There's an impact research from earlier in the month of February. You are in second place with essentially the same in both those polls. The guy who is leading BIS has dropped. And essentially, like this is the race. There's and so if folks want to get a progressive in there that's been endorsed by Justice Democrats, the Sunrise Movement, the Teachers Union, etc.
Nurses Union.
Nurses Union.
Come on,
this is
Sam.
an opportunity. 7 days to go. I imagine people knocking on doors is going to be hugely important in a race where you have so many candidates who are running.
So many, and we could use any help we can. And here's the thing, we are going to help elect progressives all across the country, and all of those polls no matter what. I mean, no one knows what's going to happen in this race because there are so many variables, mainly that we are targeting everyone, not just likely primary voters, which skew older, whiter, affluent. We have a lot of young people in our coalition, a lot of immigrants, a lot of poor people. I'm a renter myself. Our own polling was the only one to include categories for renting. We need everyone, and we can win this thing.
And I just gotta say, I didn't know that you were doing the live streams in place of calling hours for donations. We have an IM about that from Sean from PA saying it's a really good idea.
Thank you.
Just something to, I think, for other candidates to note as like the people are trying to adapt to the digital age, that could be a really interesting way to get people engaged. So,
And
'cause
everyone
no one's
hates
picking
call
up their
time.
phone when they see a number that does not come up as a contact. So.
Right. And it sucks to constantly call rich people and beg for money, which is what every candidate in the history of America has had to do. So we play Hades 2 instead.
I was about to say she plays a lot
Kate
of Hades.
Abugzela, we will put a link to Cat at Cat for, what is it? Cat for
Illinois.com, FOR.
Illinois.com. All right, we'll put a link up there. Good luck.
Thank you so much, guys. Great to see you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks
Kat.
for joining us.
Good luck.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern.
So basically, what I was deciding whether to do the intelligence agency or to buy units with faith. I think because the intelligence agency, it increases spy operation success. Okay, so here's the thing. Because I'm Canada, I can't do wars of aggression, but my faith per turn is so high that you can declare war on Russia, and it would go to war for both of us, and then I could destroy them by buying units with faith. So you should go intelligence agency because you'll need to steal great works.
Okay, I can do that.
For about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out. Sam Cedar, Emma Viglin on the majority report. It is a pleasure to welcome to the program
More.
Kat Abugzela, running for Illinois' 9th congressional district in a primary, Kat, that has how many
Is this the
Democratic
Hang on. I think that was the same video choice.
Give it up for Kat Abugzale!
Veronica, how's it going? My name is Kat Abugzale. I am running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, which is where we are here. And if you've been following my race at all, you probably know that I've pissed off a lot of people. That is for a variety of reasons, and all of them are really stupid. Number one, I launched our campaign without asking for permission from the incumbent. I decided that I felt a sense of urgency because Nazis are taking over everything. And, yeah, everything
I
is
agree.
Nazis
Fuck the
and
incumbent.
now.
Who gives a shit if the
And, that's
incumbent
apparently
agrees?
worse than
Fuck
murder.
you.
I should have
It's a
waited
fucking
like the
political
16
race.
other
Win your
people in my
spot,
race,
dickhead.
Because that is what leaders do. They wait. Number two, I'm a lot of things.
Is Cat
All of them are
legalizing comedy?
bad. First off, Palestinian.
You say that.
Why? What?
I want to say.
I do say that. Legalize comedy.
No, I want to say she literally has a video called Kat Abugzale Legalizes Comedy.
That's funny as.
I thought I opened it.
That's great. I hope she wins.
Let me just look up her name and then type comedy and see if it comes up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so this video's thumbnail is Cat Legalizes Comedy.
That's hilarious.
So I guess the name of her show might be that.
A lot of people are not reacting that way. I am also apparently an influencer. I'm a carpetbagger. I'm a radical leftist. I'm a neocon warhawk. My partner Ben over here is a billionaire with 15 Lamborghinis. And I want to tell all of you that it's true. Every single bit of it. And number 3, I'm the Antichrist. Also true. Thank you so much. I'm the Antichrist. I'm trying to make America communist. I'm trying to make Republicans gay. I'm trying to seduce conservative men with my feminine wiles, and I have an abortion every single week. That's right. With my immense 5-foot stature, I can single-handedly take down this government, which is why I belong in a gulag. But luckily, I look great in orange. But despite all of this vitriol, and remember, yes, this is a comedy set, but also I am trying to convince you to change your voter registration and fucking vote. Despite all this vitriol, we persist. We are the only campaign in this race that is funded majority by small dollar donations. We are within single digits of the lead. We're going to keep your mayor as your mayor. And out of the 3 viable candidates in this race, I am the only one that has never met with or submitted a position paper to AIPAC. Wait, guys, we're on a college campus and y'all don't fuck with AIPAC? That's crazy. But that's why a bunch of people, from the establishment to Republicans to AIPAC, are trying to rat fuck us. And I'm here to tell you that they're really bad at it. And that's what I wanted to make my set about, because I have nothing else on my mind except this campaign, so let's get into it. The thing that has driven me crazy is all of the efforts that people have gone to try to take down this campaign instead of just, like, doing the right thing in the first place. It's fucking insane. And there's like a lot of weird backroom establishment bullshit, but all of it's like boring and petty, so I don't want to get into that, because let's talk about Republicans. They're all crazy. They hate me, which makes sense, because I am a researcher and journalist who covers the far right. Everyone that I used to cover now runs the country. Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, he deposed me for 7 hours, by the way. There was an entire section where he just asked about my mean tweets. It was awesome. All of these people that used to be fringe podcasters or Fox News correspondents now run our country, and they want to tell you how to use your body, who you can love, and that you should work yourself to death. And part of why I decided to run was because a lot of Democrats don't understand the threat of the far right. And I and my partner, who is also a disinformation reporter, know that, because our colleagues and us warned them about this moment. We told them about January 6th before it happened. We told them about where the DEI, CRT, anti-trans panic would lead. We told them that attacking college protesters for free speech and protesting a genocide actually doesn't do shit to fight anti-Semitism, especially when you're partnering with people starting the fucking Great Replacement theory, which is the most vile conspiracy theory rooted in anti-Semitism, and it has inspired almost every mass shooting of the 21st century. But I digress. I want someone in Congress who knows how to handle the far right. I don't want to be in Congress forever. But I want someone that understands these people, understands conspiracy theories, and understands bad faith arguments. So for instance, did you know that almost every single Trump appointee can fall into one of the following 3 categories? Alleged sex abuser, alleged animal abuser, and Fox News. I begged to be allowed to bring props because I wanted to have like a whiteboard or a projector to show you my triple Venn diagram. But I didn't realize that like this isn't a room. It's a triangle. So there's overlap in all of these categories. So first off, we have our big, strong, mulleted drunk of a defense secretary, Pete Hegseth. He's an alleged rapist and also a former Fox News host. Elon Musk has sexual misconduct allegations and also killed hundreds of monkeys in his Neuralink projects. If you didn't know that, there you go. Mike Huckabee, the
My
ambassador
boyfriend
to
didn't
Israel,
know about
his
that.
son killed a dog,
Really?
and Huckabee
Yeah.
is also a Fox News host. It is crazy how many
They were
people
really
in this
upset when I
administration have
told
killed
them.
a dog, by the way. Our attorney general adopted a dog that got lost during Hurricane Katrina, and the family located it, and then she put them through a 2-year legal battle where she wouldn't give Hurricane Katrina survivors their dog back. But then, of course, we have our beautiful HHS secretary, the first human man to ever be afflicted by suds from SpongeBob, Robert F. Kennedy. And he falls into all 3 of these categories. He doesn't deny assault allegations against him. He has an entire section on Wikipedia titled Treatment of Dead Animals. And he announced his campaign on Fox News. Isn't this the type of knowledge you want in Congress? But I digress. So through this campaign, we've had to deal with a lot. We have had not 1, but 2 different op-eds from the cop-written website Chicago Contrarian that lamented my sultry voice and the fact that I own a Charizard onesie.
In the middle of his territory. Can we both put the governor that loses loyalty? If we both put the governor
That's a good
there,
idea.
we could drain his loyalty on 4 cities with 18 pressure.
I don't have her upgraded yet,
I don't either,
but
but it's an idea.
I
2
think she
lumber
might
mills?
already be in that city too. For me.
Looks like I'm building an industrial zone. Hell yeah. Look at Babanago, whatever that city is, the southern city closest to the Zulu.
We found Elizabeth.
I built an encampment and it culture bombed, and now his poppy square right next to his city center is mine. So if I build if I culture bomb right next to his city, what happens?
I'm not sure.
We had a very unwell Republican candidate who gave me a gift bag with holy water and other things I can use in prison when I am imprisoned by this administration. She did this not once, but twice. If you saw the first video, she did it recently at our iftar event at the Rohingya Center. So people who had gone through a genocide had to be subjected to this really cool thing. I love Republicans. The official DHS Twitter account has threatened us. The Chicago GOP asked if I would hand out Hamas flags on the 4th of July. And, guys, it's awesome. I love it. And I've been federally indicted. So if you're not doing anything on May 26th, that's my trial. It's going to be a shit show. It's a great way to cap off finals. Come join. But my favorite part of Republicans attacking us, and really like any leftist candidate, is they just make us look cool as hell. They'll post a picture of me bartending in fishnet stockings and be like, this whore thinks people should have free pre-K. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, this whore does think this slut loves a single-payer healthcare system. That's crazy. There was a piece today.
Doing a comedy set for your campaign. Has anyone done that, really?
I don't know. I wouldn't think so. What's a hippodrome?
Isn't that the thing where they can flood it? I'm guessing.
That came out calling me the AOC of the dark woke, and that was supposed to be an insult. And they were like, her politics is a raised fist instead of a handshake. Hell yeah, brother, let's go.
It's a
But
Byzantine
it's not just Republicans, it's also Republicans
district.
who love
It's
Israel.
the Byzantine entertainment
Wait.
district.
Okay, no, Democrats also love Israel. But AIPAC is pouring millions of dollars into this race, not to just help Laura Fine to win, but also to defeat us. And, like, look, I know this isn't, we already did this bit, but I'm going to do it again. I know this isn't going to be popular on a college campus, but I think Israel has violated international law. Despite everything about how I look, and Raheem, you're absolutely right. It's a travesty that I'm the second most brown person on this planet. I am Palestinian. I'm very proud of my family, of my background. My grandparents were Nakba survivors. My father was born stateless. And despite, yes, Arabs can have blue eyes and my blonde eye job, I love my people. But I'm a human being. It's not just about the fact that I'm Palestinian. Don't fucking kill children and bomb them into dust. It's crazy. Everything they can to beat us. They sent out an email back in August where they called me a radical because, I mean, to be fair, I am. They said, I think the ICC should be respected. I think that the illegal occupation is an illegal occupation. And if they don't do something, if they don't act now, we could win. And they're right. But they're also acting. So they recently released an ad. They spent $150,000 on this. That's a year and a half of your tuition. Who's seen this thing? You seen it? Anyone else? Hell yeah. All right, for those who haven't, because once again, I wasn't allowed to bring props. It's AI slop. It has a very, gray tint over it, and it's a picture of my streaming setup. It looks so spooky. It's so scary. And it's like, who is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh? How do we know who she is? It quotes my high school paper. Did anyone here grow up conservative? Let me get a woo in here if you're ashamed of yourself. I quoted my high school paper where I was like, Trump is bad, but maybe Marco Rubio is the answer. They have literally attacked a child, which does feel very on brand. But I spent $150,000 on that. And most recently, Laura Fine's field director came into our campaign office and asked for information about our field program. Undercover. A woman that we see almost every single day because we're all doing a campaign together, in the same race, started asking sensitive questions about our data. And I'm just wondering, if you have millions upon millions of dollars, can't you at least hire a competent spy? But it shows that they're scared. They're scared of our army of volunteers. They're scared because they know young people are turning out. That dog shit ad I mentioned, the only people it's being served to are people 18 to 34. They are specifically targeting young people because they are hoping either you, A, don't show up, or B, vote for someone else. And they are terrified. Not just AIPAC, all of them. AIPAC, Republicans, establishment. It's why we're indicted. It's why everyone is doing their hardest to rat fuck us badly. And they say they're not. But if I'm really some bimbo influencer who doesn't have a shot in hell winning this thing, why are you trying so hard? And why are you trying? Try less. And why are you actively trying to target young people? And that's where y'all come in. And this is where the less fun part of this comes in, but also it's the most exciting part. Election day is in 12 days. And who here is registered to vote in general? Who here is registered to vote in this district? Okay, so slightly less, but I do love that woo sound. You spend 9 months out of the year here. 9 months of your life, I get it. You're not from here. Some of y'all might live in swing states. In that case, text your friend that lives in California. But you deserve representation too. And too often, our entire political system is propped up on this idea that we should only talk to likely voters. And these are older, white, affluent people. But that's not the majority of people. We want to reach those folks too. Everyone deserves representation. But so do we. We deserve a world that's not on fire. We deserve an education system that's not taken over by AI. Our lives are not a means of profit for billionaires. We shouldn't have secret police on the streets and get the shit beaten out of us if we say no. This is absolutely unacceptable, and I'm sorry, I just don't trust the people in our race to say fuck you to this administration. But that's what you deserve, and you can help us win. This is going to come down to the wire. There are 16 candidates in this race. There are 3 of us that have a shot at winning this. This could literally come down to the crowd. If we win this race, I'm going to promise you this. If we win this race, by under 500 votes, I will credit our victory to the crowd. But to do that, you got to register to vote. And the great thing is, in Illinois, we have same-day voter registration. This means you'll get something called a provisional ballot. And so if it's really close, there might be like 1,000 provisional ballots. If that's the difference and there's been a recount, then those will be counted. You can also register to vote right now. You can vote early. You can make a plan. You can bring a friend. But don't you want the product to defeat AIPAC? This is a completely unhinged show. I fuck with it so hard. It's exactly the vibe of our campaign. If you haven't been to our campaign office at 7016 North Clark Street, highly recommend you come. Please talk to our campus fellows, Shayna and Abby. They are both wonderful human beings. Almost everyone except like the first two people. We also got your sets, I believe, on camera. So please contact us about that. But most importantly, fuck ICE, free Palestine, no war in Iran, impeaches president.
Okay. I put her in.
I am
Capitalism due to labor value dropping to
currently
zero.
in the process of
It
getting
might surprise you. I'm with you, man. Not to pander, but like
governor slots, so I will have her shortly.
doing shit seems like it's not in an advantageous position versus like having shit right now. Like capital is OP compared to labor right now. It's all bullshit, man. Always has been? I don't know, maybe. I mean, back in like the year negative 10,000, doing shit was probably like really highly valuable.
Motherfuckers talking about primitive accumulation. Yeah, doing shit versus having shit was super OP back in the day. And then these guys decided, I'm gonna have shit. And they started putting fences around what previously was known as like, you know, land for everybody. And then they were like, I'm going to protect this thing that I put fences around. I'm going to enclose this space. It's mine now. Now you can't have it. If you want to work on the land, it's my land. I'll give you money. All of a sudden, people who have shit have a significant advantage over people who do shit. How did this happen?
Valued. You'd be like, okay, you got 6 blueberries. I'm doing shit. I took your blueberries. Labor beats capital in that situation, I suppose. Listen, being breaded is sick, but at the same time, it seems crazy that, like, you know, like, don't get me wrong, like, it works. I'm being careful here, but it works out in my favor most of the time. But, like, you can just put your money in, like, a CD, and you're not really, like, doing anything for society, but you get, like, money back, like 3%. But then, like, a dude can come to your house and, like, clean your car. He's giving up like a little bit of his lifespan to clean your car.
Utilizing
and you pay
these culture
him
bombs
with like money that you got for doing
Look
nothing.
at Russia's city.
That doesn't seem right, man. I just traded you none of my life for some of yours. That's fucked up. I don't know if there's a fix for it, but I've just traded none of my time for some of your time.
Northern Lion perfectly describes primitive accumulation, gets invited to the Comintern. Yes, if there's a Comintern amongst Twitch streamers, Northern Lion would absolutely be the Canadian communist representative.
The inevitable end of capitalism due to labor value dropping to zero. It might surprise you. I'm with you, man. Not to pander, but like doing shit seems like it's not in an advantage.
Here's the cringe Benjamin Netanyahu video where he got a coffee and then he's going to show that he's alive with fingers. Again, didn't have 6 fingers in that video.
No, he didn't.
לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה, נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים אני לא יכול לשתף ברגע זה, אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד.
Hey, shut up, Nazi.
Speaking of those oligarchs, just some of the companies, corporations that worked closely with the Nazis during Hitler's rule. It's important to point, Maven used as the Palantir gets richer and richer, but Karp, I wonder why, given all the context that I gave you. He's was on CNBC this morning, and this is him lobbying for even more contracts from the federal government. You should view this appearance in that light.
Power of the total power of our fleet and all of our resources, and bring it to bear against adversaries and enemies, has shifted the way in which war is fought. And I have read that Palantir's Project Maven is the core backbone of that. And then I've also read that all the allies, Arab and non-Arab in the Middle East, may or may not be users of our platform as well, and that's expanding rapidly. I think the most important thing, leaving aside the heroism of our troops, which is the most important thing, is our adversaries and enemies are witnessing an ability to fight that they don't have. And they are going to find it very hard to acquire for a couple reasons. We have, for better or worse, as many know, I've been essentially an anti-neocon. I don't really believe in the wars we fought in the past, but because I don't believe in regime change, and that's one of the reasons I'm supportive of this policy
so I believe
that we currently have. But what you want is to have a capacity that no one else can replicate, and America is the center of the AI revolution.
No,
the large language models on the battlefield are only useful if powered inside an ontology, and that's our ontology. And yeah, I guess I've read we're at the core of everything, and maybe that's exaggerated.
Maybe.
Yeah,
but,
for investor pitch.
Yeah, on CNBC. I found that amazing. I've not been supportive of regime change wars in the past. Did he say that on Joe Rogan or something like that? They know that they have some issue with their past statements on this, but with this war, which the Trump administration said was for the purpose of regime change until they said it was actually for to destroy their nuclear program, but they'd already destroyed the nuclear program last year. They now know that they can't do regime change. U.S. intelligence assessments have shown that the infrastructure of the Iranian government has stayed in place in spite of the sadistic bombing campaigns that our government has engaged in. And anybody who has any familiarity with
Mexico City was
So why in 2026 are we still talking about the 2020 election? My newsfeed is full of Trump talking about the 2020 election. He's seizing ballots from Georgia.
I did say I was going to
Arizona.
annex it.
And
Yeah, no, that's fine.
why are we in this? It's over.
I'm not
But it's not
focusing too
over.
much
It's
on
all part of
envoys.
a plan for Trump
that's fair.
to
Even
steal
though I took
the midterms.
traitor-
Okay,
And
pause
so
it.
when he raided,
I took the traitor guys.
Okay,
But-
so do not put envoys in Granada and Ugarit. I'm going to annex both of those. So don't
Where's
put them in there.
Ugarit?
Top left of my civ. Right on the border. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so don't put
I already
that
have
one or
envoys in
Granada.
Ugarit, but that's okay.
Because
I
Granada
don't
I'm going to
really have
annex
many
next.
envoys.
Yeah, so Granada I'm going to annex next. And try and bully down these 3 Mali cities. And, he put another one down. Great. Cool.
Yeah, Granada is definitely what. Just, don't even annex it. Just fucking invade them.
No, that's too much. I don't have the military units.
the Arizona ballots, he was asked by a reporter, a female reporter, that he insulted. But here's what he said.
Sir, in Arizona, why did the FBI seize election records in that state?
Well, they probably thought the election was rigged, right?
It wasn't rigged, though.
Really? How do you know?
Your own Attorney General in 2020 said that there was not measurable voter fraud to change the outcome of the election.
I think it was rigged.
There's no evidence. Sir, where's the evidence for that?
Where's the picture of a rock report?
Where's the evidence of
you're a rotten reporter. I think it was rigged. I mean, he will be on his deathbed and say the 2020 election was rigged. He will be on his deathbed talking about the 7 wars he settled. He didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. But to me, in 2026, we're talking about this because this man has every intention of rigging the election towards him. And so the question I ask myself is why? How is he doing this? Why is he going into Arizona? So Mark Elias, who is the preeminent voting attorney specialist on this, he had these comments, and I think it's really important we listen.
I run for 2026. Every time they engage in these tactics, they learn something about the logistics of seizing ballots. And that's no small thing. I mean, in Fulton County,
So
remember,
this was my
they
whole
went
plan,
and got
right?
a search warrant, and then it turns out their search warrant was wrong.
Annex Mexico, build district on its border, culture bomb the fuck out of Mali. Because, like, I'm already bullying Russia. Ah, fuck yeah, that city's falling. Hell yeah. This is great. I don't have to do anything. Get fucked. The only thing I can build is fucking chateaus. I don't think I can build chateaus next to each other, though.
All right, we found the Congo. Now they're pretty far ahead.
Hmm. What do I want? Aqueduct. What do I want? Industrial zone.
Because it targeted the wrong facility or the
putting
wrong
more
place.
pressure on it than
well,
I am.
in the process of fixing that, they learned something about how you seize ballots in Fulton County. When
You only put pressure with Great Works.
Oh.
So you have to put Great Works in the city that you want to push pressure to.
Interesting. Okay. Very interesting.
when you saw the
So, Jennifer, how, on a scale of 1 to 10, how scared are you about Trump rigging the 2026 midterms?
I mean, I think he's already starting that process. I think that's what we're seeing. I think you see a multi-pronged strategy where the ICE in Minnesota, in a blue state, that is number one, to feed the cruelty that the MAGA base likes to see. They like to see people be bullied, particularly brown-skinned people. Seeing a lesbian get shot at point blank range excites them. And we all have to come to terms with the fact that for the MAGA loyalists, that was not an ender for them. That did not end their MAGA support. So it shows you the sociopathy, the psychopathy of the MAGA supporter. But I think he is using that in blue states to push these governors to see what he can do for the midterms. That's number one. Number two, I have long thought that he is going to try to claim, render the 2020 election results invalid, and say that he actually won those. And I think it's going to be multiple fronts. I think he's going to get Maduro to say something, and he's going to pardon Maduro. I think he's going to get all of.
I fucking hope he does, because that would mean this is an illegitimate term, and he would be removed immediately. If he actually successfully does that, then he's already served his second term. his second term. If he won, he can't run again. Guess you need a new president. Oops. But that's almost certainly not going to happen. Not him doing this, but that as a response. Because why would it be? That would require the Democrats actually being proactive. Can't have that. Yeah. The last one. The fucking sound, the mouth soundbite. So many people.
Why did I buy that crossbow with gold? I'm so stupid.
Answer your own question.
These ballots from these, in his mind, contested states. Listener, they are not contested states. And then he's going to create a faux constitutional crisis, which the corporate media and the pundits will lap up like lapdogs. And they will be like, well, if he's claiming that he won the 2020 elections, then this really technically is his third term. So what do we do about that amendment? And then I think he's going to, just like Mark Elias said, he's learning. How do we get the judges? How do we, because it will be a blue tsunami. How do we get, as soon as the election's over, how do we get the FBI in to grab the ballots? He is trying to do the SAVE Act. He is, he wants to ban mail-in ballots. And so I think it's an assault on voting. And it's so incredibly important.
He doesn't need the FBI to do it. ICE will be at the polls. He's already set up the precedent for it. ICE will be armed at the polls on election day. It's already being set in motion. They're already gaslighting people into being like, oh, well, illegals are gonna vote. Can't have that.
Britain's still got a longbowman over here.
Important that people realize that Black America has been dealing with the assault on voting forever. The disparity in polling places in Black neighborhoods and in all white neighborhoods is very similar to the disparity in sentencing of cocaine and crack cocaine. And time again, as we move forward as a country, the overzealous ICE agents, Black America tried to warn us for decades. We have a problem with the police. We have a problem here. This is not equal justice. This is predatory policing. They tried to warn us. We didn't listen. They've been warning us about voting. They've been warning us about gerrymandering. And one of the autopsies of all of this will be a Democratic Party that acknowledges the narrative that have you taken Black votes for granted? And I think that yes, the answer to that question is yes, because Black America has tried to warn us of this. They have warned us of voting problems for a long time. After 2020, what did they do? They said in Georgia, guess where a lot of Black people live? Atlanta. You can't take somebody a bottle of water that is waiting in line to vote. And that's where all of the long lines are. So this, to me, there's been warning signs of all of this long before this man's third term, and the error of free-thinking Americans that fight for equality for all and universal human rights. The error is not taking Black people seriously and resolving things in real time and not ceding ground and fighting with everything in us for our fellow Americans and not being racist apologists or people that excuse other people's racism or diminish it, because we are all Americans. And that is when I really open my mind up and look at this, that's what pisses me off the most about it, because there were signs a long time ago before this fucking freak that we had major issues.
No, I think you're exactly right on that. And one thing I think about elections, okay, well, elections are safe because they're localized. They're run by the states. So, of course, Donald Trump doesn't like that. So we're seeing these reports that as the 2026 midterm elections approach, legal advisors and conservative activists closely associated with U.S. President Donald Trump are discussing a draft executive order that would declare a national emergency over suspected foreign interference, and that would allow Trump and his administration to go in and take over what has been the jobs of the state. So it would be so much easier for them to rig.
Well, there's no question. The attack on Iran, number one, allowed the Epstein searches to plummet. It allowed him to, whatever Bibi has over him, and it may just be the AIPAC money. It may be some compromising information from the Epstein files. Who knows? I would believe all of the above. Honestly, I would. But it's also going to allow for a false flag incident to happen. And they're already telegraphing that basically there's a false flag, terror attack coming to California. I think cyber attacks are going to come that are going to be inside hit jobs, particularly in blue states, probably like in places like Texas, where now Texas could technically be considered for that Senate seat, technically be considered a swing state. A lot of deeply red states are now kind of considered swing states because Trump's base is in lockstep with him. But independent voters, Latinos for Trump, the blacks for Trump.
I don't remember who it is.
People with a brain have left that movement.
Nubia.
And so he's got to get control.
No, it's not.
Otherwise, what Mike Johnson says, I mean, fingers crossed that if we have the blue tsunami that we should have, and we should, every politician should embrace the pendulum swinging. This guy's getting impeached. And here's the thing. I just want to say this.
Maria.
I go down this rabbit hole of, okay, Trump has immunity. He's never going to face accountability from the Supreme Court. And then he's going to pardon all of the idiots in his cabinet. And then I think, you know what the Democrats need to do? They need to come in and say, there are new laws, get new laws passed.
They need to come in and say
that there are certain crimes that are outside of a presidential pardon. There are certain crimes that are outside of this immunity from the Supreme Court. Like
I opened my trade
rigging
window,
elections, like starting an illegal war. And they need to get fucking serious about it. Now, do I think Hakeem and Chuckles are going to do that? No, because they're governed by AIPAC.
I wouldn't stress too much.
And so I'm very, very, very worried about these elections.
Well, and interference, we had that cybersecurity in 2020 that said, no, the election was secure. Russia and other countries, they've upped their game in the propaganda and the cyber attacks like you were referring to. And so we've got this big election coming up in Hungary, and Russia and the Trump administration, they want Viktor Orban to be reelected, and he's grossly unpopular. So the Financial Times is reporting that now Russia, the Kremlin backs covert campaign to keep Viktor Orban in power. The Kremlin has launched a disinformation campaign aimed at helping Orban get reelected. So this tells me when I read this, they are going to do the exact same thing in the United States as is Israel. And they have all the media, TikTok, all of those things. So I look at this and think we're fighting so much more than the SAVE Act and ICE surrounding an election site and the gerrymandering, because I believe that other countries are going to try to keep Trump in power, because Russia's never been in a better spot in, at least the last 2 decades. Bibi Netanyahu has everything he wants from this administration. So it's coming on all fronts, both domestically and internationally.
Yeah. And Vladimir Putin and Viktor Orban, that is a plan that also captures the United States oligarchs' desires. They want to do away with the European Union. They cannot
Right,
have
now that everyone's
a
been
social
revealed,
democracy.
when this next turn comes, see if anyone is selling great works for you.
Yeah. Melee one. Damn.
Yeah, melee sometimes wins.
Son of a bitch. The culture
What?
bomb ran out as my district completed. Motherfucker. Oh well. I had a good era. Still going. Almost to a golden age.
They cannot have examples of a social democracy exist while they're trying to tear it down and go to their technocratic CEO governed style theocracy, where the CEO is the head of the world. Right. And these people are really dark people. So another point I want to make about Hungary that I think is really important and a missed opportunity from Democrats as far as messaging goes, and they should have been messaging this about 10 years ago. The conservative movement, the MAGA movement that claims like, we love Trump because he dry humped the American flag and he's such a patriot. We all know that's bullshit. They get their inspiration from Hungary. And no disrespect, Pumps and I went to Budapest. There are wonderful progressive people that live in Hungary, just like there are wonderful progressive people that live in Iran, that live in the United States of America. Okay, not every citizenry is a monolith, but a really missed opportunity for Democrats would have been to hammer. CPAC has all of their meetings in Hungary. The United States of America is looking at Hungary and their corrupt two-bit dictatorship as inspiration. Since when does the United States look to a newly formed dictatorship as the government that inspires them? We're fucking America. And they could have tapped into those independent, patriotic voters, but they don't. They don't message any of this because they have to crowdsource everything. And then also, and I will say this forever, you cannot have an opposition party when your opposition party also takes money from the organization AIPAC that gave Trump over $200 million. You're fighting the same fight for the same people. And it's just, in my opinion, the most toxic organization heading into the midterms is AIPAC donations. Like this, we have to get Israel lobbying out of our government, period. They do not get to weaponize anti-Semitism against us anymore. They do not, and honestly, they're harming Jews worldwide by conflating their corrupt, hard-right, fascist government with all Jewish people.
I love hearing people.
And so really the true anti-Semites, the ones who are harming Jews worldwide, are the gaslighters at AIPAC. Truly, that nothing they're doing is helpful. Nothing. All right, guys, that's all we have. Please like.
All right, guys. Love to say it.
This episode of What's Going On with Shipping.
Is the Strait of Hormuz safe for shipping right now, Mr. Secretary?
Yep.
No, it is not.
Whoa, he said no.
That's one of the objectives at the end of this conflict is to reopen the Straits of Hormuz. But no, it is since the conflict began, Iran has impeded flow through the Straits of Hormuz, and that is still the case today.
Looks like time for the U.S. Navy to do some freedom of navigation. Hi, I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So that was Energy Secretary Chris Wright on MSNBC, or NBC, I guess. It's NBC. NBC's Meet the Press, talking about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. So a couple of things. Number one, right off the bat there, the fact that the Strait of Hormuz isn't a priority is a problem. I mean, we're going to handle it later in it. I mean, this should have been up front an issue. I don't think we need to do everything sequentially. We can do things concurrently, and that seems to be a big issue. But in this episode today, we're going to give you a Strait of Hormuz update, give you the latest stories about what's happening. We also want to update some other stories going on, because believe it or not, this is a channel about global shipping, not just the Strait of Hormuz, although if you watch this channel for the past 2 weeks, you wouldn't know that.
He put
but
a
there
little
are other shipping
red
issues
Lego on the
going
Strait
on.
of
And just a
Hormuz.
quick note, too, yesterday, March 14th, we did not drop an episode, so my apologies. I've been doing pretty much daily episodes on the Strait of Hormuz, but we did not have one yesterday, number one, because I needed a Strait of Hormuz break. Second of all, it was my anniversary, my 34th anniversary with my lovely wife, and we spent that day together. And more importantly, she got me a great gift, which some of you are probably eyeing right now in the back of the picture right here. That's right. I got myself a Lego Maersk new ship. I got the old one up there, got the new one down there. Gonna be putting that together. I'll keep you posted on that as we go along. All right, if you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell, so you're gonna be alerted about new videos as they come out. So first, 5 quick stories from around the globe. Sweden boards a sanctioned tanker suspected of sailing under false flag. So a lot of interesting stories coming out of the Baltic over the past couple of weeks. Number one, Baltic had been iced up pretty bad because of the winter situation. Really difficult to get traffic moving. But this is the second ship that Sweden has boarded, largely because of false registry, a stateless vessel. We've talked about this a lot regarding the U.S. seizure of Venezuelan tankers.
So
under the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, there's a specific article.
It's a bit late, but this was the soundbite I was meant to hit for him going 34th anniversary.
Nice.
I fucked it up, so I needed to put it in there. All right, you can continue.
That allows you to board what are called stateless ships, ships that are not properly registered. So according to the story, the Swedish Coast Guard, supported by the Swedish police, boarded the 228-meter CL-1 approximately 20:30 local time on March 12th in Swedish territorial waters. Authorities have opened a preliminary investigation into the suspected violations related to the lack of unseaworthiness. The tanker was displaying the Comorian flag, but Swedish officials said the vessel does not appear in the Comora ship register, raising suspicions they're sailing under a false or unverifiable flag state. This has been a major issue with a lot of nations around the world, sailing ships without proper registry. You have to be registered in a country. If not, you are a stateless
You lost
vessel.
all pressure. What the fuck?
You bought all your great works?
No. How is he getting pressure? How is he regaining...
He probably put a governor in.
Well, it's basically going to negate it next turn when my governor activates.
But buy those great works.
No. Give me a second. Purchase.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I just traded horses for a great work.
That's great.
This late in the game.
So fucking expensive.
There you go. Great work for you.
I like sculptures.
This is where piracy actually came from, originally stateless vessels, hence the black flag. Now what we're seeing is Sweden boarding this. The Baltic has been a big area for this, following a chain of instances where ships dragged anchor and severed cables. Next, we head down to Panama, where Panama flag detentions at Chinese ports spike amid Hutchinson port fallout. So you may remember that there was an issue early in the Trump administration about Chinese influence down in Panama, specifically the Panama Canal. At both ends of the canal are terminals, container terminals and other cargo terminals. At each end, there is a terminal that was controlled by a Chinese corporation, CK Hutchinson. The U.S. made a bid, along with Panama, to get those terminals out of the hands of the Chinese corporation over to another one. Well, China has retaliated. This is what we're talking about. Chinese ports detained 28 Panama flag vessels between March 8th and 12th, representing 75.7% of detentions. That is exceeding historical levels. Nations have the right to board vessels in their port and perform what's called port state control. And you can detain a vessel if it does not meet the required regulations and rules as set by the International Maritime Organization and through a series of conventions, safety of life at sea, marine pollution. Well, China has been targeting Panama specifically. Sources say that China's maritime authorities have issued verbal instructions to intensify inspections of Panama. Now, the move looks like it's a pure retaliation against Panama's forced removal of CK Hutchinson. Panama is the second largest registry in the world, so a fight between China and Panama is not good. It's going to cause disruptions. What we may see is some Panamanian registered vessels start reflagging over to other registries to get away from this problem. Third story comes from Greg Miller over at Lloyd's List. Next U.S. tariff plan takes shape as Customs and Border Protection updates on refunds, and 2 new Section 301 investigations target a combined 94 countries as President Trump moves to fully replace tariffs he lost in the Supreme Court. Average U.S. tariff rates fell from 14.3% under IEEPA to 10.5% under these new Section 122. The new Section 301 levies should bring averages back up later this year. Under CBP's proposed refund system, which is beyond a work in progress, I think they're trying to figure out how to do this and refund millions, if not billions of dollars. U.S. importers will have to consolidate IEEPA claims and follow a strict submission process. That's going to be a chore for many companies. Do you remember that Russian liquefied natural gas carrier that got hit by the unmanned surface vessel, blew up, and then burned, and then sank? Slight problem. Did not sink. This story from Malt Humford over at G-Captain. Arctic Medegas LNG tanker still afloat. Malta warns ships to keep clear. So you have a vessel that was struck, we believe, by an unmanned surface vessel, probably the Ukrainians, hit it in the side, blew out the second tank, caused a massive conflagration. I mean, the fire was absolutely tremendous. The ship is now low in the water, adrift, off the coast of Malta. Crew was rescued, they were saved, but now you have this navigation hazard. It's going to be a very difficult ship to try to salvage. But again, this also goes to highlight the fact that we're seeing attacks on shipping, not just in the Red Sea, the Black Sea, the Strait of Hormuz, the Gulf of Oman, the Persian Gulf, but this is the Mediterranean. We've had several attacks on Russian ships in the Mediterranean. Lastly, do you remember we were sending a hospital ship up to Greenland?
No, why did you get in the water? I hate you.
I did a few of them talking about it. Number one, talking about the fact that there were no hospital ships available at the time because both of them were in a shipyard in Mobile, Alabama. And I said, listen, you're not going to get a hospital ship out. The Comfort's in till April. The Mercy is getting ready to sail, but she has a 6-month dry docking set up in Portland, Oregon. But again, why listen to me? Well, here's a story from Mike Schuller. Trump's Greenland hospital ship now sailing up the West Coast after a Panama Canal transit. Guess where she's heading to? You guessed it. Portland, Oregon for her shipyard.
Dry dock.
So a quick series of updates here for you on other stories. I thought it was really important to do that. We haven't done it. It's Sunday. Give you a little bit of an update. All right, let's jump over to Strait of Hormuz. So here's the latest Joint Maritime Information Center advisory note for 15 March. It just dropped. We are still at a critical level in the Arabian Sea, Strait of Hormuz, and Gulf of Oman. Confirmed maritime incidents so far since 1 March stands at 20. There were no attacks over the last day. We have an average rate through the Strait of Hormuz of 138 ships prior to the attacks. We are now sitting there yesterday with 3 vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. In terms of global navigation system interference, it's still widespread and consistent. No vessel incidences over the past 72 hours. However, the targeting of port fuel storage continues to demonstrate the potential for attacks to disrupt bunkering operations, port logistics, and regional energy supply chains. The ability of unmanned systems to strike infrastructure and extend ranges reinforces that maritime risk is not limited to vessel transits or choke points, but may also affect port facilities, offshore energy infrastructure, and maritime logistics hubs throughout the Arabian Sea and Arabian Sea approaches. This chart shows you Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandab. Cheers. Transits from 8 to 14 March. On 14 March, we had 2 ships transit the Strait of Hormuz.
I don't know.
1 east, 1 west. The vessel that transited eastbound out of the Strait of Hormuz
I know,
was
that's what
a
I'm
tanker.
saying. Like,
Note,
it must
this
be an inside joke
covers
on the
vessels
channel.
over 1,000 gross tons and are transmitting AIS. The Operation Epic Fury sitrep here shows you a density analysis of maritime events that are reported to the UK MTO from 1 to 12 March. Again, you have a couple of areas of kind of high concentration. That is the area in and around the Strait of Hormuz and just east and west of it. The other area of note is all the way up the Persian Gulf near the Kuwaiti, Iraq anchorages. And we're still getting massive amounts of anomalous AIS positions and jamming in and around the Strait of Hormuz. The maritime threat level remains at a critical level. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, JITMIC assesses the most credible risks to include continued unmanned aerial and unmanned surface vessels and missile activity, follow-on strikes near recent maritime event locations, attacks against stationary vessels or offshore operations such as ship-to-ship transfers. That's what's happened up in the northern Persian Gulf region, and then persistent interference both on navigation and AIS, and communication disruption may degrade some navigation reliability and increase congestion-related hazards. The maritime security environment across the Arabian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz remains at a critical level of kinetic risk. While there have been no confirmed attacks in the last 72 hours, previous attacks suggest that vessels which are anchored, drifting, or operating predictably may face elevated levels of exposure. This, I think, is crucial. I'm not sure why it's not highlighted, but it really should be. There remains no confirmation of mining in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think there's a better graphic than this that really demonstrates the situation in and around the area with the absolute drop-off in the number of ships that have transited through the Strait of Hormuz since February 28th, when we started seeing that drop-off occur, down to just a trickle. Just a reminder, everybody, I'll have a link to this report in the show's description. This report has a summary at the end going over all vessel attacks, a nice chart and list for it. Here are the most recent set of attacks right there. You'll also notice they'll have a graph here showing when these attacks take place. Again, there's really no rhyme or reason to the attacks or who they're attacking. It's pretty dispersed over the entire region. The last attack was against the Source Blessing, which is a container ship off the UAE coast. So JITMIC is a great source to track ships moving through the area on the status. The other one I recommend very strongly is over on X, is Tanker Trackers. Again, I know many people have problems with X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, but there are some great sources to follow over, and Tanker Trackers is one of them. Their most recent post kind of counters something that Brian Sullivan over at CNBC said, you know, still very quiet in the Strait. Will that change in the next 24 hours? Sully is over in Paris speaking with folks on the ground about what happens next. But note, Tanker Tracker says, well, yeah, but another 2 million barrels of Iranian crude just departed. And I think that's the big irony of this whole situation. While tankers are held in the Persian Gulf, and container ships, and liquefied natural gas, and liquefied petroleum gas, and bulkers, the Iranians are not only loading vessels, but they're sailing them through the straits. Now, the big update was the fact that the United States struck Karg Island. This is the main export facility for Iran to get oil out of the nation. However, there are other aspects, including Jask, which is a terminal outside the Strait of Hormuz. But Karg Island is absolutely essential. And listen, I know Karg Island very well. I played Battlefield 3. I know Karg Island. However, Karg Island was hit, but they didn't hit the oil facilities. Instead, what the U.S. targeted was their military facilities. The story by Mike Schuller over at GCaptain. Trump warns Iran's oil lifeline at risk after major U.S. strike on Karg Island. Now, while there are plenty of images from CENTCOM showing you these strikes on Karg Island, while there are many images showing you the strikes on Karg Island and the damage afterwards, I think the most telling came from tanker trackers, which shows not one, not two, but 3 oil tankers loading at Karg Island right now. Iranian oil for export out. Again, I keep going back to this. I know I've mentioned this before on the show. We did an earlier episode about this, that if you want to target Iran's oil, I mean, again, you don't want to hit the infrastructure because, again, that causes irreparable damage and that raises the stakes in this. I still think a strategy of grabbing or halting Iranian, you don't have to seize them anymore. You just have to stop them from coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. I don't understand why Iranian oil tankers are running in and out of the Strait of Hormuz and going to India. There was 2 that went to India. I mean, it's not like it's one. It's not hard to spot a fully loaded Iranian oil tanker. It really isn't. I'm not exactly sure what is going on here. However, in the meantime, the Iranians are hitting back. This story, UAE's Fujairah port stops some oil loading operations after a drone attack. So the suspension came hours after the U.S. attacked military targets on Iran's Karg Island export. Fujairah, outside the Strait of Hormuz, is the outlet for about 1 million barrels per day of the UAE's Murban crude oil, a volume equal to about 1% of world demand. According to Halima Croft, analyst at RBC Capital, quote, the IRGC, this is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, is sending a message that there is no safe harbor in this rapidly expanding conflict. The fact this comes hours after the U.S. strike on Karg Island also signals that Tehran will not let Washington control. All right, so we're not moving tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, unless you're Iranian. There is that pipeline across the UAE. That's 1 million barrels per day. There's the pipeline across Saudi Arabia over to the Red Sea. That is ramping up to be almost 8 million barrels per day. Long line of tankers coming in across the Indian Ocean through the Bab el-Mandeb. Cheers. And up to the Red Sea. This is one of the reasons that Gerald R. Ford moved into the Red Sea to provide air cover
What did
over
I get?
Yanbu.
Why does it say unknown?
Because if you knock Yanbu out, that's the terminus of the Saudi Arabian port. That is a big problem. It's a massive problem. But they have disrupted the 1 million barrels coming out of Fujairah here consistently. So again, Iranian oil flowing, everybody else's oil, a little interrupted. But Sal, how can you be so sure about that Iranian oil? Well, let's go to this story right here by Paul Morgan. India's tanker escape. Rare Hormuz passage signals new political reality for global shipping. 2 Indian liquefied petroleum gas carriers have successfully transited the Strait of Hormuz after receiving rare clearance from Iran, highlighting how the world's most critical energy shipping corridor is increasingly being shaped by diplomacy rather than routine commercial navigations. The ship, the Shavalik and the Nandi Devi, both operated by the state-owned Shipping Corporation of India, were allowed to pass through. So India is brokering a deal. I should say India has brokered some great deals because they just got access to Russian oil that was afloat. Remember, the United States had levied very hard against India to prevent them from taking Russian oil, threatening tariffs. Well, guess what? They got their tariffs reduced, and now they're getting Russian oil. And the reason we know that, again, Splash 24/7, good buddy of the show, Sam Chambers, 65 million barrels of crude heading toward India. This is from Russia. Now, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf is not great. Another India story we have. Indian sailors stranded off Iran just want to go home. So a 26-year-old Indian sailor who's identified just as Amju to Reuters is one of about 23,000 Indians working on merchant, harbor, and offshore vessels across the wider Gulf region. Hundreds of tankers and cargo ships are waiting to pass through. The plight of Indian sailors in and around the strait has become a major issue at home, with Delhi saying it is coordinating multiple authorities, including Iran, to ensure their safety. According to Amju, we know how dangerous it could be to sail without a Navy escort or without permission. So the vast majority of ships in the Persian Gulf are foreign flag ships that have crews, and the vast majority of mariner crews come from basically 6 countries. They come from Philippines, number 1, India, Indonesia, China, Russia, Ukraine. There are, however, other nationalities in there, including 5 U.S. ships that are still freaking trapped in there that are not able to get out because, again, Not sure what's happening here with the U.S., why we're not doing, at least getting the 5 U.S. ships out. I think that's one of the things the Navy should be doing here, is protecting U.S. commercial ships. But again, we're not just getting ships running in and out. There are some other ships running in and out too. For example, this one right here. Lured by profits, some ship owners brave mines and missiles to sneak oil past Iran. A handful of Greek ship owners have sent crude oil and dry bulk tankers through the Strait of Hormuz during this conflict. At least 10 ships operated by Greek companies and at least 2 Chinese-operated vessels have sailed through the strait between Iran and Oman since the strikes on March 28th. Companies involved include shipping magnate George Procopio, I know I'm not saying that right, I apologize, my Greek is not great, Dynacom, and Embericos family's Oleolis Management, according to 6 industry sources familiar with the matter. The 2 companies did not respond to requests for comment. I'm shocked by that. Iran's military struck several ships moving through the narrow channel, vowing to keep it closed and warned that oil will reach $200 per barrel. At least 16 ships have been attacked, including Greek-operated vessels hit by drones. So, a Greek shipping owner who has money at the forefront. I'm shocked. I am shocked to learn about gamblings going on here. From my favorite movie, Casablanca, by the way. Absolutely the best movie. With the best lines ever in a movie. Bar none. All right, Greek shipping owners. Understand, Greeks are the largest single nationality of ship owners, 16%, followed by China at 14%. Greek shipping owners are unique. Not to stereotype anyone, but Greek ship owners, when they see an opportunity for profit, are going to run at it. When you're chartering ships for $500,000 a day, they're going to do it. Now, you should be asking yourself, Sal, what about the crews? Well, the crews are receiving a 100% bonus to sail through that region. I should note that the minimum wage for mariners is $680 a month. So if you're a minimum wage sailor, if you're a wiper, oiler, you know, the very low level there, a steward of some kind, you're maybe making $23 a day. So you're doubling that. Now, truth, upper level mariners make more than that. We're talking about $1,000 to several $1,000s per month to make that. So they're making more money. It is a drop in the bucket for the money these companies are making, but weighed against the risk, I'm not exactly sure it's good. Now, the ITF, the International Transportation Federation, has worked out agreements so that if mariners want to not sail through the region, they should be allowed to be repatriated. However, those in the Gulf are kind of stuck there right now because of air traffic issues. And those who are outside the Gulf who sit there and say, I don't want to go through the Persian Gulf, you can go home, but I guarantee you, you will not have a shipping job again.
They're like,
future.
Sail through the
Finally,
strait
we have
for
this story. President Trump calls for Allied warships to secure the Strait of Hormuz. So in a Truth Social post on Saturday, President Trump called for many countries, especially those affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending more ships in conjunction with the United States. Now, again, he repeats that the military capability of Iran has been 100% destroyed, but it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in the waterway. That doesn't sound like 100%. I mean, that sounds a little less than 100%. I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but I'm telling you, 100% means nothing is coming out. This is a little bit less. And when you talk about a little bit less, this is what gets insurance companies and shipping companies a little bit, verklempt here. This is the problem we have. If you tell a military guy you have a 99% chance of success, they're going to run at it. If you tell a shipping company there's a 1% chance you may get hit by a missile, mine, or something, they're going to sit there and say, where's my backside? How do I defend against this? What's my upturn here should something happen? It's a different type of risk management. Story goes on here. Hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint, I think it's artificial, I think it's being created here, will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that had been totally decapitated. Well, President Macron of France says he's not sending ships into the region. He announced that the other day. India and Pakistan have ships in the area, but they're only escorting from outside the strait through, and it's not clear any of those other ships are other nations are really going to help. If you go back to the Red Sea scenario that we saw happen with the Houthis from December of 2023 until today, it's still going on. What we're seeing is European nations, the Greeks, the Italians, the French, escort ships, but only their own ships. That's who they're escorting through the region. Maybe each other's ships, but they're not escorting really anybody else's. So it's not clear that this is going to help. President Trump goes on here. In the meantime, the U.S. will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or the other, we will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe, and free. So I want to make you aware of a couple of key things. We've talked a lot about mines and the potential of mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Good friend of the show, Chris Cavus and Chris Cervello. I've been on their podcast. Remember, I was on their podcast last week, the Cavus Ship Podcast. They have on this week 2 experts in Navy mine countermeasures. Actually, a former Navy admiral and a former Navy captain who are specialized in this. I heartily recommend go listen to that episode. I'll have the link right here for you. I was in last week's episode. They had the former commander of 5th Fleet, Vice Admiral Fozzie Miller on, and then me. Definitely a big, huge difference there between Fozzie and myself. But this week, their series on mine countermeasures was really good. Now, granted, there's a little bit of acronym happiness in there, and they do a good job at defining that. But if you want to understand the capabilities of U.S. mine sweeping, that's what you need to go see. On the flip side of that,
why would I want you to be here?
This got posted over to Instagram today.
I didn't want you to be in this
3
internal lake, you
littoral combat
fucker.
Ship minesweepers are not near the Persian Gulf. They're not even near the Strait of Hormuz.
Now every
They're not even
unit
up
you
in the Arabian
produce won't
Sea.
be
They're
there.
over in Malaysia right now. 2 of the ships, the Santa Barbara and the Tulsa, are pictured pierside in Malaysia. Now, that is 4,000 miles away across the Indian Ocean. That's a pretty long distance away. If you're going to start conducting counter mine, why are 2 of your 3 mine countermeasure ships all the way across there? And before anybody sits there and tells me, well, Sal, they're littoral combat ships. They can sail at 40 knots. They can, and they have a grand total range of 1,000 miles when they do that. They are fuel-sucking pigs when it comes to economy. To get across, they got to sail very slow, or they need a friggin' gas can halfway across to refuel, or more than that, actually. They need a couple of times to get across. So the fact that the LCSs are out of place, the only reason I can think they're over in Malaysia right now is potentially to pick up with the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group, because the U.S. has announced it's sending an Amphibious Ready Group. 2,000 Marines based on board the USS Tripoli, along with 2 other amphibious ships from Japan across. They are probably somewhere in the South China Sea right now, getting close to the Straits of Malacca, so maybe these LCSs are going to be escorting them, working them up. I'm not sure, but that's my estimation of it. Finally, last thing. What should the U.S. Navy be doing? Now, I'll be clear. There's staff members at U.S. 5th Fleet in Bahrain and back in Tampa who have this plan. They know how to do this. The 5th Fleet War Game book has this. They've planned this for 40 friggin' years about what do we do in the case of a closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But right now, as you heard from Secretary Wright at the very beginning, that's not our plan right now. Our plan right now is to degrade Iran, and then sequentially we'll start worrying about the Strait of Hormuz. You can't do that. You can't sit there and worry about one thing without doing the other thing. You're going to damage the global economy. And I think the U.S. Navy, the U.S. military has got to do something. So I'm a historian. I love historical references, especially when it comes to military and naval. To me, the best reference I have in this goes back to World War I. May 4th, 1917, 6 U.S. Navy destroyers of Destroyer Division 8 under the command of Commander Joseph Taussig arrived in Queenstown, Ireland. Today it's Cobh, Ireland. These were the first of a vanguard of initially 35 U.S. destroyers that would operate from Queenstown and assist in a campaign against German U-boats. The reason the United States got into World War II was not because of the Zimmerman telegram that talked about the Germans allying with the Mexicans and invading the United States. The U.S. Army was on the border of Mexico. We were invading Mexico. We were in Mexico. The idea of the Mexicans invading the U.S. was ridiculous. The issue was the sinking of commercial ships. 10 U.S. ships are sunk starting in February 1st of 1917. 64 merchant mariners are killed. Reed Wilson's speech to Congress on April 2nd, 1917, and he talks about one sentence about Mexico. All the rest is about freedom of the seas and navigation, and particularly the interference of trade. We dispatched 35 out of 68 U.S. destroyers within the first month of our entrance in the war. We sent over half of the U.S. Navy's available destroyers, and eventually we send almost all of them across. I think right now the U.S. has to emulate that. We need to send destroyers. We need a squadron of Arleigh Burke-class destroyers sailing through the Strait of Hormuz, American flags flying, and daring the Iranians to do something. because that is what will make the difference here
I agree.
and reopen the straits.
Shoulder
talk
check.
to the crews on the ships, talk to the commanders,
Anti-ship
talk to any
missile.
surface warfare
Go.
officer. They're dying to do this mission. They want to do this mission,
Touch their
and
boats.
show the flag and get back into the Gulf and show the Iranians that they don't control this piece of water. And so we need a
you keep
similar
attacking
kind of return of the
unarmed
Mayflower.
container
That was the
ships.
imagery you saw before with the 6 destroyers
Touch
going
their
into
boats.
Queenstown. We need that imagery today. We need to demonstrate that the strait is open. Once you demonstrate the strait is open, you'll start seeing ships start moving. I'm talking to ships. I'm talking to crews on the ships. I'm talking to people who are talking to people on the ships. Talking to ship company owners. They need something. What they don't need is Secretary Wright coming on and number one saying the U.S. Navy has escorted a ship and then taking it back. And then sitting there saying that there are mines. Oh, wait, there's no mines. What they need is a clear definition from the United States that the strait is open for business and that the U.S. will be there to respond. During the height of the tanker war, from 1980 to 1988, 411 ships were hit, 55 sunk or constructive total losses. Hundreds of merchant mariners died. Understand, the merchant mariners will sail through here. They're
Mali is
bored right now.
fighting.
They want to go. They want to get things moving. They want
Zulu.
traffic to flow.
Oh, they raised the
U.S.
city.
can do two things at the same time. Yes, we can chew gum and walk. I'm pretty sure about that. The idea that we have to do this sequentially misses a key thing.
Great.
25% of global trade goes through the Strait of Hormuz.
Hold on a second.
We have already choked off 10% going through the Bab el-Mandab.
How fast can I produce a
because it
satellite?
goes around Africa due to the Houthis. Two vital choke points are being pinched by the Iranians because the Houthis are the Iranians' client in this. What happens if you do the Suez Canal? What happens if you do the Straits of Malacca? Understand, this is world
money do you
trade.
have?
World trade is the circulatory system of the world's economy.
Wait,
if
how
you start
much?
pinching off femoral arteries, carotid arteries, and main, blood vessels, you're going to die. You're going to kill the global economy, or worse, probably not kill it.
Ugh,
you're going to
so
cause severe
expensive.
damage. You're going to cause damage to the system that could take years, if not decades, to fix it. And the U.S. has borne that burden. It is part of this operation, along with the Israelis, to attack Iran. They had to have known this was going to happen. If they didn't know, everybody else in commercial shipping knew it was going to happen. That if you attack Iran full force, you're going to get disruptions in the Gulf. Insurance isn't the issue anymore. That was week one. That's gone now. It's not insurance that's keeping ships there. Read a post today from someone who's quote unquote an expert. It's not insurance. I've talked to the insurance guys. Insurance is there. Plenty of insurance out there. You can get insurance. The issue now is physical security, demonstrating that you can sail through this region. And if the U.S. is afraid to sail warships through this region, now that's what the perception is, that the U.S. doesn't want to sail warships through because they might get hit, then why do you think an unarmed tanker, bulk carrier, or liquefied natural gas carrier, let's call it a floating bomb, is not going to sail through the region? That's it. And worse, if you allow Iran to negotiate with countries like China, India, that the strait is open only if you're, hauling for them, then you are giving Iran control of the strait. That's what you're doing. You're creating an artificial choke point here where Iran can claim sovereignty over that, which under UNCLOS, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, they can. It's an international seaway. They cannot claim sovereignty over it, much like the Houthi couldn't do it over the Bab el-Mandab. I don't want to talk about the Turks and the Black Sea because that's a whole weird thing that deals with the Montreux Convention, which should be gotten rid of. But anyway, that's a whole different issue. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell.
Interesting.
Prices are way down. We just had 4 states. It was just reported that 4 states had $1.99 a gallon.
Trump should have had ample warning that toppling the Iranian government was not going to happen. On March 7th, the Washington Post revealed that a classified report by the National Intelligence Council found that even a large-scale assault on Iran launched by the United States would be unlikely to oust the Islamic Republic's entrenched military and clerical establishment. The report was completed about a week before the United States and Israel initiated the war. The intelligence concluded that Iran's clerical and military establishment would respond to the killing of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei by following protocols designed to preserve continuity of power. Further, the prospect of Iran's fragmented opposition taking control of the country was described as, quote, unlikely. The source of the report, the National Intelligence Council, is composed of veteran analysts who produce classified assessments meant to represent the collective wisdom of Washington's 18 intelligence agencies. One would
18.
think that, if Congress had any integrity at all, they'd launch investigations. Given there was ample evidence that a war
I
to
didn't have my
topple
no
the
intelligence
regime would be
soundbite.
fruitless,
Damn.
everything that preceded and followed the war, especially the scores of deaths, should be scrutinized. Especially if, say, the government lied about Iran's nuclear program or the imminent threat from Iran against the United States. Something else that should be scrutinized is whether the war was launched in the interest of a foreign country.
They were going to attack all of the Middle East and Israel, and if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel.
Hey everyone, I am a one-man operation, and I need all the support I can get. I want to thank everyone who has become a patron. Your support means the world and is essential for me to be able to produce more videos. There's exclusive content on my Patreon as well that I can't show on YouTube. Love you all, take care. This press gaggle on Air Force One from March 7th is enlightening.
Don't forget October 7th. Don't forget all of the things that have happened over the years, all caused by these people. So,
absent a teleprompter, Trump can't string together more than one reason to justify bombing Iran other than October 7th.
They are among the most evil people ever on earth. They cut babies' heads off. They chop women in half. What they did, take a look at October 7th. Take a look at what they've done over the last 47
All the
years.
shit that he could talk about.
With references
That's what
to
he goes with?
beheaded babies, Trump has become nothing more than a melodramatic Israeli diplomat. Rather than reaching and outright lying about Iran's role in IEDs in Iraq and the USS Cole bombing, Trump references an attack on Israel and not the United States. He doesn't even seem to try to assure these reporters that the war in Iran is anything but a war for Israel. I also couldn't help but notice that during the course of the briefing, Trump referenced his gut with regard to his policy decisions.
We will start at the appropriate time, which is basically a gut instinct. We will start filling up the strategic reserves.
I looked into this some more and found that back in 2018, he gave an interview to the Washington Post where he said, "My gut tells me more sometimes than anybody else's brain can ever tell me." Indeed, Trump has vaunted his gut instinct for decades. In his 1987 book, The Art of the Deal, he suggests, listen to your gut, no matter how good something sounds on paper. Indeed, Go With Your Gut appears in Career Advice from the Donald, from his 2004 book, How to Get Rich. Another way to put that would be, he acts on impulse, and now that he's president, the world at large is at the mercy of that. Evidently, it is a terrible way to conduct foreign policy. The Financial Times, in reporting on Netanyahu's 7th visit to Washington since Trump's second term began, wrote, "Pressure from Netanyahu could also mark an inflection point for a U.S. president whom analysts say is prone to gut-level policy shifts based on his most recent conversations." They quoted Colin Dweck, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. He's erratic. He's one of these leaders who listens to the last person who talks to him. It has to be said that Trump is also extraordinarily vain, and any stroking of his ego makes him highly vulnerable to manipulation. Netanyahu appears to have sold Trump on joining an attack on Iran this way. The Wall Street Journal just recently published a story about this process. As opposed to Netanyahu's longtime public diplomacy before TV cameras broadcasting to the American public,
You have to dismantle the entire terror empire, and especially before its main practitioners, the terror states of Iran and Iraq, acquire nuclear weapons. And this, I think, has been a wake-up call from hell.
This is the greatest terrorist regime in the world, and we don't want him to have the ultimate weapon of terror, which is nuclear weapons.
Now he has taken an unusual backseat role in driving the public rhetoric in the U.S. Netanyahu has emphasized Trump's central role in the war and credited the president with key decisions, portraying him as the driving force behind the effort against Iran. In television interviews and public statements, Netanyahu has stressed that Trump acts in America's interests and makes his own decisions. That approach is playing to Trump's instincts. Quote, he has figured out how to persuade and partner with and flatter Trump in ways that have been extremely effective in advancing his goals, said Daniel Shapiro, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. The Israeli defense minister gave an interview to Channel 12 shortly after the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran, where he spoke about the planning for the operation. He reveals that the goal for the elimination of the Khamenei regime was hatched, not surprisingly, by Netanyahu.
We were already in November when we sat with the Prime Minister in a very small forum, and the Prime Minister set a goal to eliminate the Khamenei regime in November. And in consultation with the IDF and the Mossad.
As Mark Mazzetti of the New York Times concluded in a video news analysis,
I think the story of the last couple months is just how much Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel was behind President Trump's decision to go to war in Iran.
Trump's thinking is all the more bewildering when considering that, prior to the war in Iran, he was facing mounting pressure over affordability. Despite being publicly dismissive on the issue,
It was a con job. Affordability, they call it, was a con job by the Democrats.
Trump put forward a number of policy proposals that were obvious attempts to address affordability
Escalation by
woes.
Iran?
After all,
How much more can
just
they
under
escalate?
half of Republicans polled by Pew Research were happy with the state of the economy, from a survey published in early October. In early November, Democrats had won gubernatorial elections in New Jersey and Virginia by comfortable margins, raising the alarm for Republicans ahead of the midterms. And so Trump floated $2,000 checks paid for by tariffs, 50-year mortgages, lowering tariffs on produce. He also mulled a 10% cap on credit card interest rates for a year. In a December speech on the economy, Trump sought to defend his administration against charges of an affordability crisis.
They have a new word. You know, they always have a hoax. The new word is affordability.
In a moment that has aged poorly, Trump mentions the low cost of oil. More than that, he asserts that low energy prices are paramount and lead to other costs falling as well.
You know, our oil prices are coming down very substantial, energy prices.
Not
and
anymore.
honestly, with that, everything comes down because there's
He's not
nothing
wrong, but
nearly in the category of oil.
guess what
That's
happened?
why you're seeing oil per barrel coming down nicely, very nicely. But when energy comes down, your other prices come down too, all of your prices.
About the worst thing he could have done for affordability, it turns out, is start a new war in the Middle East. Additionally, his dismissive response to the ensuing rise in costs for gas, one would think, is not doing him any favors. In an interview with Reuters, he comes across as callous. I don't have any concern about it, he said, when asked about the higher prices at the pump. They'll drop very rapidly when this is over. And if they rise, they rise. But this is far more important than having gasoline prices go up a little bit.
We figured oil prices would go up, which they will. They'll also come down. They'll come down very fast, and we will have gotten rid of a major cancer on the face of the earth. We will have taken out a cancer. You know, don't forget October 7th. Don't forget all of the things that have happened over the years, all caused by these people. So
many in Trump's inner circle are scrambling to find ways to contain the fallout. An energy industry executive told Politico that the White House is looking under every rock for ideas on improving energy prices, especially gasoline prices. Energy Secretary Chris Wright and other advisors focused on energy policy are getting screamed at to find some good news on bringing down prices, the executive said. The fact that diesel has increased even faster than petrol, even if you don't have a diesel engine, can hamper shipping. As CNN put it, nearly every item in your home was on a truck at some point, which mostly runs on diesel. Farmers may be some of the worst affected, as farmers depend on diesel to power their tractors and combines, as well as deliver the fertilizer they need to grow crops and get their product to market. The blockage of the Strait of Hormuz is also sending jet fuel prices soaring, write the Washington Post. This affects not only commercial travel, but also air freight, as certain products generally travel by air, including computer chips, electronics, aerospace components, medical goods. Moving on from the economic cost to the United States, a grave concern especially now for the White House, there is also the enormous cost to American military readiness and weapon stockpiles. On March 7th, the Wall Street Journal warned, soldiers are burning through air defense interceptors to fend off Iranian missile and drone attacks. U.S. Navy destroyers have fired volleys of Tomahawk missiles. They spoke to Tom Carrico, a senior fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He said it has been a recurring pattern that Central Command uses the long-range missiles that Indo-Pacific Command is going to need on a bad day. Reviewing their military capabilities, China is a formidable rival. With one of the world's biggest missile arsenals, a large naval fleet, and unrivaled manufacturing might. It aims to absorb Taiwan and hasn't ruled out the use of force to do so, a contingency America's military and defense industrial base are struggling to prepare for. If Beijing ordered an invasion and America decided to fight, U.S. troops would need mountains of munitions to strike Chinese ships crossing the Taiwan Strait and shoot down Chinese barrages. They additionally quote Michael Horowitz, who served as U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense in the Biden administration, who judged China's capabilities are, quote, an order of magnitude more challenging than Iran's. Think everything Iran has at the lower end, plus a huge quantity of higher-end weapons as well, that would require even more substantial air defenses to defeat. Showing how costly fighting Israel's wars is to the U.S., during the 12-day war with Iran last year, it moved 2 THAAD air defense systems to Israel and fired more than 150 missiles to shoot down Iranian ballistic missiles, nearly a quarter of the interceptors ever purchased by the Pentagon. Now the Pentagon is scrambling to reload. In January, it signed deals with Lockheed Martin to dramatically expand annual production capacity for interceptors. The increase is expected to happen over 7 years. In conclusion, for years, the U.S. has said it would shift its attention to Asia, but has remained bogged down elsewhere. Patriot missiles are also vital for another theater in which the U.S. has committed enormous amounts of resources. A separate journal article reads, Russia is one of the biggest winners in the early days of the largest U.S. military confrontation in decades, as Iranian missiles deplete stocks of Patriot interceptors that Ukraine needs for its defense. For us, this is a matter of life, Ukrainian President Zelensky said of the interceptors. What should be alarming to American officials, U.S. and NATO adversaries, including China, Russia, and Iran, are closely tracking interceptor expenditures, according to intelligence and defense officials. Their military doctrines increasingly emphasize mass production of cheap drones and ballistic missiles designed to overwhelm Western stockpiles. In other words, America's adversaries are aware that Western defense contractors produce too few interceptors too slowly and have redesigned their strategies to reflect that. Another way that Russia benefits? Making Russian oil and gas indispensable for the Western economies would certainly be a prize for Putin, said Alexandra Prokopenko, a former advisor to the Russian Central Bank and a fellow at the Carnegie Russia Eurasia Center. The journal's editorial board, however, urges the U.S. to continue the war, ignore oil prices. But just a day after oil reached $100 a barrel, and it would reach as much as $120 per barrel, Trump seemed to be looking for a way out. Speaking to Republican lawmakers at his golf club in Florida, Trump repeatedly emphasized that it was a short affair.
We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. Short-term. Short-term.
A far cry from his earlier vow to fight for as much as 5 weeks or longer.
You know, if we didn't do that B-2 attack, Israel would have been wiped out. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks after that. If they were going to attack all of the Middle East and Israel, and if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel.
Just after this speech, he gave a press briefing where he was asked,
"You called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you talking
but soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
Very
to...
soon.
Amazingly, Trump says the threat from Iran was eliminated days prior.
The big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days.
On March 9th, the Wall Street Journal reported that some of Trump's advisors urged him to look for an exit plan amid spiking oil prices and concerns that a lengthy conflict could spark political backlash.
There already is political backlash.
Though he didn't provide a clear timeline for ending the Iran operation. What's more, after saying on Monday that the war might be over soon, the president added, "We could go further, and we're going to go further." Trump has hinted in public and told aides in private that he would back the killing of the younger Khamenei if he proves unwilling to cede to U.S. demands, current and former U.S. officials said. But some of Trump's advisors have encouraged him to just declare victory already. They've also briefed him on public opinion polls showing most Americans oppose the war. Some of Trump's advisors watched with alarm as oil prices shot to over $100 a barrel.
Okay.
They have also fielded calls about the midterm elections from some nervous Republicans. When the price of gas and oil rise, so does everything else. Given affordability was already an issue, this leads to real challenges, said Stephen Moore, an outside economic advisor to Trump.
You should try and get a settler
CNN
out
called
for
the
where that
current
city
oil
was
crisis
raised.
the biggest oil disruption in history. In his first public statement following his appointment as the new supreme leader of Iran, Mojtaba Khamenei vowed to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. I've noticed that Trump and the neoconservative journalists who cheer him on have argued for continuing the war to ensure that Iran won't be able to wield the strait as a weapon against the global economy. We've been held hostage, as they say, and this war will keep that from happening again. But this is obviously implying regime change, and the columnists and editorial writers who are perpetuating this fantasy are being dishonest. This is evident from the National Intelligence Council report, and as has been observed ad nauseum elsewhere, there is no historic precedent for regime change through aerial bombardment. This raises questions about what Israel really gets out of this war, if not regime change. I read a helpful and extremely worrisome article from Joshua Leifer, an analyst and historian at Haaretz. He wrote on March 13th, "Don't fall for the regime change talk. Israel is mowing the lawn in Iran." Kisua Chadeshe in Hebrew. Contrary to the overheated rhetoric of regime change emanating from Netanyahu and his ministers, Israel's military did not embark on this war with the objective of toppling the Islamic Republic. Israeli Air Force strategists know all too well that no modern regime has been overthrown by air power alone. Israel cannot actually achieve the total victory of which its most delusional propagandists have begun to dream. Instead, Israel seeks to degrade and deter Iran and its military capabilities so that Iran cannot threaten Israel in the future. If striking Iran had previously been imagined as an impossibly risky endeavor, in the span of less than 2 years, it has come to seem to many Israelis as almost mundane, as has the reality of unceasing war. That makes future Israeli strikes in Iran more likely, even after the current fighting ends.
So for the first time in a long time, we've got Russians actively concerned about what they say is a possible large-scale Ukrainian breakthrough at the front. And there's two things really playing into this. First is the crazy drone innovation on the Ukrainian side. Not just the technology, but also the tactics of how they're being employed. But also there's a quality issue with Russian soldiers at the front. I mean, we've got a new United Nations report that just came out a couple days ago where they outline how Russian commanders regularly shoot their own soldiers who withdraw without permission, even if they're severely wounded, have no ammunition, food, or water. So if those are the guys holding the forward positions along the front, you can imagine that it's probably not going to take a lot to get them to surrender, especially any number of them that don't have ammunition, food, water, or are already injured. Now, the initial assessment here just came out yesterday from Russian mill blogger German Sedulyev, and we'll have this linked in the description below. Butchered that last name, that's for sure. He says, quote, "The situation on the front line is very dire. The enemy, Ukraine, has regained superiority in the lower sky. There are more enemy drones, and their quality has changed again. There are many drones on fiber optics. Radio drones have changed frequencies. They use motherships, and so on. Our electronic warfare system is not helping. And even drone detectors are not giving alerts. The enemy is flying in swarms of several hundred drones using AI." Now, that last part, I don't have any new information on that. The last I've seen in terms of Ukraine utilizing AI is for target identification, but not actually control of the drone. So we're going to keep an eye on that if more information comes out. Most of what we've seen so far in terms of swarm is not autonomous swarms, but just a lot of pilots involved in one small area. But either way, what they're talking to here is that Ukraine's innovation is outpacing the Russian innovation in counter-drone technology.
Not surprised.
They say the Ukrainians are now isolating the front line in the entire combat area. There are no logistics. Delivering supplies, evacuating the wounded, and carrying out rotations are deadly tasks. In many areas, after the isolation, there's a drone attack, followed by a roll-up. The enemy is recapturing positions. There is risk of a large-scale breakthrough. Now, we have more details on how Ukraine has expanded the fight further into the kill zone here in a second. Great article in the Telegraph. But this new tactic that we've seen Ukraine use, certainly in the Zaporizhia direction recently, and it's hard to tell how far back this one goes. We talked about it in a recent video where they are essentially using drones, massing fires in like a rolling artillery barrage. So the first step here is the isolation of the front, and that's beneficial across the entire front lines. All right, so the more you can isolate those guys and force them to walk further distance to get to the front, that's better. It makes those guys at the forward line of contact less likely to be well supplied, less likely to get there in any sort of good shape, and much easier to eliminate or capture. What Russia and Ukraine have reported on in recent weeks is this change in tactics where Ukraine masses drones and kind of rolls it forward. So they focus on a narrow area, kill everything in that box, and then move forward. And as the drones move forward, the soldiers follow up behind against the rolling barrage technique that was heavily employed during World War I. This is, multiple occasions now, we've seen Russia complain about this.
So they've just replaced artillery with drones.
It's actually allowing Ukraine to carry out forward advances.
Drone, move forward.
They say many military personnel say that the enemy is preparing to repeat the situation in the fall of 2022 when we lost huge territories. But this time, the defeat could be even worse. We urgently need organizational and technical measures to counter drones. New solutions are needed. If the generals don't implement new solutions now, it will be too late tomorrow, including for them. Now, I want to throw a little cold water on this. The 2022 fall counteroffensive that Russia took Kherson and Kharkiv was huge. And a lot of that was the Russian lines collapsing, especially up in the Kharkiv direction. to compare anything right now to that would be shocking. We're talking about the largest rapid change of territorial control since then, since fall of 2022. So it's possible the Russian mill blogger here is being a little alarmist, trying to get some attention to his cause. But again, we have seen multiple accounts in recent weeks talking about the concern that Ukraine is utilizing new drone tactics that Russia has not been able to counter. The Telegraph had an article talking about this just a couple days ago, where they said Kyiv's drone campaign base has expanded the kill zone without sending soldiers into battle. And they've got a great graphic that I'll put up here on the screen that I think it's very simple, but it highlights exactly what they're getting to in this article. These are the medium-range strikes. If you recall, we'll have this linked in the description below, but we chatted with Ryan O'Leary, an American volunteer who's been fighting in Ukraine since the opening days of the war. Guy spends a lot of time focused on kind of developing drone tactics, innovation in that space, and he was harping on the medium-range targets. He said the close-range targets, not a problem. We're killing those guys all day, every day. In fact, he talked about how sometimes there's more than one drone trying to kill an individual soldier at the front because there's so much volume. And then you got the deep strikes, right, going after Russian refineries and airfields, things like that. It's that middle range. Call of Duty. Call it 50 to 150 kilometers where there's air defense assets. It's the logistics support. It's the communications networks. It's the headquarters. He said that is the soft Russian underbelly. And sure enough, I mean, the man called it. Go back and check that interview out if interested, but that's what Ukraine has been focused on now for a couple weeks, and it is playing out in their favor. The Telegraph says a relentless and meticulously planned drone campaign is choking Russia's frontline forces, expanding the so-called kill zone threefold in some areas. It has turned areas once considered safe behind the front lines into deadly no-go zones. The aim is simple: make it impossible for Russian forces to move men and equipment forward fast enough to sustain offensive operations. We can see this playing out in real time. Last week, we saw a couple attempted Russian armored assaults, and that caught everyone off guard. We thought, wow, haven't seen that in a while. And of course, those vehicles, tanks, armored personnel carriers, were destroyed very quickly. I mean, in a couple of those videos, it was like 4 or 5 Ukrainian units that massed fires on that one location, right? High-value target, comes in the kill zone, everyone wants to knock it out. It doesn't stand a chance at all. Got nowhere near the Ukrainian front lines. And what that has turned into is Russian soldiers. More of the videos we're seeing right now are individual Russian soldiers, not groups of 2 or 3, one. Like individuals just trying to move forward, trying to get as close as they can to Ukrainian positions and then just dig in. And we'll get into this here in a second, but that's it. Those are suicide missions, all right? So they go forward. They're either killed by Ukraine, they're captured, and according to a new UN report, if they turn around and come back, they often get killed by their own commanders, which is wild. So the videos you see of these Russian soldiers walking by themselves across an open field, they have long since understood that they are not coming back alive. Just think about that when you see those videos. But by expanding this kill zone, what Ukraine is doing is making those Russian soldiers, instead of having to walk on foot 5, 10, 15 kilometers, stretching that out to 20, 25, 30, 40. It's crazy. Like, you just can't move very much stuff forward when a 40-kilometer stretch towards the front is dismounted. Like, it limits the amount of ammunition you can bring. It limits the amount of food, limits the batteries, limits the water, right? It certainly reduces the possibility of getting wounded out. So Ukraine has expanded that significantly. And I don't want to pretend like this is just one side. We are seeing that expansion on the Ukrainian side as well. A key difference here is that Ukraine is in the defense, and Russia is trying to advance into this. So there's a notable difference with what that expanded kill zone on the back end looks like. Ukraine getting into some of these defensive positions has the opportunity to kind of build that up over time. They're not having to send individual soldiers moving across open fields. But the Telegraph here, again, going back to this graphic, they say Ukrainian drones are now able to strike targets up to 93 miles away from the front line compared to around 31 miles a few weeks ago, expanding the kill zone to unprecedented depths. That, no doubt, was written or reported in kilometers, and they tried to move it over to miles to make myself and all of the Americans reading this a little understand it a little bit better. Because 93 miles is 150 kilometers, 31 miles is 50 kilometers. So 100%, they were like 50 to 150 kilometers, and we got the conversion. But either way, this gives you an idea of just how deep that kill zone has been expanded, right? You're, at this point, talking about the entirety of the Russian occupied territories in Ukraine. All of that, anything in there, is now within range of Ukrainian drones. Now, I do want to get into this United Nations Human Rights Council report where they talked about the Russian practice to, quote, shoot on the spot those soldiers who withdraw without permission. It's gnarly stuff to think that that's happening here in 2026. But first, I'll do a quick fundraiser update. At the end of the video, we've got a delivery of a van and a tow truck that went to the guys in Gur Legion. They couldn't make it entirely normal. It was a good thank you video, and then at the end they had to do some soldier stuff. So stick around. That's at the back end. But right now we're helping out the 26th Field Artillery Brigade pick up a number of these Lightning mid-range strike drones. So when we're talking about the elimination of the threat in that middle zone, this right here is one of the ways that is happening. One of the unique aspects of these Lightning drones, and we're almost $19,000 in of a $50,000 goal. One of the unique aspects here is this is able to carry a heavier payload at a longer distance. So bigger boom, further down the road, you can see how important that would be as Ukraine continues to expand this strike network and expand the kill zone out and out and out. Now, for those interested in Able, again, working through Zingist Paw for the 26th Artillery, that link will be in the description below. Again, stick around to the end of the video. We've got a delivery that you're going to want to see. Now, shifting back to this United Nations report, this was interesting. It just came out on March 9th. The Human Rights Council said that they had interviewed 85 Russian soldiers who had deserted from the Russian military. Of those, 61 experienced, witnessed, or knew of various forms of violent, cruel, and inhuman treatment.
Stopped the genocide in Sudan
against their subordinates, leading to death, serious injury, and trauma. And the details here are, on the one hand, wild to think that this is actually happening, but we've also seen enough pictures and videos of some of this to where, we know it's there. It's just interesting hearing an international organization, the United Nations, saying, yeah, we did a report, we did an investigation, here's what we found. They said the testimonies analyzed shows that military commanders arbitrarily imposed, practiced, or tolerated extreme violence and coercion against soldiers as punishment for refusing to participate in military operations that meant almost certain death, and for withdrawing from the front line even when this was justified by injury, lack of ammunition, or food, or water. They say soldiers described being treated like cannon fodder or disposable material, sent on so-called meat assaults, without training, preparation, necessary equipment, artillery support, or evacuation plan, and forced to advance at all costs. They said they also reported the practice, ordered by the commanders, to shoot on the spot those soldiers who withdrew without permission, including by fellow soldiers. That is not sustainable. And when we started talking about this stuff happening, this was not prevalent in the opening days of the war. It got worse as Russia kind of had to reach further and further down the socioeconomic ladder to pull more soldiers in the fight, especially when they started going with more and more convicts. We started to see this more, just straight, cruel corruption in a sense, right? There's been a lot of extortion in the ranks, but I always see folks say, what will it take for the soldiers to rise up? And say, no, you just turn around and shoot their commander. You have to imagine that's in the cards, right? We're playing the videos of these Russian soldiers moving across an open field. They know they're going to die. How many videos have we seen just in the last few weeks alone where you can see the drone coming in, the Russian soldier looks over, and he's almost relieved. Finally, it's just done. Those guys walking across those open fields have known for a while that they're dead. That's insane. So it probably does increase the likelihood that at some point, one of them or more of them will turn on their commanders and say, screw this, man.
Bro, mutiny would be such a good
They say other forms of punishment include mock executions, shooting in or around the legs, and severe beatings. A former soldier recounted that a man from his unit was beaten to death when he refused to go on an assault. His body was left at the entrance of the building for 3 days for everyone to see what happens to those who refuse to obey orders. It's like Viking stuff, like medieval type stuff here. Kill one of your own soldiers, string them up outside the door of your own command post, your own headquarters, so every time they walk by that, they're reminded you have to do what the commander says, or this could be you, will kill you. That's wild in 2026. They say many reported that soldiers were detained in basements, pits dug in the ground, containers, or cages in inhuman conditions without food or water for long periods and a complete lack of hygiene. We've seen those pictures of that, in the pits dug in the ground. We know that's a thing, and in basements. They say several interviewees described the practice of tying soldiers to a tree. We've also seen that a lot. There's a ton of videos of that. Deprivation of liberty was accompanied by violent treatment, threats, and forced nudity. This is not sustainable for a military long term. Again, we talked about this in a recent video about what could lead to the Russian military collapsing or no longer able to function, and it might take a while to get there, but this is not the kind of stuff that this can't continue at this pace, right? Maybe Russia can carry it on for another 2, 3, 4 years, but you're talking about a systemic rot with it, all right? And even if these guys do survive, all of the stories we just talked about, right? Their own buddy getting killed for not going on an assault, then being hung up in the command post or outside the command post so the soldiers could see him. Those guys are all, if they don't die, they're going back to Russia. Like, this is what is coming back in to Russia at some point. There's it's a broken military that's going to incorporate itself back into what becomes a broken society. So, again, I don't know that this is going to turn next week, next month, or next year into some sort of mutiny in the military, but the more this happens, the more likely that becomes. And again, it's hard to envision this type of stuff happening in 2026, but here we are. All right, so before wrapping up, got a quick thank you video to you all from the soldiers of the Gur Legion. In January, we ran a quick fundraiser to help these guys get some vehicles, and they didn't just get vehicles. They got a bus because they said we have a bunch of guys that can't drive but need to be driven around, so they got a battle bus of sorts, but then a tow truck as well. They're just talking about how much money they have to spend paying to get their trucks towed when things break down left, right, and center. So now they've got a tow truck. Thanks to you all. Here that is.
So here's Preston's PAD and Preston Stewart's fundraiser, hard at work. We've got the tow truck recently purchased and fixed, and our new bus loaded on the side, ready to put down to the AO. Going to be a big support in the movement of people and equipment.
Fantastic.
But yeah, this is the start of, this is where a lot of the money that we raised went. So there we go. Currently got a 3.5 ton bus on the back. Tow truck's working fine. Again, massive shout out to the guys in SDO Busik. Really did some really good work. We kind of maxed out what this can carry there. It can carry up to 4 tons, but I'm sat sort of 70 kilometers an hour max, which is normal. Yeah, so it's been a good day. We've got the tow truck, we've got a bus. Both things that have come from Preston Stewart's fundraiser in conjunction with PAV and Ukraine Front Lines, UFL. Massive help, and obviously the tow truck gives us that independence in terms of when a vehicle does break. We're not having to pay extortionate fees. We're not having to wait on tow companies. So again, thank you to Preston Stewart, to Trade Volunteer, to Ukrainian Front Lines. Massive help. Couldn't be happier where we're at now. Welcome to my sex
All right, so always cool to see those thank you videos that your incredibly generous donations are going to work right away, right? These guys needed this. They've been needing this for a long time, and because of you all, they have it. So from the bottom of my heart and on their behalf, thank you all so much. That's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
Good guy, Preston. All right. Grenada's mine.
What's the impact of the war in Iran on China? The two countries are close trading partners, yet Beijing has largely stayed away from lending any support to Tehran. But what does China stand to lose in this latest conflict in the Middle East? This is Inside Story.
Tell us, News Daddy.
Hello there, I'm James Bays. The war in Iran rages on, and China argues it should never have happened. Beijing is a major importer of Iranian oil, making it vulnerable to any disruption of the flow through the Straits of Hormuz. Given its huge oil reserves and its growing dependence on electric vehicles, China may not be affected in the short term, but what...
If you put a spy in Eurovastal or whatever it's called, you can assassinate the governor.
We'll see what my...
If the war drags on, and what exactly is keeping Beijing away from direct involvement in the conflict? We'll talk to our panel of guests in just a moment, but first this report from Imogen Kimber.
For a country like China, the world's largest energy importer and a manufacturing powerhouse, the war in Iran is an important reminder of the risks it faces from events beyond its control. Beijing imports around 33% of its oil from the Middle East, and about 30% of its liquefied natural gas passes through the Strait of Hormuz.
Maintaining security and stability in this region serves the common interests of the international community. China urges all parties involved to immediately cease military operations, to prevent further escalation of tensions, and to avoid regional instability that could have greater impacts on global economic development.
China and Iran established diplomatic relations in 1971, which continued through the Islamic Revolution. The two countries are also in the 5th year of a 25-year strategic partnership agreement that could bring up to $400 billion in Chinese investment to Iran, in exchange for energy supplies. However, despite deep political ties and significant economic interests, Beijing has steered clear of taking concrete action to support Tehran. So far, it has limited its response, largely to condemning the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. But China's eagerness to stay out of the conflict is now being put to the test. Beijing is also treading carefully because one of the biggest diplomatic considerations is an upcoming visit by the US president. At the same time, the war could create opportunities for China. First, the continued erosion of international norms surrounding sovereignty. Second, a prolonged conflict that diverts Washington's attention and allows China more space to consolidate its position across Asia. Xi Jinping is likely to continue portraying himself as a steady and predictable global leader, in contrast to Donald Trump. But now, with Trump asking countries, including China, to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz, it may be difficult for Beijing to maintain a balance. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, let's discuss all of the issues raised there with our guests today joining us on Inside Story. In Shanghai, we have Sean Ryan. He's founder and managing director of China Market Research Group. In Washington, D.C., Barbara Slavin, Distinguished Fellow at the Stimson Center. And in Istanbul, Hassan Ahmadian, Associate Professor at the University of Tehran. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us today. Let me start with you, Hassan. You are there in Istanbul today, but just hours ago, you were under bombardment in Tehran. Let me start with the bigger picture. And the historical picture from you. How close would you say China and Iran are and have been in recent years?
The relationship has been growing steadily over the past few decades, and especially recently with the United States and Europeans reneging on their JCPOA commitments and reimposing maximum pressure sanctions on Iran. The Chinese stepped in, observed their commitments in that deal, and basically helped Iran keep its economy above water. For the Iranians, China is a strategic partner. They have been on a strategic connection for over a decade now on different issues, including energy and otherwise, economics. And I think it has been really steadily growing fast as looked at from the Iranian perspective. And I think one issue has always been for both countries is how to shield themselves against the United States and its policies of sanctions and tariffs, etc. And both parties have seen themselves in the same boat time and time again, and that helped the two countries get closer over time.
So, Sean, how would we describe the nature of this relationship? I mean, there seem to be different dimensions, military, political and economic, certainly. Would you say they're allies or partners, or in terms of economic, is one just a customer of the other?
Well, happy Chinese New Year, James. I think the relationship between China and Iran has been getting closer over the last 10 years, but it's really about survival. I don't think there's an axis of evil, as George Bush liked to call it. I don't think Iran, North Korea, and China, by definition, are evil. They've been getting closer together out of a matter of survival. You know, you see the United States under Trump and Biden and under NATO, under Mark Rutte, have really been trying to destabilize the country's governments, have really been trying to contain their economic growth. So China basically has been saying, in order to push off the United States imperialism, we need to get closer to North Korea, we need to get closer to Russia, and we have to get closer to Iran. And importantly for China, they get about 20–30% of their oil from Iran. So I think China and Iran, it's a strategic economic partnership, but there are limits. I don't think that China is going to, send military aid to Iran to fight against the Israelis and the Americans right now. It's more a relationship about economics rather than military relationship, James.
So who gets the most, Barbara, out of this relationship? Does China get more from Iran, or is it the other way round?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that it's an asymmetrical relationship.
No, it's not. China always
Iran
makes sure that their
relies
deals
on China
favor them.
continuing
Every
to buy
single time
oil.
they're
I think
the same as America.
Even though it's perhaps 10–15% of oil that China gets from Iran, it's 90% of Iran's oil exports that go to China. So without that, Iran simply could not survive. It
China
could not,
has
as Hassan
Iran
said,
by the
keep
balls.
its head above the water. But there are other aspects to the relationship. There have been military aspects. There were reports that after the June war, China provided material to Iran that was very useful in reconstituting some of its missile program. There have also been reports that China has given assistance to the Houthis in Yemen, who, at least in the past, have been Iran's allies against the West and against Israel. So there are military and strategic elements as well. There have been joint maneuvers with China. Going back years, China provided a lot of useful material to Iran when it was rebuilding its military after the Iran-Iraq war. And yes, I agree. I don't think China's going to send warships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but it doesn't need to, because Iranian oil is flowing to China quite nicely. I mean, Iran is only blocking
She said
the oil shipments from countries that are affiliated with the United States and Israel.
My mistake.
So it's an important relationship. It's also an old relationship. I mean, both very old cultures going back to the days of the Silk Road. I think there's a lot of mutual respect between China and Iran as ancient civilizations that, watch these newcomers like the United States come and go.
That fucking annoys the shit out of me. Because, like... Are the Shia faction Persian? Are the Shia faction Persian?
In Iran?
Mm-hmm.
Largely.
Largely? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, I want to discuss this idea of, like, mutual respect because ancient civilizations. Because, like, the Communist Party kind of put a lot of effort into distancing themselves from China of old. So I feel like...
No, don't go in the water, you idiot! Stop it!
Be a little...
Oh, both of them went in the fucking water. I hate that it tells me that I can attack ships with range attacks, but it's, like, not counting that I'll have to get in the water to do it.
But, like, the Communist Party put in a lot of effort to, distance themselves. And I feel like the Iranian Islamic Republic also doesn't really use Persia as a cultural glue. I feel like that's a silly comparison. Or not a comparison, sorry, but to use the they've been around for a long time is almost not really relevant to the argument, because both of them don't really use that as a societal cohesive thing, right? Like if Pahlavi came back, how do you say his name? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So if he came back and the monarchy returned, there'd probably be some Persian nationalism. But how much Persian nationalism is there? It's Islamic nationalism. No?
I mean, there's a lot of Persian nationalism.
Yeah, in the Persian community. But not from the state. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I'm discussing, like, how much the state actually uses that identity as, like, a social cohesive. Social adhesive, I should say. Like, it's not really a thing that they use. And until recently, China, not really either. And even then, they're not really, like, going where the China revolved. They're just like, look at our maps. This is ours. Like, that's kind of the extent that they use ancient China is I have map says this ours, it mine. I don't know, I feel like it really distracts from the point to be like, oh, they're both old cultures. Like, it really sucks the air out of the room when talking about both of these governments and how they treat their people.
They're just an old soul.
While they endure. So many layers, many levels of connection
Neutralize
between China
governor
and Iran.
as if 2 levels more.
So Hassan, China buying 90% of Iran's oil. Iran's economy, as we know, has been in a very bad state. Is the relationship with China really the only thing that has been keeping Iran going in the last year or so?
No, I don't think it's the only thing, but it's one big part of it. Iran has relations. I'm not sure about the figure of the 90%. Of course, much of Iran's oil goes to Asia nowadays. We don't know if it's intended only for China or other places because, because of sanctions, everything is not transparent when it comes to oil and gas markets in Iran. And so there is no clarity there. But of course, China is one big trade partner for Iran. It's the biggest trade partner for Iran. And of course, without it, the Iranian economy could have had more problems dealing with its multifaceted challenges that it is facing. So the Iranians value the relationship in terms of trade and economics, especially, as I said, after the JCPOA violation. And the reimposition of sanctions or the imposition of maximum pressure sanctions on the part of the United States, the relationship grew more valuable for Iran, specifically for its economic side. When it comes to the military side of things, there is no Iranian demand for China, or the Iranians never asked China to get involved. Actually, it's a sensitive nerve for Iranians to ask any international power to back them in a fight, because that would mean that they will be the underdog in a relationship that with another nation. That is, their independence will be put at question, which is a very sensitive thing in Iran and its political culture. And that's why the Iranians never ask the Chinese or the Russians or other allies to fight for them. But of course, the connection is there, and there are, of course, connections when it comes to economic, military and security as well.
Sean, as Barbara said, for now, even while the war has been going on, there has been oil going through the Straits of Hormuz in the direction of China. How worried, though, would China be long-term if the oil was to be cut off? Because there are other places, notably Russia, that China could get oil. And I think it's interesting that there seems to be a huge stockpile that China has to cushion it if there was to be a supply problem.
So obviously China has been hurt by the American, Israeli, and Iran tension on oil prices. Gas pumps have gone up about 3 to 5% over the last 2 weeks. But here's the things, James. China is 84% self-sufficient when it comes to energy. Last year, it was running 1,200 terawatts of solar power, about 1,100 terawatts of wind power, which covers about 20% of their overall energy needs. They're also sitting on mountains of coal, and they also have 28 billion barrels of oil. So while the oil price is skyrocketing in the rest of the world, especially in the United States, is causing prices at the pump to go up 20-30% as the barrel hits over $100 US, China has been saying for the last 10, 20 years, we need to become more self-sufficient on our energy needs, because they've seen over the last 40 or 50 years, the United States is engaged in endless wars in the Middle East. They're always going after countries that have a lot of oil, whether it be Libya, Iraq, or now Iran. And so China has very smartly said, let's focus on, drilling in Xinjiang, drilling in the South China Sea, and really focusing on renewable energy. So I don't lie, right? China's getting hit by high prices, but they're better off than anywhere else in the world. Say a country like Japan, where over 90% of their oil needs come from the Middle East, and the bulk of that is coming through the Strait of Hormuz. So China's better off than just about anywhere else in the world, which is why their stock market hasn't collapsed like Japan and South Korea have in the last couple of weeks, James.
Barbara, the Straits of Hormuz we're hearing about all the time. It is a sort of maritime cul-de-sac, one way in, one way out. And as you've said, yes, the Iranian oil seems still to be getting out in tankers. It's being allowed to cross. But China also gets oil, does it not, from other players like Saudi Arabia? It gets gas from countries like Qatar. So the problems in the Straits of Hormuz are still going to hit China.
Yeah, I suppose so. But as Sean pointed out, China has been stockpiling oil, has vast reserves, which it can use to get through, a crisis if it is short-lived. Obviously, if this goes on for weeks and weeks, I think it's going to be very difficult even for China to escape punishment. But as I believe you mentioned, President Trump is supposed to go to China at the end of March. And I would assume and hope that perhaps this war would be over by then. If not, I think their discussion is going to be less about U.S.-China relations and more about the war in the Persian Gulf, the war on Iran.
Hassan, we have so many of these social media messages from President Trump, but an interesting post in recent hours where he said, hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK and others that are affected by the artificial constraint, talking about the blocking of the Straits of Hormuz, will send ships to the area. What do you make of that? I mean, it sounds like a little bit of desperation from the US president.
Bing, bing.
It does. Actually, some lines above what you read, he says Iran is, its capabilities are 100% out. And so Iran has lost the war. The United States has won the war, yet he's asking others to come in and guarantee shipments in the Strait of Hormuz. I think that's as you said, is perceived in Tehran as signs of desperation. This can lead to further escalation. We shouldn't be we have to take that into account as well. But when it comes to Iran, the war of aggression started, Iran retaliated, the Strait of Hormuz became insecure, and ergo insurance premiums skyrocketed. And that is because Iran was targeted. So that part of it is very important. And I think the Chinese and Russians and others understand this. It's not Iran that started all of this insecurity in the region. And so I don't see them sending any, support in the way that the United States wants them to. Actually, the U.S. Navy is far away from the Strait of Hormuz because whenever it got close, it was attacked by Iranian missiles and drones, and so they went away in the first phase of the war. And so they're asking others what they themselves couldn't do as the starters of this aggression. So I don't see that really happening.
Sean, I mean, yes, China has good relations with Iran, but it also has good relations with other important players in the region, including the Gulf countries, large expat Chinese populations in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Is it going to have to choose China between the countries that it's friendly with in the region? Because now Iran is attacking those Gulf countries.
No, I don't think China is going to choose. It has good relations with Iran, but it is not considered a military relationship. And it also has good relations with Saudi Arabia and the UAE. So I think one of the keys from China is that they always have a non-interference policy when it comes to diplomacy. And I think other countries respect that. So they're not going to take sides in military conflagrations. They're going to try to come together and say, let's sort of iron things out peacefully through diplomatic means. But I want to follow up on your question to Hassan. I think President Trump blundered into Iran, and it's going to cause all kinds of problems for the United States for 50 years. You've seen that the U.S. have already moved Marines from Okinawa, Japan, into the Middle East. They've removed the THAAD missiles from South Korea against the protests of the South Korean president to the Middle East. So basically, he's criticized also Keir Starmer in the UK. He's criticized China. He's criticized India. So he's trying to criticize and bully all of these other nations, but he's at the same time hurting their security from a military standpoint, yet also saying, we need your help at the Strait of Hormuz to support our oil tankers. So everybody around the world is laughing at Donald Trump right now, and the United States, which hurts me because I'm actually American, even though I've been in China for 29 years, it's hurting the prestige and the credibility of the United States because we have a bumbling, blundering president who's not looking at 4D chess, who's looking at narcissism and maybe 1-2-minute thinking processes before he launches an attack on Iran, when I don't think even his own press secretary said there is no imminent threat from Iran into the United States mainland. So I don't know what we're doing, and I think most Americans agree with me right now.
Barbara, we've had some interesting comments that have come from China since the war started. Tough comments from the Chinese Ministry of Defense at the start, saying the US is a war addict throughout its over 240-year history. It's been at war for all but 16 years. And then much more measured comments coming from the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, saying the war should never have happened, but, and he's talking about the US and China now, they should treat each other with sincerity and good faith. That's all about that Trump trip, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, China has its own economic problems. It has much slower growth than it would like. This is an important trip that has obviously been planned for a long time. They're going to talk about tariffs. They're going to talk about control over, high-tech chips and rare minerals and all the rest of it. I mean, there's a massive agenda between the United States and China that has nothing to do with the Middle East. But the United States keeps shooting itself in the foot, in the head, in the heart with these kinds of military actions. I mean, Trump called it, I think, an excursion. Hardly. The U.S. and Israel have started something that is very, very difficult to stop. I understand the motivations, which are to reduce Iran's conventional military capability. But we haven't even talked about what this will do to Iran's nuclear situation. There's the matter of 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium that is still in Iran. Not clear how that might be removed. So this is a war that should not have been started. I agree absolutely with Sean. It comes from a kind of hubris, a kind of sense that Iran was weak and therefore the United States could capitalize on that weakness and either bring down the regime or force it to capitulate. Neither has happened so far. And now I think Trump is scrambling to figure out how does he get out of this war with even a little bit of face, given the way it has gone and the enormous damage it's done to the American and the international economies.
Hassan, Barbara there mentioned the nuclear program. Of course, if we go back over a decade ago, the diplomacy on the nuclear program was international. The so-called P5+1, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council and China. And China, mate, played a very important role. For Al Jazeera covered that, and there were numerous meetings for many years taking place in Europe, and Wang Yi, still the foreign minister of China, was flying back and forth very regularly taking part. Do they in Iran think that China, at the end of this war, has a diplomatic role to play again?
For sure, China is looked at as a partner, more reliable certainly than European and the United States. And of course, the ties that connect the two countries strengthen this perception within Iran. But at the same time, the files that you mentioned, eventually it's about what the United States is doing and what it wants to achieve. And I think because Iran was attacked 2 times now in a row in the middle of the negotiations, I don't see that much of appetite in Iran to discuss anything with the United States. The name of the game in Tehran is now defiance. It's not talking to the United States. Maybe after the war, after months, China and Iran can find a way to convene and look at future possibilities about these very important issues. But I don't see that much of really, diplomatic pathway for Iran and the United States and the West, which are the two parties that basically put these sanctions on Iran and have talked to it and then attacked it. I don't see that much of a pathway for that to work. So the Iranians, after the war, to my understanding, will focus on their look to the East more forcefully than they did before this. And the West, collective West, is less trustworthy, on a record low, I would say, compared to pre-war different times that Iran had relations and discussions with them. So it's a very different situation within Iran when they look at the West and they look at China and Russia and other Asian countries.
Sean, I mean, I think one thing that I noticed is that Beijing has sent its Middle East envoy to the region, the same man who helped broker talks between Saudi Arabia and Iran back in 2023. Does China think potentially, particularly in a couple of weeks' time with Donald Trump in Beijing, that maybe because they will have contact with the US president and they have links with Iran, that they maybe can play a diplomatic role here?
Yeah, that's a great question, James. So China clearly wants to be the adult in the world and show everybody that it is a global superpower, but it's one that's peaceful and can try to broker peace, both with Iran and the United States and elsewhere. But I think importantly, as Trump blows up the U.S. world order, you're seeing that China is trying to become the economic superpower and build up relationships with countries that even a year ago in Western Europe and Canada were saying that China was a threat and an enemy. And you've seen, James, in the last 2 months, Mark Carney from Canada, Macron from France, Starmer from the UK, Merz from Germany, they've all come to China to say, look, we need to have better relationships again. And so for a lot of those countries, it was actually the first time in 8 or 9 years that those presidents or prime ministers visited China. So you're seeing a real shift because of Trump's blustering and bumbling, that the world order is moving towards China. And so China wants to be seen as bringing peace to the Middle East, being a good partner of Iran,
Trump is a moron.
good partner of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, but importantly, being a stable trading partner for the world and an alternative to the United States under Trump. It's really shocking how the world has pivoted towards China in a good way in the last year because of Trump bullying against Europe and Canada.
Barbara, isn't the problem that all of us face that President Trump, in a moment where it seems like escalation is taking place, considers himself to be the peacemaker and is not going to allow anyone else to have a role here? Very briefly, please.
Yeah, well, I think he is looking for a way out of this war, and if China were able to provide that, I'm not so sure he would reject it. I mean, I've just read that apparently Steve Witkoff, our negotiator for everything, has been trying to call Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, but Abbas Araghchi is not taking his calls. So if China can play a role, frankly, to end this war, I think that would be terrific.
Thank you very much to our guests, Barbara Slavin, Sean Ryan and Hassan Ahmadian. If you want more context and analysis of the ongoing conflict, remember to take a look at our website, aljazeera.com. We'd like to hear your views too. Post them on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. Or you can join the conversation on X. Look for us there at AJ Inside Story. I'll see you again here very soon. Stand by. Our coverage of the war continues right now.
Thanks, Chief. Sure, why not? I forgot about Korea.
There's really no way to hide anything in Iran at the moment.
Satellite imagery showing the extent of that damage.
Looking at some of these satellite feeds we've got coming into us.
On the right of screen, you've got a high-definition satellite image. It gives a really good look at just the utter destruction.
The quality of satellite imagery available to the global media has been extraordinary. The US and Israeli military have even higher definition images than we do. Iran, meanwhile, now has no satellite imagery to look at. It has 3 spy satellites in orbit, which were used to target their ballistic missiles. But as of Monday, the compound that communicated with those satellites has been destroyed. But the satellites, the missiles, and the base that was hit by Israel on Monday don't belong to Iran's space agency or even Iran's military. They belong to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This organization, it's an army, it's a navy, an air force, a spy agency, it's the center of a global terrorist network, it's a corporate giant, and so much more. Think of it like a Swiss Army knife, but every tool in it is super evil. This is the organization that the US and Israeli military has actually picked a fight with here.
To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death.
Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran.
The Americans and Israelis have bombed the IRGC's air bases, naval bases, and their headquarters in Tehran. The thing is, though, this isn't the first time the IRGC has been through an apocalyptic war. The airstrikes, the burning oil fields, the energy price shocks, it's all happened before. And it kicked off in September 1980.
The howl of another air raid siren means in just 4 minutes' time, an Iraqi missile will strike, wreaking more death and destruction.
Iranians say the shocking injuries carried by these men were caused by Iraqi poison gas. Month after month, the rival armies have flung themselves into battle.
It's going to win.
For 8 years, the Iraqi military, with support from both the US and the Soviet Union, tried to destroy the Iranian regime and failed. Out of that horrific conflict arose the IRGC, an organization with one goal: to preserve the current Iranian regime at all costs. In this, the second episode of our series on Iran, we're digging into the surprising story of how a group of fanatical street thugs became so deeply entrenched in the Iranian system, and why it's going to take more than just airstrikes to take them out. I'm Matt Bevan, and this is If You're Listening.
Hurricane!
Here in Australia, we've never had a full-blown revolution. Arguably, we did come close that day Bunnings increased the price of their sausage sizzle by $1.
Lamau.
But aside from that, we have really no idea. It's really hard for us to imagine what it's like to be in the middle of a revolution.
His faith on apostles.
Fortunately, we have the ABC's Geraldine Doogue reporting from the 1980s with a rundown of how these things generally play out.
Throughout history, revolutions have produced first anarchy, then usually a period of violence, followed invariably by more subtle power struggles, and eventually by a sort of tranquility.
Oh, wow.
Anarchy, violence, power struggles, and then a sort of tranquility. Okay, so let's watch the Iranian Revolution of 1979 through that lens. We'll start with the anarchy.
In the last few violent weeks, Imperial Iran has collapsed. The Shah in exile, his mighty army beaten in the streets, his secret service purged, his oil wells shut down. His country under the rule of Islamic-styled men of God.
In Iran, it took a matter of weeks for the revolutionaries to overthrow an ancient monarchy and create anarchy. Now, the anarchy part and the violence part kind of overlap a bit at this stage, because shortly after the monarchy was overthrown, there was a purge of the Shah's brutal Savak secret police.
In the bloody days since Khomeini's triumph, the terror of mob rule has replaced the terror of secret police.
Getting out of the anarchy and violence stage is very difficult. Sometimes getting the country to return to normality is harder than overthrowing the oppressive government in the first place.
Khomeini has shown his ability to turn on violence. He's yet to show he can turn it off.
Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, the leader of the Islamic Revolution, needed to find some way to turn his revolution off, to stop the violence bit and move on to the next part. Immediately, people started to fear that Khomeini and his hardline Shia clerical supporters would go on to create their own secret police to reinstate order.
If the clergy take over and the next day reintroduce their own system of Savak and kill people in the name of the Allah, what will you do? And they say, we'll pick up arms.
That's exactly what the clergy did. As soon as they set up their little militia, it was clear they were still in the violence part of the equation.
The reported savagery of the secret police has not died with the secret policemen.
Ayatollah Khomeini created a new militia to protect the revolution from being overthrown by someone else's revolution.
One of his early decrees established the Revolutionary Guards, who would combine the functions of the police and the army with the task of defending and spreading the Islamic Revolution.
This is where the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the evil Swiss Army knife, got its start.
They guard the politicians and religious leaders and generally enforce the Islamization of society.
They weren't the police and they weren't the army. They were there for another purpose.
They don't see themselves as a military organisation, and they don't see themselves as defending the Iranian country.
Dr. Kylie Moore-Gilbert, who interacted with the IRGC a lot during her 800-day stint in Iranian prison,
I mean, it's in the
says
name.
Their allegiance is to the regime,
Revolutionary
not
Guard.
the people.
They are there to defend the regime and the supreme leader and the ideology of the Islamic Republic. Whether it's against their own people or foreign adversaries, it doesn't matter.
The IRGC competed for influence with the actual police
Mossad.
and the actual army. And so we've arrived at the power struggles part of the revolution. But Iran didn't really get a chance to reach the tranquility part because something got in the way.
The sky is filled with heavy clouds of burning oil as refineries explode.
Iraqi President Saddam Hussein felt threatened by Khomeini's revolution.
Saddam Hussein accuses Khomeini of seeking his downfall, and Khomeini has declared that the Islamic Revolution does not stop at international boundaries.
He saw the anarchy
Wow,
and
you mean
violence
it's
in Iran,
imperialist?
decided to try and take
No way.
advantage of the chaos, and began an invasion.
Iranian troops, despite the ceaseless pounding, continue to resist.
Yeah, pounding.
Iran has also fought back, mostly through air attacks on Iraqi oil installations.
The Iran-Iraq War was a big one. But despite the fact that it lasted 8 years and led to more than 500,000 deaths, it didn't get a whole lot of global attention. That was partially because it wasn't a Cold War battlefield. Both the US and the Soviet Union supported Saddam Hussein because they saw the Iranian regime as a serious threat.
But as long as there are only Iranians and Iraqis, the rest of the world can continue to look the other way.
The war didn't feature all that much on the nightly news, nor will you find many books about it in the history section of your local library. Apart from a few brief fluctuations in global oil prices, the world barely noticed the impact of the Iran-Iraq war. But inside Iran, the story was very different. The Iranian regime went to extraordinary effort to make sure their citizens were aware of what was happening.
The war dominates almost everything in Iran, especially the news bulletins.
News about the war was broadcast every night in multiple languages.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, good afternoon. An Iraqi Soviet-made MiG-23 was shot down by the Air Force jet fighters of the Islamic Republic over the northwest...
Possibly more than any other conflict in history up to that point. This was a war fought on television.
No effort is spared to get good pictures of the fighting. 28 Iranian TV cameramen have been killed while filming the war.
For the new regime of Ayatollah Khomeini, this was an opportunity to solidify their power.
The war itself and the massive coverage of it helped to create national unity, as well as to paper over some of the internal cracks in Iranian society.
To the fundamentalist regime, the act of fighting in the war was seen as an affirmation of faith.
The people of Iran are urged to become the soldiers of Islam. They see it as a holy war, a battle between right and wrong, good and evil. The Iranians believe Allah to be on their side.
It was a battle not only against Iraq, but the global imperialist powers, which the regime felt had taken advantage of Iran for decades.
America is worse than Britain. Britain is worse than America. Russia is worse than both of them. And each one is worse and uglier than the others.
The regime saw this as an opportunity to define all Iranians as
Sounds like
us
a contradiction.
and everyone else as them. But the Islamic Revolutionary Guard,
No way.
the IRGC,
You're telling me they created
saw this
in-groups
as
and
an
out-groups?
opportunity as well.
From being an ad hoc
No
force
way.
of about 30,000 in the vanguard of the revolution in 1979, they've
Oh,
now
there's your problem.
multiplied to many times that size. They make up a major part of the fighting forces.
The IRGC positioned themselves on the front line. They didn't only bring soldiers to fight in the war, they also brought historians to document it. Just a couple of months into the war, the IRGC created a war history department. To be clear, that wasn't after the war, it was right at the beginning. They gathered documents, photos and film about the war, which they called the Sacred Defence, and they interviewed soldiers and commanders before and after military operations. They had a level of access to the war effort that Western journalists and historians could only dream of. The amount of content the War History Department produced is extraordinary. They've published a chronology of the Sacred Defence, which consists of more than 60 volumes, documenting what happened on every single day of the 8-year war. The purpose of this huge amount of documentary work by the IRGC was to solve a problem that a lot of revolutions run into. A revolutionary regime, by definition, has no history. It's overthrown the old system, and it's now trying to establish its legitimacy to run the country and represent the people, but it's got no historical mandate to do so. The war with Iraq, the Sacred Defence, allowed the IRGC to write their own history and position itself as the true defender of the Islamic Republic.
Their faith gives them added courage in battle.
They, according to their own propaganda, were an integral part of the defence of the Republic, protecting it against a terrible foe. They were fanatical fighters, willing to martyr themselves to protect the revolution.
The most recent Iranian advances reportedly saw young recruits being used in human waves, even marching through minefields without a second thought.
After 8 long years of horrific fighting, the war ended in 1988. There was no clear winner, and the border between the two countries remained the same as before the war started. Iran had suffered extraordinary losses. Hundreds of thousands dead, even more than that injured by landmines, artillery fire, and chemical weapons attacks.
I remember driving around Iran. You would go through these little hamlets and you would see these massive memorials. It would be like a missile mounted on a plinth or something, and it would have inscriptions of all the dead on it. And you'd think, this town has like 500 people in it, and there are 100 names inscribed on that missile.
Yep.
I neutralised
the governor.
From a numerical perspective,
yeah, they
it
did
was a
kill
catastrophe
a lot.
for Iran.
They literally,
but it wasn't presented that way to the people. And that's because for the IRGC, it was a strategic success. By the end of the war, it had created a whole mythology for itself. There were books, research papers, documentaries, and museums describing how the IRGC had become woven into the fabric of the Islamic Republic.
The war still features quite prominently in documentaries and Iranian cinema and TV. They'd often involve the war, soldiers coming back from the front, families who've been bereaved, that kind of thing. This is a war that so many families lost loved ones to, irrespective of what they thought of the regime. This is how the regime consolidated power at the end of the day.
From a gang of fanatical street toughs at the start of the war, the IRGC had become an inexorable part of the Iranian state. But they weren't content just being a military force that could be ordered around by the government. In May 2004, a big new international airport was opened just outside the capital, Tehran.
With the landing of the Emirates Flight 971 from Dubai, the Imam Khomeini International Airport IKEA commenced operations after 2 postponements.
In order to actually get the project finished, the government had outsourced the job to a multinational company called TAV.
The Turkish TAV company won a BOT contract a few years ago to build the IKEA and then operate the airport for 11 years, receiving all the income. TAV is also to invest another $220 million in the second phase of IKEA, which includes a second terminal and a 4-star hotel.
The Dubai Business Channel sent a reporter to cover the opening ceremony of a project that had taken more than 30 years to build,
putting an end to one of the most controversial economic and aviation projects in the history of Iran.
But the opening ceremony very much did not put an end to the controversy. Following the first scheduled Emirates flight landing and taking off back to Dubai, all hell broke loose on the tarmac. The IRGC had decided that actually, the airport wasn't quite ready.
Military vehicles blocked the airport runway and jets scrambled to divert a passenger aircraft as it attempted to land just hours after a glittering opening ceremony.
The airport was closed for what the IRGC said was security reasons. All flights were cancelled. Everyone went home. What on earth was going on? Well, the answer lies in understanding how power works in Iran's unique and very complicated system of government. The early 2000s had been an era of reform for Iran under President Mohammad Khatami.
On Monday, he opened the first line in Tehran's new underground rail system. Like his programme of political and social reform, progress was slow and steady.
He wanted to make his mark by reforming the country. The trouble for him was, in Iran, the president's not really in charge. In most countries, the president is the top dog, but in Iran, the president's kind of fighting with a whole lot of other guys just to try and be second dog at best. The unique Islamic Republic system puts the supreme leader at the top of the power structure. Under him is the president, the judiciary, the parliament, the military, and also like half a dozen other institutions, all with their own roles. To protect the revolution, power is deliberately shared broadly across all of these institutions to prevent any one of them from becoming too influential. and wiping the others out. In the early 2000s, reformist leaders like Mohammad Khatami had taken control of both the presidency and the parliament. Iran had fallen well behind its neighbours economically, and so Khatami was keen to open the country up for foreign investment.
One of our priorities is to reduce tensions with the outside world, including America.
Companies like TAV could bid for government contracts, like the contract to operate the new international airport. The IRGC, however, had other ideas. They weren't very keen at all on opening Iran up for international business.
It's like a branch of the armed forces. In fact, it has an army, navy and air force. It has commercial and financial interests, its own intelligence service. It has a domestic paramilitary volunteer force known as the Basij that clamps down on unrest and dissent within Iran, as well as an external operations capability.
Not only were they extremely powerful in a military way, but the IRGC had added commercial and financial interests to their CV. The IRGC had set up their own large corporations, and those corporations weren't keen on competing with foreign companies like TAV. And unfortunately for Khatami and TAV, the IRGC were the guys with the guns.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards closed down the airport in May, alleging the company in charge had links to Israel, which jeopardized the country's security.
TAV said it didn't have any links with Israel. It didn't really matter though. The Revolutionary Guards blocked the runway and said the airport would only open if one of their companies was given the contract. The government caved.
While the media and women have enjoyed greater freedom under President Khatami, there's a long way to go. The powerful institutions of state are still controlled by conservatives opposed to reform.
By the end of 2005, President Khatami's era of reform was over. Hardline conservatives had rigged elections so that their allies could take control of the presidency and the parliament. The revolution became kind of frozen in place. All of the different arms of the Islamic Republic had achieved a kind of web of veto powers over each other. If anyone tried to change anything, the other bodies would stop them. The IRGC had become, in some ways, the most powerful of all of the institutions of the revolution. Not only were they in control of an increasingly large proportion of the economy, they also, as I mentioned earlier, had all the guns.
And the structure of the system does not allow reform. So it doesn't matter what kind of president you have. There might be some slight differences in policies, but there will be nothing can be changed fundamentally.
So nothing can be changed. No one part of the regime can overrule the others. But they're all also deeply entrenched, not just politically, but historically. The Islamic Republic's modern history has literally been written by the IRGC, and many of its members believe deeply in its cause.
They are so ideological that they will go down fighting. It is not in their interest to abandon the Islamic Republic. They're making a lot of money out of it. They've really gone all in, and there's no exit for them. They're not going to flee and get sanctuary anywhere. They're willing to fight to the end, which, frankly, is pretty scary.
The IRGC makes Iran very different to most other regimes the US has taken on.
Makes them like Israel.
It's a very large organisation with hundreds of thousands of members and employees, all with a strong vested interest in trying to preserve the current regime. When the US attacked Iraq in 2003 and toppled Saddam Hussein, he didn't have a Revolutionary Guard to keep fighting for his ideals in his absence. He had a small unit of 10 to 20,000 men called the Special Republican Guard, whose whole job was protecting him personally. They were glorified bodyguards. When he was found hiding in a little hole in the ground, they disbanded immediately. They had no reason to continue existing. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps isn't like that. They have religious, business, and existential reasons to keep fighting on, no matter how many supreme leaders the Americans can take out. They have woven themselves into the fabric of the Persian rug that is the Islamic Republic. And picking them out of it is probably going to take a lot more than airstrikes.
Bye. We love this. Hey, send your missionary down to this Malian city. I just cleared
the
it.
The knowns and unknowns of war in Iran.
Should take it.
The war has spiked oil prices, triggered Iranian retaliatory strikes against its Gulf neighbors, and elevated a younger, even harder line.
I'm going to clear the capital as well.
Will the regime survive? How will the war end? And were apparent military mistakes the result of a rush to launch the first strike? That's tonight on Compass Points.
Support for Compass Points has been provided by
Compass,
the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation, Camilla and George Smith, the Dorney Koppel Foundation, the Gruber Family Foundation, and Cap and Margaret Ann Eschenroder. The Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation, upholding freedom by strengthening democracies at home and abroad. Additional support is provided by Friends of the NewsHour. This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you. Once again, from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, moderator Nick Schifrin.
Hello and welcome to Compass Points. The war with Iran is being waged across more than a dozen countries. We don't know where it's going, but the impact has already been profound. In Iran, an unprecedented degradation of the military. Thousands dead. Across the region, countries that have not faced Iranian drones and missiles before now struggling to shoot them down. And the largest disruption to energy in world history. To discuss what we know about the war and the war's many unknowns, I'm joined tonight by Suzanne Maloney, the Vice President and Director of Foreign Policy at Brookings. Ruel Mark Gerecht, former CIA officer focused on Iran and a resident scholar at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Ray Take is a senior fellow for Middle East Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations, and Alex Vatanka is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute. Thank you all so much. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. As I said, let's begin a little bit with what we know, and that is that this war began with the largest ever American and Israeli air campaign in each of their histories. So, Ruel, why don't you start? Do you believe the campaign is working?
Well, I think it's probably a little too soon to know that. I mean, the timeline that the U.S. military has for this basically extends to the end of the month. And they have several different factors coming together. So they expect to degrade the Iranian military, particularly the Navy, substantially by the end of the month so that it would be possible, if necessary, to use convoys. They could to essentially bring the Strait of Hormuz back up online. So I'd say militarily, I would say yes, though there are issues, particularly in the straits, that need to be solved sooner than not later, and it's unclear whether they anticipated clearly what the Iranians were going to do.
Alex, not only is the military goals described as degradation of the Navy, but specifically missiles and drones, the missiles and drones themselves, but also the production capability. Is the military campaign working?
Nick, it really comes down to what, how you measure success. I mean, this is the thing that, the military side in terms of, taking out lots of different assets clearly is working. But to Ruel's point, how long is this going to continue? What is the end game? I think that's what a lot of the military folks that I'm listening to on the U.S. side is saying, what is our end game? Because we can't keep going doing this. Look, the Iranians have been preparing for this. I just want to remind everyone, Ali Khamenei, one of his last speeches, he made that very clear. If they're going to attack us, meaning U.S. and Israel, this is all-out war. So they've been preparing for this. In some ways, the Islamic Republic is preparing for this since 1979. So I don't know what their capacity will be in terms of throwing surprises. They've already, to some extent, surprised a lot of countries. I wasn't surprised the fact that they went after Gulf countries because they pretty much telegraphed that in months in advance. We're weak. We're going to look for ways to take their world economy hostage to the extent that they might be able to force Donald Trump to back away. That's been their strategy so far. It might backfire on them, but that's where they are right now.
So let's talk about that strategy, and let's talk about the new leadership in Iran. We do have a new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the former supreme leader Ali Khamenei. And in his first statement this week, he said a few things. One, that Iran would continue blocking the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's oil travels. He warned of opening, quote, other fronts. He vowed to avenge those killed, and he urged Gulf countries to kick out U.S. troops. So, Ray, meet the new boss, same as the old boss?
Well, he certainly has followed his father's model of trying to call for eviction of the United States from the region and waging the war along what the Alex has said. There was always some speculation about whether Mojtaba was different because there was not much known about him. I don't think there was a public speech of him on the record. So the only thing we knew about him was by his associations with the Revolutionary Guards and being the backdrop and so forth. Now that he has come out, he has made his point very clear that he stands on the more reactionary wing of the Iranian politics. And so far, that speech is not that dissimilar to any of his fathers.
Suzanne Maloney, and I will mention in passing, you guys are married. Suzanne Maloney, is that how you see it? A reactionary speech and similar to his father's?
Yes, I think that there's a lot of commonality in the themes that Mojtaba evoked in his opening statement. I think it's also notable, of course, that we haven't seen Mojtaba publicly. He's said to have been injured in the attack that killed his father, his mother, a number of other members of his family, including his wife. And I didn't think it was particularly hard line, given that we already understand him to be in that camp, and that under the current circumstances, it's almost inconceivable that any statement from a newly named Iranian leader would be anything other than doubling down on the response and the retaliation and the readiness of the Islamic Republic to contend with this really unprecedented set of circumstances.
And as we've been talking about, this is the strategy that we've seen by Iran, right? Not only the supreme leader, but trying to bring pain to Washington, pain to President Trump, whether by through economic means, right, raise the price of gas, or pain in the Arab countries around the region.
I might add, I think this is the only tactic they have. I think their proxy strategy has been fractured. Right. It may be beyond repair because of the loss of Syria. Terrorism, they might get lucky, but certainly their terrorist apparatus seems to have passed into desuetude. So it's not surprising they go for the Strait of Hormuz.
And is it not only not surprising, but Ruel, were you part of a military campaign? Were you actually predicted this 20 years ago?
I was in a
military war games.
Yeah, I got to play the commander of the Revolutionary Guard Corps, and this is exactly what I did, because it is the way that the Islamic Republic could conceivably, possibly win, is to create this type of mayhem and to test the resolve of the Americans and also its Arab allies.
Alex, does the IRGC also want war? Does it help it consolidate power, especially as it has a new supreme leader?
Just to build on what Ray and Suzanne said about Mojtaba, the way I look at him is he doesn't really have a political agenda of his own as of right now. I mean, this is a 56-year-old guy who they just sort of brought in. I mean, he's a known entity, but what I'm trying to say, he's the one who was groomed by the Revolutionary Guards, not the other way around. So they essentially own him, might be an exaggeration, but he's beholden to the Guards. Now, this is the big decision the Guards have to make. The old man, Ali Khamenei, spent 36 years bringing the country of Iran to this brink of disaster. His policies, his unwillingness to cut compromises at home, abroad. Now, the Revolutionary Guards are now, for the first time in their lives, fighting this two-front war. One is external attackers, United States, Israel, but the other one, which we shouldn't forget about, because we're not hearing about them right now, but it's the angry Iranian population, which could come out again in the streets like we saw in recent weeks. And that would be I think a challenge that IRGC has never been tested for.
You mean externally and internally simultaneously.
So they might have to make that decision to say, look, we have Mojtaba now, the face of a new era. Maybe this hard line is the best candidate to actually go in a different direction. I'm not saying he's going to do that, but that is one option they have for their own survival. Not because they like anybody at home or abroad, but for the sake of reducing the pressures they're under.
That sounds like Mojtaba does have options, and you were suggesting, Suzanne, that, well, this is kind of the natural position for any supreme leader to take.
I think it is the natural position, and certainly, you know, they may be looking for their own off-ramp, because at a certain point, this is, you know, costly for them to maintain, and they recognize that at some point the war is going to have to end, and they want it to end on their terms. I am not anticipating that Mojtaba somehow comes out, or that the Revolutionary Guard come out offering some kind of an olive branch, either at home or to their neighbors, because what they're trying to also demonstrate to the international community and to Washington and Israel in particular is, don't do this again, because you will pay a price. And they probably recognize that they're not going to be in the current moment for very long, and they're not going to be able to recapture it. A moment where they have kind of turned the tables, at least briefly, on a campaign that was initially incredibly successful in terms of the very early assassination of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, and the complete degradation of Iran's ballistic missile capability, its navy, and other military assets. So they're going to have to play this in, I think, a really careful moment.
It's often been said that the U.S. and Israel especially are very good at tactical successes, strategic successes being the larger question. We know also that Israel's long-term goal, to that point, is regime change. We heard it from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu multiple times. So, Ray, let me start with you on the million-dollar question. Is there a way for Iran to rid itself of the regime and obtain some kind of different leader or not?
Well, I make a couple of points. First, on the notion of whether Mojtaba will pursue a different course of action, it's the Nixon going to China analogy. And frankly, since Nixon went to China, nobody else has. Everybody says, hey, hardline rulers, and pick the country, are going to make that reorientation. There is a reason why they're hardlines, because they believe in certain ideological vision and ideological precepts. The Israeli theory of the case is that if you pummel the security services much, or as Prime Minister Netanyahu said, break their bones, then when there is a next protest, the regime will be significantly weakened and the population significantly boldened that the regime could topple. That's the theory of the case. I live in a universe of probabilities, not certainties. Probability of that happening are less than probability of it not happening.
So 51-49.
Well, even more than that.
Right.
I think
within the time frame that would be ideally.
Within the time frame that would be ideal. Yeah. So I don't actually see that happening, but that's the theory of the case that Israelis are operating on, and it's not an unreasonable one from their perspective, because even if the government is not toppled, it's still profoundly degraded.
51-49, give or take?
I also think it's unlikely that we're going to see a regime change in the near term, and I think that...
I think you told one of my colleagues that it was not possible.
I don't see a scenario under which, you know, we could see some kind of a collapse of the regime,
I'm
even if the
trying to
military
save
has
this
been
city.
so heavily degraded. The regime itself certainly has used the military to its own advantage, both at home and around the region. But that's not what keeps it in power. What keeps it in power is an overlapping network of institutions that are deeply embedded and that are, you know, intended to control the political dynamics within the country. And there's really no
That's how you effectively use an apostle.
Except for individuals who are willing to go to the streets and risk their lives.
So I was going to say, I mean, given the sins that they have committed, given the number of people who have been slaughtered.
Oh, I'm just getting their religious pressure off me, so I'm
just
trying to save the city.
Which is one of the reasons why, if the president actually ever believed in the Venezuela model, it simply didn't fit with the Islamic Republic.
That segues to what I would call the biggest unknown, which is U.S. policy.
Trying to use
and
his
so
apostles
the president has offered, shall we say, varying
cities.
timelines and motivations for the end of the war. And perhaps one of the most telling was this one.
I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now.
Get it over with right now. Suzanne, what happened to helping the protesters?
That seems to have been lost, really. The minute
Oh,
the
wow.
president put down his phone
almost
with
like
his
he never
access
cared.
to social, throughout the month of January, he was calling for Iranians to go to the streets, seize their institutions, promising that the United States would be there to rescue them. He then pivoted to the nuclear negotiations, and in a lot of his statements over the course of the war itself, he has sort of focused on the nuclear issue as the issue that he's trying to solve. I don't think that there's a coherent theory of the case of what this war is intended to achieve, other than the military degradation. And if that's all this was about, then we have achieved it at a very high price to the world economy.
Well, obviously, the president is an undisciplined thinker and speaker, so he has,
Obviously, the
he
president
has
is a
contradictory
fucking idiot.
aspirations at times. I mean, I always think it's the Islamic Republic, what's happened to them, it's condign punishment. So given the hundreds of American citizens they have killed over the years, given many other actions that they have engaged in, I think it would be unwise to allow them to develop more sophisticated weaponry, either conventional or unconventional. But obviously, this will come down to, I think, a question of perseverance, whether the United States has the endurance to continue. I'm not sure the president does, or the Iranians. If we continue it, and the United States has the endurance, I have no doubt the Islamic Republic is going to lose. But it is an open question, given all the market volatility and other political issues, whether the president would say this is enough, declare victory, and go home.
On an open question, let me give you guys another variable. So a senior U.S. official admitted to me early on that their strategy was not to choose the end game ahead of time, that as multiple officials have described to me, this is not an era of policymaking. It's an era of policymaker, the policymaker, and that therefore the president wanted the choice to decide at some point whether it would be regime change or not regime change, whether it would be the Kurds or not the world would be the Kurds. A lot of open questions, and that was purposely decided. Alex, what's the impact of not choosing or not charting out the end game ahead of time?
I don't think the impact has been good. I mean, if you believe that the United States looks at its toolbox and says, the one thing I have, other than the military force that I can bring to this fight, is that angry Iranian population. This 92 million nation, most of whom really have had enough of the Islamic Republic. How do I mobilize that energy? How do I weaponize it against the system? The president, others have pretty much said that's what they want to see. So how do they go about weaponizing that, if you will? Nothing. They actually did the opposite. On one hand, they're talking about ethnic Kurds of Iran from Iraq going in to take territory. On the other hand, we're seeing Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, the monarchist, being mentioned. And, you know, if they had asked us Iran watchers, we would have said, sir, those two groups don't get along. It doesn't really seem to make sense. So the opposition, both outside and the Iranian public sentiment, has it basically left wondering, what is it the Americans want? Is it regime change? Or, as some people suspect, particularly on the right in Iran, is that actually it's not so much the regime, it's just weaken Iran so it doesn't pose a threat to anyone. And I think Iranian nationalism then kicks in, and it doesn't help the American case against the regime.
Let's take a listen to how the president explained his varying motivations in a single speech this week.
You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. Don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years and...
If only he rolled out a big mission accomplished banner behind him. Can't hear you.
That would be amazing.
That would make it age even better. We won. No, you didn't. Who? With what? How?
That's because, you know, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president.
Well, you want to try and translate that?
Yeah.
Hopefully soon.
Well, that's hard. I would probably cite something that Ray, a point he often makes, I'll steal it from him. And that is, you know, the 12-day war actually changed everything. And I don't think the Americans have fully appreciated that. We're not going to default back to diplomacy. We are going to be in a perpetual war with the Islamic Republic now. It may not be continuous, but it's not going away. So until you realize that, I don't think you can adopt a correct strategy on how to deal with the Islamic Republic, and I think the president zigs and zags all over the place.
So, Ray, is that the right strategy, or is that just the reality? And is the U.S. really capable and willing to do that?
Well, that's the reality. The June conflict led to March, and March conflict will lead to another one. If this war ends in a couple of weeks, both sides have a narrative of success. The American narrative of success will be they degraded Iran's capability, decapitated its leadership, and did considerable damage. The Iranian narrative of success is A, they survived, and B, they proved that asymmetrical warfare can actually impose costs on the United States and the global economy, that irrespective of how their capabilities were degraded, and irrespective of the imbalance of power between they and their adversaries, they still managed to inflict sufficient costs on the international community, the global economy, and the regional actors to essentially cause some deterrence in the minds of their adversaries. Whenever you have a conflict with both sides come out with a victory, that means round 3 is coming.
Can both sides really have victory, Suzanne?
I don't think both sides can have victory, but I also would take issue with the presumption that Ruel mentioned, apparently Ray has written, about the inadequacy of diplomacy, because I think we are going to have to return to diplomacy at the end of this war, however it might end. And part of that is that our regional partners are on the front lines of this war. They are taking the hits, and that is what they are going to be pushing for in the aftermath, because they can't afford to have conflict after conflict. The entire social, economic, political, strategic model of the Gulf states in particular rests upon the ability to attract tourists, to attract finance, to
And
attract
you're seeing
tech
just one of the many hits on those Gulf energy installations right now.
Yeah, so I think that, you know, whether we like it or not, we're going to have to be back in some kind of a diplomatic arrangement with the Islamic Republic, which is, I think, anathema to many of us who felt that at this point in time, the regime was weakened, people were coming to the streets. We needed a different strategy with a long-term view of what might be possible for Iranians, a better future for Iranians. Instead, the president opted to undertake this war without apparently thinking about not just the day after the war, but the second day of the war, because everyone understood precisely how the Iranians would retaliate. We didn't know what their capacity or how sustained it might be, but we knew that they would hit the Gulf. We knew that they would try to close the Strait of Hormuz. And this is exactly what we're contending with, and it appears that the administration had no plan for dealing with any of that.
Can the Gulf, and I'll add, Ruel, you go first, can Israel keep going on this? If the president decides, you know, I'm done, call it a victory, you know, we did X, Y, Z, thank you very much. Bibi's not going to like that, right? So, like, can Israel, can the Gulf
so they can get it back,
dictate where this goes, or is this really the president deciding what to do with the military? And
well, I don't think the Saudis and the Emiratis are all that influential.
He saved the fucking loyalty again.
Well, will they have weak knees? They already do about this, without a question. And I agree with Suzanne, their entire model for the way their world works, they need to have peace returns sooner, not later. I don't think they're necessarily they'll get what they want, maybe.
Put a great
I
work
doubt
slot
Although,
in.
Gulf officials before the war suggested to me that the Saudis especially were worried that President Trump would not enforce his red line, and they actually kind of softly encouraged the president.
Well, this has been the Saudi motif forever.
Right, right.
You know, they want the Americans to be tough, but they don't want to pay the price for it. I think the Israelis have target lists, and they want to go through those target lists. You know, one hears their target lists go to the end of the month. They have been working their way down. I think they're primarily now aimed at going after the coercive apparatus, to go after the Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Basij.
Yeah, we saw the first attacks on specific, you know, like almost police checkpoints.
They want to go all the way down because they want to test the theory that 6 months down the road, 8 months down the road, when there's another explosion, another eruption of public discontent, and there's no question that's going to happen again. We just don't know when. That they'll have a better chance of success. Now, that's a dice throw. I mean, there's no better way to put
Victory!
it. There's no guarantee
Time
of
to
success.
start turning these
We
fucking
saw
cities.
that the regime was willing to kill thousands of Iranians with great brutality. I don't think they've lost their nerve.
Alex, I think this will be the last word. We got about a minute left. Dice throw? I mean, that's not usually how we go to war, right? Or, I don't know, maybe sometimes we have.
Look, I mean, if you're sitting in Israel, the Iranian threat, you have to worry if they survive, what sort of level of revenge they seek from you. That's one way.
You mean internally? If the Iranian regime survives, what kind of regime will there be?
Because right now, again, revenge might be on the top of the agenda. But I also want to quickly point out, we don't know how long this war is going to continue. We don't know how many more IRGC or so-called hardlines are going to be removed from the scene. And might be, again, I may be hopeful here, but if you believe in the idea of a maybe change from within Iran, maybe the balance of power also could change inside as a result of the impact of the war. I just very quickly cite former President Hassan Rouhani to the extent that he matters, but he was saying, let's stay in this war, survive it, but then we really have to make some fundamental changes going forward. Will people like him have a say? I don't know, but that will be interesting to watch out for.
But are you saying that the changes could go either way, that it wouldn't necessarily be more hardline?
Exactly. But look, fundamentally, the idea of opposition from outside going overtaking the country, that's not going to happen. So we really have to look for forces within the Islamic Republic, if the system survives, that might be able to change course. Again, it's a big if, but it's something worth watching.
All right. Alex Vatanka, Rule Mark-Grecht, Ray Take, and Suzanne Maloney. Thanks so much to all of you. And thanks to you for being here. That's all the time we have for. I'm Nick Schiffer.
Okay. Cultist.
There you go.
Reduces loyalty in other cities.
There you go.
This is great.
A U.S. submarine sinks an Iranian warship, and a missile strike destroys a school full of children. Oil depots explode across Tehran. And for more than a century, the laws of war have prohibited commanders from declaring that no surrender will be accepted. In other words, declaring no quarter is itself a war crime. So when the U.S. Secretary of Defense uses that exact phrase in the middle of an active
This
conflict,
Mali city
no
is only
quarter,
1.6
no
points
mercy,
of loyalty positive.
it raises some obvious legal questions. So here's the question everyone's
what
asking.
I'm gonna do.
Are these war crimes? The answer is
yes.
It depends. Because under the law of armed conflict, even an illegal war does not automatically make every military action that happens in it a war crime. To understand why, we need to talk about one of the most important and most misunderstood rules in the law of armed conflict. The law of armed conflict, or international humanitarian law, or the law of war, different names for the same thing, draws a fundamental distinction between jus ad bellum and jus in bello. Jus ad bellum is the body of law defining the legitimate reasons a state is allowed to use force against another. This is primarily governed by the UN Charter, which strictly prohibits the use of force except for self-defense or Security Council authorization. In contrast, jus in bello is the body of law governing how an armed conflict must be fought. It dictates how wars are fought once they start. The two most important rules for our purposes are distinction and proportionality. Attacks must distinguish between combatants and civilians, and the expected military advantage must outweigh the harm to civilians. So to recap, jus ad bellum governs whether a state is legally allowed to start a war in the first place. Jus in bello governs how wars are fought once they begin. If jus ad bellum is the why, jus in bello is the how. Now that distinction isn't universally loved. Some critics argue that if the war itself is unlawful, the entire enterprise should be treated as criminal. But the separation between these two bodies of law is one of the most established and widely accepted principles in the law of armed conflict. And there are a couple very practical reasons for it. For one, the rules governing the conduct of war are designed to influence the behavior of soldiers and commanders on the battlefield. If the legality of every action depended on whether the war itself was lawful, then soldiers might have less incentive to follow those rules. Think about the logic from the perspective of someone on the ground. If you're already guilty simply by being there, then the law no longer gives you any reason to restrain yourself. In other words, if I'm guilty just for participating in this allegedly illegal war,
do it anyway.
I might as well make the most of it. Second, if
Hell
two states went
yeah.
to war and jus in bello only applied to the aggressor, then each would claim that they were acting defensively and jus in bello shouldn't apply to them. The end result would be the laws of jus in bello would evaporate. Separating the legality of starting a war from the legality of conduct during a war avoids those problems. It ensures that even in conflicts that may themselves be unlawful, the rules protecting civilians, prisoners, and other non-combatants still apply. Even if one state is legitimately in the wrong, jus in bello applies equally. This is the principle of belligerent equality. Jus in bello applies equally to the United States, Israel, and Iran. So when we ask whether something that happened during a war is a war crime, the first question is not whether the war itself was started legally. It's whether the specific conduct violated the rules governing how wars are fought. And that's the framework we need to keep in mind as we look at the sinking of the Iranian frigate, the attacks on Iranian infrastructure, and the bombing of the school. In early March, the US Navy submarine Charlotte torpedoed and sank the Iranian frigate Dina in the Indian Ocean near Sri Lanka. The ship had just finished participating in the International Fleet Review 2026, a multinational naval exercise hosted by India in which the United States also took part. As the Dina was sailing home, the Charlotte fired a Mark 48 torpedo, sinking the frigate within minutes.
Funny. That's what
the attack killed at least 87 sailors, with only 32 rescued by Sri Lankan forces after the vessel issued a distress call.
Yeah,
the submarine reportedly left the area
right?
without attempting a rescue or alerting other authorities. It was the first time an American submarine had sunk an enemy surface warship since World War II. Because the ship was operating roughly 2,000 miles away from the main war zone and recently participated in an international naval exercise, many people jumped to the conclusion that the strike must have violated the law of armed conflict, especially since the president authorized Operation Epic Fury without a declaration of war or authorization for the use of military force from Congress. But that doesn't mean the sinking of the Dana was illegal. Under the law of war at sea, enemy warships are generally lawful military targets, even if they're not actively firing at the moment of attack. There's a limited exception to this rule if a vessel makes a good faith offer to surrender, and there are conflicting reports about whether the Dina knew it was about to be attacked. Iran claimed the US did not warn the frigate ahead of time. But one Iranian sailor allegedly said the American submarine gave 2 warnings to abandon ship and surrender, but the Iranian commander refused. Legally, though, it doesn't matter if the US gave a warning or not. Under the laws specifically governing naval warfare, warships can be attacked without warning. It's worth considering why military vessels are considered combatants in the first place. It's because they can be used to launch attacks or support military operations. So a submarine torpedoing an enemy frigate during an armed conflict is unlikely to qualify as a war crime. The ship's presence in international waters or its recent participation in naval exercises does not change that analysis at all. Under international law, enemy warships can be engaged anywhere in the world except within neutral waters. The Navy Commander's Handbook on the Law of Naval Operations reflects this principle, stating that enemy warships and military aircraft are subject to attack, destruction, or capture anywhere beyond neutral territory. What matters legally is that the Dana was a military vessel. It doesn't matter if, as Iran claimed, that Dana was unarmed at the time. The Dana's status as a legitimate military target is based on its nature as a military vessel, not its present combat capabilities. Which brings us to the real issue. What obligations did the United States have after sinking the ship? As I explained in my videos about the Trump administration's Caribbean boat strikes, under Article 18 of the Second Geneva Convention, parties must take all possible measures to search for and collect the wounded, sick, and shipwrecked after a battle. This rule grew out of a famous World War II incident known as the Laconia Affair. In 1942, a German U-boat sank the British troop ship RMS Laconia and then surfaced to rescue survivors after discovering that many of the passengers were prisoners of war. While the submarine was conducting the rescue, American aircraft attacked it, forcing the U-boat to dive and abandon the operation. After that incident, Germany ordered its submarines never to attempt rescues again. The German policy shocked the international community and later influenced the post-war Geneva Conventions. And so this rule was adopted to prevent sailors from being left to drown after their ships were destroyed. The obligation applies to submarines as well as other surface vessels. In this case, Sri Lankan authorities appear to have conducted the rescue effort after receiving the distress call from the Iranian ship. So did the Charlotte take all feasible steps to help rescue survivors, or did it simply leave the scene? If US forces failed to take reasonable steps to assist shipwrecked sailors when it was feasible to do so, that could be a violation of the Second Geneva Convention. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told reporters that U.S. forces would show no quarter, no mercy for our enemies.
We will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies.
No quarter is an old phrase historically associated with refusing legitimate offers of surrender or summarily executing certain detainees. The prohibition on declaring no quarter is a long-standing rule of the law of armed conflict. Article 23 of the Annex to the Hague Convention 4 specifically forbids declaring that no quarter will be given. And guess what? Violation of Article 23 of the Annex to the Hague Convention 4 is also a way to violate the War Crimes Act, and it's punishable by up to life imprisonment. Now, whether Hegseth's statement would actually qualify as the crime of denying quarter depends on whether he meant it as guidance to forces under his command during ongoing hostilities, or if he was just trying some sort of psychological operation to intimidate Iranian forces. You'd better give up, otherwise some real bad things are coming for you. The problem for Hegseth is that under the DoD's Law of War Manual, his own Law of War Manual, propaganda in the form of a declaration to the adversary that no quarter will be given is prohibited and a violation of the law of war. Candidly, I'm a little skeptical about the legal basis for how firmly the DoD manual states that rule. But if Hegseth is hoisted on his own petard, I won't complain. However, the law implicitly recognizes practical limitations. After all, what constitutes all possible steps will depend on a myriad of circumstances and unknowns. Submarines are particularly vulnerable if they surface after firing a torpedo, so commanders are allowed to prioritize the safety of their own vessel and crew by taking evasive actions. The limited space aboard a submarine could also make it impossible to take large numbers of survivors aboard. Lastly, if the submarine commander was aware of the Dana's distress call, that could mitigate the submarine's legal requirements to provide assistance. We don't know yet whether the US made any attempts to rescue the Iranian soldiers or alerted anyone else to do so. Nor do we know the submarine commander's thought process, which means the legality of American actions after the strike is simply unresolved at this point. The sinking of the Dana shows how the law of armed conflict can treat attacks on clear military targets. But what if the target isn't so clearly or exclusively military?
Now, the news cycle can feel overwhelming and sometimes outright depressing. The hours it would take to shop from last year, there's now double the seafood and double the protein options to choose from. Plus, even think about going to the grocery store, my Factor meal is already done. Because sometimes I just want a good, healthy meal that tastes good without having to cook. It's really the perfect workday dinner. And it's surprisingly affordable, way less expensive than takeout or those private delivery apps, plus it tastes way better. And you can rarely get enough protein with the delivery apps anyway. But with Factor, most of the meals deliver 30 grams or more of complete protein to support muscle repair and recovery. This has been perfect for meeting my nutrition goals as I get back into golf and tennis. Plus, I've been really into fish lately, and I love their surf and surf option, shrimp and salmon. It's always a bright spot in my day. And of course, Factor is flexible. You can pause or reschedule your deliveries at any time. And now that Factor is owned by HelloFresh, there's a much wider array of meals to choose from. There really is something for everyone. And I love switching between Factor and HelloFresh. And Legal Eaglets can enjoy both brands at a discount. So click on the link below or scan the code that's on screen today and use the code LegalEagleFB50 to get 50% off your first Factor box, plus free breakfast for 1 year. So click or scan today and use the code LegalEagleFB50, or I'll see you in court.
One of these bedrock rules of the law of armed conflict is that civilians and civilian objects cannot be intentionally targeted. But the legal picture becomes more complicated when we start talking about infrastructure. International humanitarian law distinguishes between civilian objects, military objectives, and what are often called dual-use facilities. Civilian objects are things like homes, schools, religious sites, and hospitals, and they are protected from attack. Military objectives, by contrast,
I wonder
are
if China's going to
a military
regret their
objective is
dual
anything
use
that,
stuff.
by its nature, location, purpose, or use, makes an effective contribution to military action, and whose destruction offers a definite military advantage. This definition of a military objective, of course, means that civilian objects can lose their protected status if they're used in a military fashion. If combatants take over a mosque to use it as a firing position, the mosque loses its protected civilian status and can be targeted, although keeping proportionality in mind. Some real-world objects just kind of inherently fall somewhere in between purely civilian and purely military. Take oil refineries. They clearly serve a civilian economic function, but they can also fuel military vehicles, aircraft, and naval forces. Destroying them might weaken an enemy's ability to fight a war or finance its military operations. For that reason, many states, including the US, treat certain oil facilities as legitimate military objectives because they sustain the enemy's war effort. Recent strikes illustrate how attacks on energy infrastructure can affect civilian areas. On March 7th, Israeli and US strikes hit several Iranian fuel depots, including facilities in and around Tehran. Video footage from the aftermath showed large fires burning at the fuel sites, with thick black smoke rising over nearby residential areas. Witnesses reported oil residue falling from the sky after the strikes, apparently carried from the smoke and debris from the burning depots. In response, Iran's environmental agency advised residents in Tehran to remain indoors because of the potential spread of toxic chemicals in the air. The same issue arises with critical infrastructure, such as electrical grids, transportation networks, and water systems. These systems are essential to civilian life, but they may also support military bases, weapons production, or logistics. When an object serves both civilian and military purposes, it is often described as a dual-use facility. Desalination plants in Iran are a good example. Much of Iran's coastal population depends on desalination plants for drinking water, but those same facilities may also supply water to naval bases or military installations. If a desalination plant is directly supporting military operations, it could potentially qualify as a military objective under the law of armed conflict. But it doesn't mean that they can just be attacked freely. Water infrastructure also receives special protection under international humanitarian law. Article 54 of the Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions prohibits attacks on objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, including drinking water installations and supplies. Although the United States is not a party to that treaty, it recognizes similar protections as norms of customary international law and includes them in the Department of Defense's Law of War Manual. That rule matters especially in the Gulf region, where many countries depend heavily on desalination for their public water supply. If destroying these facilities would create severe humanitarian consequences, commanders must carefully weigh whether the military advantage justifies the civilian harm. Because remember, even if a facility qualifies as a military objective, the rule of proportionality still applies. Commanders must consider whether the expected civilian harm, like cutting off drinking water for thousands of people, would be excessive compared to the military advantage gained by destroying the target. This isn't just theoretical. During the 1991 Gulf War, coalition forces deliberately targeted Iraq's electricity and oil infrastructure because those systems powered Iraq's military command networks and industrial war capacity. The strikes were controversial because the destruction of the power grid also had severe consequences for civilian infrastructure, including water purification systems and hospitals. But what about non-dual use objects? What happens when civilians die in a strike on a protected civilian building? On February 28th, a missile strike destroyed a girls' primary school in Manab, a city in southern Iran. The blast occurred during school hours and killed large numbers of civilians, including school children. Iranian authorities reported roughly 165 to 180 deaths, most of them school-age girls, and about 95 injuries. Investigations by journalists and independent analysts found that the school sat close to Iranian Revolutionary Guard naval complex that was also targeted in the same wave of strikes. Satellite imagery, verified video footage, and analysis of debris indicated that multiple precision munitions struck the area. Evidence collected at the scene, such as missile fragments with markings consistent with American-manufactured cruise missiles, suggested the attack likely originated from U.S. forces conducting operations nearby in the Arabian Sea. Satellite imagery reviewed by the New York Times, quote, showed that watchtowers that once stood near the building had been removed, 3 public entrances were opened to the school, ground was cleared, and play areas including a sports field were painted on asphalt, and walls were painted blue and pink. These visible indicators have raised further questions about how the site was still identified in intelligence databases as part of a military facility. The United States has not formally accepted responsibility. Some officials initially suggested the possibility of an Iranian misfire or other explanation. When asked about the cruise missile evidence, President Trump said maybe Iran actually has Tomahawk missiles.
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation, but Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
Iran does not, in fact, have Tomahawk missiles. So the question everyone is asking is this: could this strike be a war crime? First, let's clarify our terminology. There is no singular definition of the term war crime. One place we can start is with the helpfully named War Crimes Act of 1996, which is codified in 18 U.S.C. section 2441. That statute defines a war crime in a few different ways, but for our purposes, we're going to focus on one. A war crime is a grave breach of one of the Geneva Conventions. A grave breach is defined as willful misconduct, like killing or torture or causing serious injury. That is the required mental state, willfulness, not recklessness or negligence. It's intentional conduct with the specific intent to violate the law. Incidentally, this isn't a singularly American interpretation. The International Criminal Court agrees. According to the ICC, the crime of attacking civilians has 3 basic elements. First, the perpetrator must have directed an attack. Second, the target of that attack must have been a civilian population or individual civilians who are not taking part in hostilities. And third, and most importantly, the attacker must have intended for civilians to be the object of the attack. The intent element is where war crimes investigations often rise or fall. So the key question in the Manab strike is whether investigators will find evidence of intent. And right now, we simply don't know. There's evidence pointing in different directions. On one hand, the school appears to have been visibly operating as a civilian facility for years. Satellite imagery shows playground areas, multiple public entrances, and brightly painted walls and roofs. Those indicators raise questions about how the building was still identified in intelligence databases as a military facility. On the other hand, according to preliminary findings reported by the New York Times, officers at U.S. Central Command relied on outdated intelligence from the Defense Intelligence Agency, which still labeled the building as part of the nearby military base. If commanders genuinely believed that the building was a military target, that would weigh against the finding that civilians were intentionally targeted. Adding to the confusion are allegations that the site may have been double or triple tapped. In past conflicts, investigators have treated follow-up strikes as potential evidence that attackers knew people were present and intended to kill them. So there's a lot that we don't know, but let's assume for the sake of argument that the US military mistakenly believed the school was a legitimate military target. They did not intend to target civilians. Can there still be a war crime? Well, not as defined in the War Crimes Act. But ordinary human speech isn't controlled by legal definitions. There can still be crimes committed by American service members in the course of and in furtherance of a war that don't fall under the narrow War Crimes Act definition. We can call these war crimes in ordinary English. No one can stop us. What's the source of law for these crimes? Well, not the Geneva Conventions or the War Crimes Act. The Uniform Code of Military Justice. Let's do a hypothetical. Our accused is the officer ultimately in charge of ordering the specific strike on the school, and our victim is one of the schoolgirls. The charge is negligent homicide in violation of Article 134 of the UCMJ. The elements of negligent homicide are 1. That a certain person is dead. 2. That this death resulted from the act or failure to act of the accused. 3. That the killing by the accused was unlawful. 4. That the act or failure to act of the accused which caused the death amounted to simple negligence. And 5, that under the circumstances, the conduct of the accused was either to the prejudice of good order and discipline in the armed forces, was of a nature to bring discredit upon the armed forces, or both. A schoolgirl is dead, so the first element is met. The officer ordered the strike, so the second element is met. Let's just stipulate that the killing was unlawful and that the strike was of a nature to bring discredit upon the armed forces, so the third and fifth elements are met. The fourth element. Did the officer's order amount to simple negligence? Simple negligence is the absence of due care, that is, an act or omission of a person who's under a duty to use due care, which exhibits a lack of that degree of care of the safety of others which a reasonably careful person would have exercised under the same or similar circumstances. The officer had a legal duty under the laws of armed conflict to comply with the principles of distinction and feasible precautions. Did the officer's failure to verify the intel that said the school was still a military facility violate his duty of due care? The standard is the degree of care which a reasonably careful person would have exercised under the same or similar circumstances. The problem is that we don't know those circumstances. The swift pace of operations could have resulted in the officer inadvertently not ordering that that specific piece of intel be verified. Alternatively, maybe the officer did order that piece of intel verified, but a subordinate failed to do it. More likely, this is a high-ranking officer who had a standing order that all intel be verified to some extent. But in a chaotic operations center with a large staff devoted to numerous critical functions, someone just dropped the ball. This horrendous tragedy could rest on a simple miscommunication between two tired 19-year-olds in uniform with everyone up the chain of command none the wiser. We just don't know yet. So where does that leave us? The sinking of the Iranian frigate was almost certainly lawful under the law of armed conflict. Warships are legitimate military targets, and the only open question is whether the Charlotte fulfilled its obligation to assist survivors after the attack. The attacks on Iranian infrastructure fall somewhere in between. These facilities can sometimes be lawfully targeted as dual-use objectives, but the rule of proportionality still requires commanders to consider the harm those attacks might cause to civilians. Desalination plants in particular seem close to indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, but the question will rest on which plants were hit and how they were tied into the civilian population versus serving the military. The strike on the school in Manab is complex and terrible. Criminal charges, war crimes, have to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt and rely on granular pieces of evidence. The New York Times reported that investigators are now looking into whether officers failed to follow required verification procedures before approving the Tomahawk strike. That's good and appropriate, and maybe there will be some accountability, but I wouldn't hold my breath. There have been countless tragic strikes like this since 9/11, and rarely have they resulted in any kind of formal discipline, let alone criminal prosecution. And that's not to imply cover-ups or whitewashing. Jus in bello makes some killing in war lawful. And when killing becomes lawful, people are going to be killed who never should, and often under circumstances where no one person can be said to have committed a war crime. The truth is that the law of armed conflict does not eliminate tragedy in war, it just tries to limit it.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from
They're as bad as fucking TLDR when it comes to fucking advertising.
Yeah, but the difference is their videos are like 3 times the length of TLDR.
That's a good point. TLDR does like 9 minutes and 3 of them are ads. That's a fun sound.
Where are you going? Huh? I love him. Well, hi there. This adorable little fur ball is Toaster.
It's a chinchilla.
And he is a chinchilla.
Look at
And a
him.
very delightful chinchilla at that. And chinchillas, unlike rabbits, are actually rodents. And yet, you know, whereas rodents in general get a lot of hate, I think pretty much everyone on Earth loves a chinchilla, at least if they know what it is. These adorable little fluffers are found at high elevation in the Andes Mountains of South America. Now, I used to live in the Andes.
Okay. Gotta make a slight criticism.
High elevation in the Andes.
Okay. Right here? Where are you? Where you go?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
go
gotta
on.
criticize this. You see this?
That's Machu Picchu. That's not the Andes.
Well, no, it is.
Okay. They're above
Chinchillas live even higher than that.
Yeah. I remember you telling me that.
This Vizcacha lives in the Machu Picchu. So chinchillas are above the cloud layer.
Oh, no shit. Interesting.
They might be able to live there, but because they were hunted to near extinction, who knows?
Well, there's only one way to find out. We'll make a chinchilla documentary. We'll go to Machu Picchu.
You can't go to
give us
Machu
funding.
Picchu.
Huh?
You can't go to Machu Picchu anymore.
Seriously?
Yep. They closed it off to tourists.
Good. But we're not tourists. We're doing a documentary.
Yeah, you would have to. They only give stuff to the local universities. So like all this chinchilla studies are done by local universities.
That's cool. Yeah, that's really cool.
These mountains of South America. Now, I used to live in the Andes, but I never saw one of these. And that's probably because I was in Peru. And today, their range no longer includes Peru, but only includes parts of Chile. That said, my friend Jessica recently sent me this picture while she was in the Peruvian Andes. She said it was a chinchilla.
Wild one?
It's not.
But
that was a Vizcacha. That was a Vizcacha.
Oh, yeah, that's not a chinchilla.
They are technically chinchillas.
Looks like a rabbit.
So, like, I think chinchilla's scientific name is chinchilla.
Meh.
So these guys are like Vizcacha chinchilla.
Ah. It's like a subcategory or something.
Yeah. They might even be able to have babies together
Interbreed.
for all I know.
While she was in the Peruvian Andes. She said it was a chinchilla. But it can't be, right? And it looks more rabbit-like than, well, this chinchilla does. Just look at their ears. I did eventually figure out what it was, and I will tell you that here in a minute. But right now, I want to focus on what is right here in front of me, because this is such a special little animal. But the question is it a good pet? And is the chinchilla the best pet mammal for you? And to help you figure this out,
Is it a good pet? Not for everyone.
We've spoken about this a few times.
The dagoos, on the other hand, are pretty
cool.
Yeah. They're smaller, so they have less needs. The thing about the chinchillas is that there's so much in the rescues because people get them and can't take care of them, and then it's like they live for so long.
How long?
20 years.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a good pet. Keep that fat little fluff ball.
We're going to have to give, not just Toaster, but chinchillas in general, a score based on our 5 categories, which are, as always, handleability, care, hardiness, availability, and upfront costs. When it comes to handleability, we give the chinchilla a score of 3 out of 5. Chinchillas look very soft and cuddly, and they are very soft. They have the densest fur of any animal that doesn't live in the water. Sea otters have them beat, but these have like 50 plus hairs per follicle. 20,000 hairs per square centimeter. That's a lot of hair. And they live in social groups called herds.
They're moving in herds. They do move in herds.
So they very well may be cuddly little creatures, at least perhaps. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be cuddly with you. Chinchillas are fairly big for rodents, but they're still relatively small, and they can be very delicate. They have a very fragile bone structure, including really skinny, fragile little ribs. So you need to be very gentle when handling them and make sure you never put much pressure on that rib cage, because
that's why when I grab them, and I need to like scoop them up and grab them, like, and I have to grab them like hard. I grab literally the joints where their back legs are, so they.
Yeah, I've seen you do that. I always wondered why you picked them up like that. Or I imagine if you pick them up around the shoulders, it's probably fine as well.
Well, that's it. You want to avoid the ribs if you're snatching them, because if you grab them too hard, you can hurt their ribs really easy.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like you could handle much. That said, you don't need to worry quite as much about their spine as you do with rabbits. It is really important, though, to support their body as evenly as you can and avoid squeezing them too tightly, which might be a temptation because they do like to move around. Chinchillas can be quite skittish, and the reality is Toaster here is an extra sociable little chinchilla. It may take a chinchilla quite some time to become comfortable with handling or interaction directly with you at all. But with patience and gentle interaction, they can learn to trust you and may even enjoy at least some handling and getting some pets from time to time, which is a delightful experience. Oh my. That is the softest thing on planet Earth.
It literally is.
Toaster, you are a delight. You are a delightful fellow. While we're talking about how freakishly soft this animal is, I just want to say that we have a real soft spot for those of you that support us on Patreon. It does so much to help us create this sort of content and just keep us going, creating this library of videos like this to help you pick the exact right pet for you. And if you'd like to support us in continuing on with this mission, or just see the awesome features we have for our patrons,
what if I want to vote
please
in
consider
favor
supporting
of
us.
this religious
We'll have a soft
emergency?
spot
Because
for
I
you
want to
too.
fucking get.
So one thing about their
boosts
fur,
for winning.
it feels amazing.
Who's
It
gonna
is,
stop
as we
me?
mentioned
John
before,
Curtin?
super dense and incredible. But part of their ability to escape
Like John Curtin
from
is the only
predators
one who
is their
could
ability
possibly
to
benefit
drop
from this.
big chunks of fur. So if, say, a small child would be to grab them, there's a good chance that you would have a chinchilla with a big old bald spot afterward. And that said, some chinchillas will remain more nervous and may not enjoy handling nearly as much as others. While chinchillas are not known for being biters, they can nip if they feel threatened or scared, and rodent bites are nasty. They've got these huge, continuously growing incisors, and they're basically like a staple gun.
Scars on my
Proper
ankles
handling
from 'em.
techniques and building trust with your chinchilla can minimize the chances of being bitten. But they can also scratch, and they can jump several feet. So keep that in mind whenever you're handling them.
It's not
They
so
can
much a
be-
scratch. So like, they have toenails, which can scratch, but what it actually normally is the bottoms of their feet are like really rough, dry skin, and they're kicking around, and that's what will scratch you, is their actual dry skin on the bottom of their feet.
at least if you're willing to handle them on their terms. But it requires patience, gentleness, and an
condo.
understanding of their delicate
Elizabeth.
nature. It's
John
important to
Curtin
remember
said
that each
no.
chinchilla is different, and some may be more comfortable with handling than others. So if you're looking for a cuddly pet, a chinchilla, depending on the individual and the work that you put into it, might be a good fit, but you're always going to need to handle them with care. And the reality is, for as soft as they are, there are some mammals that are considerably easier to cuddle than this.
Bunnies.
But not more desirable.
Guinea pigs.
Oh, I should add on to there. They do poop a lot. They're rodents
There you
after
go.
all, but their poops are delightfully dry, which, you know, if you're going to get pooped on a regular basis, dry is a bonus, and you can suck them up with the vacuum cleaner. They also make cecotropes, sort of like rabbits. So if you want to know more about that and that little train, check out our video on rabbits. Oh, and they can't drop their tails. All a bonus. So there's a lot of upside, but handling them, by and large, looks more like what Toaster and I are doing here, and not so much like picking them up and carrying them around and snuggling them on the couch. Today's video is sponsored by the Ridge Wallet, and I've been talking about.
There.
I don't tell me how much they love it. I'm now carrying the third one that I've carried. All three of them are here. They all still look great because they are guaranteed for life after all. I've loved each and every one of them. There are more between the three of us, me, Jason, and Will. We all carry Ridge wallets. You can even get your wallet and key case bundled together in what is known as the Daily Driver Kit if you want both and you want to save a little money. And this key case is really quite rad. If you've got a lot of keys that are usually out and jingling around and all over the place and poking you, these all fit together almost like a Swiss Army knife. And now they just roll out silently just when you need them, and the rest of the time they're tucked away inside this bodacious Ridge key case. And look at how many cool colors and styles there are. It's honestly so hard to pick which one I like the best. That's probably why I keep switching Ridge wallets. One might not be enough. It's awesome, and if you're interested in a Ridge wallet yourself, check out our link, ridge.com/Clint. That's ridge.com/Clint. You can even save a little money. When it comes to care, we give the chinchilla a score of 3 out of 5. Chinchillas are relatively low maintenance pets, at least for a mammal, but they do require some specific conditions to ensure that they remain healthy.
Talk about how you have to sometimes pull the hair out of their dick.
One of the most crucial aspects of chinchilla care is maintaining the correct temperature.
Oh, that's a good.
Chinchillas originate from the Andes
Temperature's
mountains of
super important. Yeah.
South America, where they experience cooler temperatures. In fact, I've never been colder in my entire life than I was when I lived in the Andes. As such, you should keep their environment between 60 and 70 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 15 to 21 degrees Celsius. Temperatures above 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 24 degrees Celsius, can cause heat stroke, which can be life-threatening for your chinchilla. And that's a big deal because your house may get warmer than this often. They cool themselves with their ears like elephants. If you notice that your chinchilla's ears are turning red, it's probably too hot for them. They also require a cooling stone.
So, like, their ears are always, like, basically cold. Because they're just very cold animals.
Mm-hmm.
And if their ears are super hot, that's how you can tell.
Just like a little tile like this one, but it effectively acts as a heat sink. And if they start to overheat, they can go put their little feet on it and just chill out a little bit. That's very important for them because these guys, they're very prone to overheating. When selecting an enclosure for your chinchilla, the bigger the better. Chinchillas are active animals that enjoy climbing and jumping.
Okay, but bigger the better is one thing, but you need to make sure that they can't have big falls because they can get hurt if they fall really far. So you gotta, break things up.
Do they fall off the mountain sometimes?
Probably.
See a little chinchilla fluff ball flying down the mountain. Little fluffy grenade.
like up to 5 or 6 feet. So provide multi-level enclosures with ledges, branches, or platforms to climb on. Make sure it has a solid floor, as wired floors can hurt their little feet. You wouldn't want that. Ensure that there's proper ventilation, and definitely avoid direct sunlight. That can elevate the temperatures really rapidly. And remember, they need it cool. And also try to make sure that this enclosure can be located in a quiet area that's away from drafts and loud noises. Use a safe, absorbent, relatively dust-free bedding material such as aspen shavings or paper-based bedding. Avoid cedar shavings, as they can be toxic to chinchillas and a whole lot of other things. I really don't know why they sell them at all. Who's using cedar bedding? Replace the bedding regularly to maintain cleanliness and reduce odor. So that's if you want to use a loose bedding like that. However,
I use a mat.
Due to their dry stool and propensity to potentially eat that bedding, a better option for bedding would be just to coat the bottom of the enclosure with fleece.
That's what I use.
I mean, that's just as soft and
Well, it's not
delightful as
fleece,
they are.
it's not,
Chinchillas need
different.
mental stimulation and exercise to stay healthy. Provide them with a variety of toys such as chew toys, tunnels, and hiding spots. Chewing will be very important to keep their continuously growing incisors at a proper length as well. And be careful about other objects that they could chew, such as wires and precious family heirlooms. In addition to family heirlooms, they may actually chew holes right through your wall, like the mouse holes in cartoons.
They will.
So,
They love drywall.
You might not want to let them just roam around unsupervised in your house. Ensure that they have access to an exercise wheel with a solid surface, again, to protect their little feet.
Or a cake tin.
And make sure that that solid wheel is made out of metal, because if it's plastic,
They'll chew it.
They'll chew through it. Chinchillas also require a dust bath, like at least 2 to 3 times a week, in order to keep their fur clean and healthy. So provide a dust bath container with chinchilla-specific dust in it for them to roll in. Dust baths, cool themselves with their ears. They really have a lot in common with elephants. Kind of a surprising amount. Not closely related, though, per se. Hyraxes are, though. A chinchilla's diet...
What?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Actually, is a little bit...
Yeah, the closest relative to the Hyrax is an elephant.
That makes 0 sense.
So, you know their teeth? The teeth that they have? They're not teeth, they're tusks.
No shit.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Similar to that of an elephant as well. It should consist of high-quality chinchilla pellets, which you probably don't feed to an elephant, hay, and fresh water. Timothy hay is an essential component in their diet, helping to maintain proper digestion and dental health. I don't think that this is quite as critical as it is with rabbits, but it's a pretty similar animal. It is potentially possible to give them small amounts of vegetables, but you might want to just avoid those entirely, and definitely avoid fruits, as they're high in sugar and water, and can lead to some less dry stools. Let's put it that way. Limit treats, as chinchillas are kind of prone to obesity and diabetes. And remember that chinchillas are social animals, and so they might thrive the best when housed with a buddy. However, if you're choosing to house multiple chinchillas together, be prepared to separate them if they show signs of aggression, which means you might need to have 2 big chinchilla enclosures ready to go all the time. Regular interaction with their human caretakers is absolutely essential to maintain a strong bond and ensure that they're comfortable being handled. If you don't build this bond, then your chinchilla will become a look but don't touch companion. Overall, chinchilla care is relatively straightforward as long as you maintain the proper environment, diet, and enrichment opportunities. When it comes to hardiness, we give chinchillas a score of 4 out of 5. Chinchillas are generally hardy pets. However, they do have a few requirements that must be met for them to thrive. We've already mentioned their very fragile bone structure and temperature regulation. Chinchillas need a cool environment. They can easily overheat due to their dense fur, so keep their enclosure at room temperature with temperatures between 60 and 72 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 16 to 22 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, you're risking heat stress. Another important thing to keep in mind is their dental health. Provide chinchillas with plenty of chew toys and hay to wear down their constantly growing incisors. And additionally, chinchillas require a very clean and relatively dust-free environment. That's why we're saying if you're going to use a loose substrate, use one that's dust-free. Fleece would be even better. That'll prevent respiratory issues. And just try to regularly clean that enclosure. If you're using fleece, you can just vacuum it out because, again, their droppings are very dry. If your chinchilla does start to get really stressed, it may also start to eat sections of its own hair, which, you know, that's not going to kill it, but it is a sign that you need to change something. But if you're meeting all these requirements and you maintain a proper diet for your chinchilla, it's likely to be a hardy and healthy pet for well over a decade, sometimes up to about 20 years. When it comes to availability, we give the chinchilla a score of 5 out of 5. Chinchillas are really very easy to find at pet stores. They've become quite popular in the last 15 to 20 years. I see them everywhere, which is amazing because at times we've wondered if they were extinct in the wild.
The pet stores aren't good. There's plenty that need to be rescued and specific breeders. But
So
like,
same thing as a dog, basically. It's just like go to a rescue rather than a breeder.
well, no, breeders are okay too, but the pet stores aren't gonna really screen for like I don't know where Zapata came from, if he came from a breeder or not, because I didn't buy him.
Mm-hmm.
But like, there's stuff that we're trying to not pass down through the population, and
Yes,
buying
okay.
from pet stores encourages those things to stay in the population,
Okay.
which we don't want.
You can also probably find them at like a local pet expo, which would be a great place to find a breeder that's local, and it would give you an option to choose from a lot of different chinchillas, as the individual personality of your chinchilla can matter a lot about what
Also,
it is like
there
to
is a
interact
pet store
with.
where it's
You can also
like,
find
we have an
chinchillas
exotic pet
available
store.
online from dedicated breeders.
And the exotic pet store is fine. Like, that's likely where Bishi came from, but I'm not sure with him either because I didn't buy him.
I mean,
But
exotic pet stores are pretty good anyway because they like have an idea about them.
yeah, it just depends on the store. And because they're in high demand, normally the staff knows a little bit more about them. Oh my god, the wind shaking my whole house. But like, for example, when I got my Dagoos, the guy at the pet store told us that he was giving them banana chips. They cannot have fruit. So I don't know why he was giving them banana chips. So like, we bought banana chips thinking that's what they're gonna eat, and then realized, oh, they can't have that.
Who can ship them to you. Though, I mean, if I had the option to see the animal in person first, I would go that way. When it comes to upfront costs, we give the chinchilla a score of 3 out of 5. Chinchillas themselves can range in price depending on color, age, and quality. You can expect to spend around $100 to $300 for a chinchilla, perhaps more. This will vary tremendously based on where you purchase it and exactly what it looks like. Keep in mind that it's always best to choose a reputable breeder to ensure the health and well-being of your new pet. In this case, your new chinchilla. The cost of the enclosure itself will be a significant part of the upfront expenses. Chinchillas, like we said, are going to require a large multi-level habitat with plenty of room to move and explore. Expect this to cost, $200 to $300, or perhaps even quite a bit more than that. You will be glad you spent more if you get them a really, really awesome enclosure. And you'll need to provide a lot of other accessories such as shelves, ramps, hiding spots, and chew toys to keep your chinchilla entertained. Chinchillas can require specific bedding that's dust-free, or again, fleece covering, much better. You're going to need food and water dishes, hay racks, and a dust bath container. These are all necessary and really important to keep your chinchilla happy and healthy. And then, of course, you'll need some high-quality hay and some pre-formulated chinchilla diet. They do really well with a lot of pre-formulated chinchilla pellets as well. You may want to invest in a water bottle as opposed to a bowl in order to prevent spills and messes in the enclosure.
They can't get
and
wet.
It'll keep your chinchilla from getting wet. With all that fur, they don't dry out very fast. And don't forget to budget for a high-quality dust bath powder to help maintain your chinchilla's luxurious coat. And I won't add this to the score on the upfront cost, but you might want to budget, like, say, probably $10,000 to $15,000 for damages to your home. They like to chew. But before we end this, what the heck was this thing?
Biscaccia.
Well, it's not a chinchilla.
Yes, it is.
There are two species of chinchillas, long and short-tailed chinchillas. And the ones that you're likely to see in pet stores, those are usually the long-tailed chinchilla. But both of them have somewhat rounded ears. Nothing like the rabbit ears of this creature. But that long tail gives it away that, well, it's not a rabbit. And the reality is, that this creature is a vizcacha, which is not a rabbit and not a chinchilla, but it is a chinchillid. In fact, and unsurprisingly, vizcachas are the closest living relatives of the chinchillas, which, while we're talking about them, get an overall score of 3.6 out of 5. If you are looking for an exotic mammal that is freakishly soft, but not that cuddly until you gain its trust, then the chinchilla might be the best pet mammal for you.
I think he should have said when talking about the handling is, especially with males, you want to be careful touching like their butt and lower back because it might make them feel dominated. So when you're trying to bond with them, they're not going to like that.
That's a good point.
For you. As always, like and subscribe, and we hope to see you real soon.
Yeah. He won't bite you.
Hey, Toaster, come here, buddy. What are you up to? Where are you going? Huh? I love him. Oh, you are the best thing ever. You're the best thing ever in the world. Why are you so adorable? Yeah, get it. Oh, man. I love you. You've already won me over, Toaster. Oh, come here. All right, don't jump off of there. It's too far. It's too far. It can't be done. No one's ever done. It's impossible. You'd be the first chinchilla ever to jump off of this table. Don't do it. Why are you so great? Why are you so great? He's like, I'm getting tired of this guy. What's over here? What's over here? What's over here? Okay. Do you have any explanation for yourself? Would you like a stick? 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 See stick? It's stick! Stick, smart guy! He was a little nicer than if he was a Dilophosaurus.
He hasn't eaten off your face yet.
No wonder you're locally extinct in Peru.
All in on this war in Iran. He's made that extremely clear over the past few days, and why else would he preemptively change his official title to Secretary of War if he wasn't going to act like one? Obviously, there are many people responsible for the mess that we're in, including the president himself, who may have brought us into another conflict in the Middle East as a distraction from the Epstein files, or just simply because he was being dog-walked into it by Benjamin Netanyahu. Hegseth has his own reasons for being totally amped up about this operation, though. Not only because sending other people's kids to die overseas is just about the most masculine thing that anyone could do, but because he's had his own share of scandals in recent months, which include potential war crimes that could, theoretically, land him behind bars one day.
Yeah, in a just world where these rules are actually properly enforced, you would expect that this man would be put away for a very long time.
Yeah.
And we already know about the leaked signal chats and the repeated bombings of alleged drug boats, which killed dozens of people, and probably a lot of people who aren't involved in the drug trade. But if there's one thing members of this administration do better than killing people, it's committing the exact kind of waste, fraud, and abuse that they claimed to be so vehemently against. And it looks like Pete Hegseth decided to go on a multi-billion-dollar spending spree to close out the last fiscal year in order to use up the entire budget in time to avoid future cuts.
It's like the episode of The Office where they have money to spend, they gotta buy the copier or whatever it is, otherwise the budget gets reduced next year.
Yeah, you gotta use your vacation days. They don't roll over.
Yeah.
Now surely, members of this administration wouldn't be dumb enough to spend an...
Like, why do we continue doing that type of policy? Just, if you don't spend your budget, just keep it the same budget.
Yeah. That makes sense.
If anything, give people bonuses.
And an ungodly amount of taxpayer money on frivolous, self-serving bullshit, right? No, of course, wrong. He spent it on like pianos and crab legs and
all that kind of
other
stuff.
such things, baby. Real blue collar, salt of the earth, manly shit.
Yep.
Hoorah! Here's the New Republic on this infuriating use of public funds.
The Pentagon spent more money in September, the end of the 2025 fiscal year, than it had in any other year since 2008. But a good chunk of the budget wasn't used for anything that could be considered a pertinent military expense. The Defense Department burned through $93 billion that month alone, signing checks left and right in order to dry up its congressionally allocated budget, according to a recent analysis by the government watchdog Open the Books. Some of the frivolous September purchases made under Secretary Pete Hegseth's stewardship include a $98,329 Steinway & Sons grand piano for the Air Force Chief of Staff's home.
I didn't even know they made pianos that expensive.
$5.3 million for Apple devices such as the new iPad, and an astronomical amount of shellfish, including $2 million for Alaskan king crab and $6.9 million worth of lobster tail. Lobster tail is apparently a favorite of Hegseth's Pentagon. The department spent more than $7.4 million total on the luxury item in March, May, June, and October. In other pricey food purchases, the government decided to drop $15.1 million for ribeye steak, again, just in September. $124,000 for ice cream machines, and $139,224 on 272 orders of donuts.
How big were these orders?
It's a big Pentagon, baby.
Wow.
And look, I don't want them eating gruel, but lobster tail, king crab, Steinway pianos.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
I would say.
Yeah.
Maybe go for a different cut.
Get some shrimp.
Maybe some London broil instead of that T-bone steak.
Yeah, get yourself a brisket. You can take a cheap brisket and make it taste like the best meat you've ever had with just a little elbow grease.
They, of course, also, after all of that egregious spending, the pianos and the lobster tails and whatnot, the outlet ads, weeks later, millions of Americans would lose their SNAP benefits amid the longest government shutdown in U.S. history so far.
Right.
Longest government shutdown in U.S. history so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in a far less consequential but equally stupid bit of news about Pete Hegseth, he's apparently really upset that photographers are taking unflattering photographs of him. So he has made the very adult decision to just straight up ban photographers from press briefings.
Incredible.
I don't want to see these pictures.
Well, I think we've seen them. He
looks like Pete Hegseth. I don't know
what
he's
he
talking
thinks.
about.
Yeah, it's weird. You look like the human version of Roger Klotz.
I think it's really cool how image conscious men have become. We all the things that all of the neuroses that society gave women over the last several hundred years. It's cool that men now we didn't get rid of those neuroses. We just made sure that everyone could have them. And now guys like Pete Hegseth, who, like, admittedly, handsome guy, seems to be in good shape.
Sure.
He just has...
Can't stand the sight of himself.
He has body dysmorphia.
Yeah.
Can't even see his own picture in the newspaper without his cortisol levels spiking.
Oh, my cortisol!
But yeah, banning the photographers seems like a pretty good reason to get rid of any photographic record of these and future briefings specifically related to Iran.
Yeah, no, I'm totally doing it because you guys make me look bad and not for any other reason.
I mean, what about the audio? Is he self-conscious about his voice too?
They should pitch it up a little bit.
This is what the fake news misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways. I get it, the press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality. The terms of this war will be set by us at every step.
Yeah, what if his voice cracks? Now, for their part, the Pentagon has denied these reports, but it definitely sounds like a request that would come from an administration that's clearly obsessed with appearances. Here's the Washington Post. The Defense Department has barred press photographers from briefings on the ongoing U.S.-Israeli military conflict with Iran after they published photos of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth that his staff deemed unflattering, according to two people familiar with the decision who spoke on the condition of anonymity out of fear of retaliation. After the photographers published photos, which have broad reach because they are licensed by publications globally, members of Hegseth's staff told colleagues that they did not like the the way that the secretary looked. Hegseth's aides decided to shut out photographers from the 2 subsequent briefings at the Pentagon on March 4th and March 10th, according to 2 people familiar with the decision.
In a statement, Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson wrote, "In order to use space in the Pentagon briefing room effectively, we are allowing 1 representative per news outlet if uncredentialed, excluding pool. Photographs from the briefings are immediately released online for the public and press to use. If that hurts the business model for certain news outlets, then they should consider applying for a Pentagon press credential." The National Press Photographers Association, NPPA, which advocates for photographers' rights, condemned the Defense Department's decision in a statement after this article was published and called upon the Pentagon to restore access to banned photographers. The group also said retaliation against photographers raises fresh First Amendment concerns. Excluding photographers from Pentagon briefings because officials did not like how published images portrayed them shows an astonishingly poor sense of priorities in the midst of a war and is, for a public servant, not a good look, NPPA President Alex Garcia said. A free press cannot function if government officials decide that only favorable images of public officials may be created or distributed.
Yeah. Yeah, this is weird, and it's coming off as a little insecure, guys.
Yeah, it also comes across as being willing to hide things and seeing what you can get away with and who you can ban from these briefings, because there's always a test shot to see what can happen.
Didn't they already do that thing where they made like everyone sign a loyalty oath or something?
Yeah, and then they got a bunch of right-wing podcasters in there and they all took pictures at the same Washington Post desk.
Yeah, I think that's what they're talking about with the Pentagon Press Association is like if you're an official member of the Pentagon Press Association,
which is like Newsmax.
You have to sign this like insane loyalty oath where it's like basically they have to sign off on anything you publish.
Or you lose access.
Even if it's something they said out loud to you, they can revoke your right to publish it afterwards, which every news outlet was like, no, it's not how it works. But yeah, Pete Hegseth sounds like a really fun person to work with.
Yeah, you could get an axe thrown at you on accident.
And look, if you're at the Department of Defense and want to get away for a while, you might be in luck here, as long as you don't mind doing some pretty morally reprehensible work.
Are you in good relations
Pete
with the
Hegseth
Congo?
is now pressuring members of the DoD to volunteer and assist with the president's immigration crackdown.
Can you buy his
Here's
portrait?
Wired. In a February 19th memo
And give it
sent
to
to
me?
civilians across the
you
DoD,
don't even have
Secretary
the
of
money.
Defense Pete
Never
Hegseth wrote
mind.
that he expects every supervisor to encourage their civilian employees to volunteer. Leadership must continue to promote this detail program and educate their civilian employees on its importance. The memo, which was titled Department of War, Guidance to Encourage Support to the Department of Homeland Security, Southern Border and Internal Immigration Enforcement Missions, was sent to thousands of civilian DoD employees.
Well, now we know why they use acronyms. That's a mouthful, that initiative. Very long name.
Also, they just dead named the Dow. They call it the DOD.
Yeah, that's what is so annoying about all this too, because every serious outlet keeps calling it the Department of Defense, but Pete Hegseth and even some of Trump's cabinet keep calling it the Department of Defense, and him the Secretary of Defense.
It's very weird because all they'd have
and he says Department of War, Secretary of War.
Because yeah, it still is officially called the Department of Defense. All they'd have to do is get Congress to approve the name change.
Yeah.
It's weird they haven't.
Well, and it's causing problems right now because there's been a couple interviews where, they do the back and forth about whether or not this is a war, and it's very easy for them to point at Pete Hegseth and just be like, "Whoa, what's up with this then?"
Yeah.
This guy seems pretty fucking amped about it.
Also the name.
Yeah.
Department of War.
So this article continues. The instructions follow a June 2025 memo in which Hegseth authorized civilian employees to be detailed to DHS. But an Army civilian employee who spoke to Wired on the condition of anonymity for fear of retaliation says that there is definitely more pressure now, at least on the supervisory chain. I received the obligatory announcement email with the first memo when it came out, and no one has talked about it at all. So much so that I had forgotten about it entirely, says the Army civilian employee. I don't know anyone who has taken the job. The employee noted that as part of the Trump administration's efforts to cut back on government jobs in the name of efficiency, Hegseth has sought to cut the department's workforce. I have taken up the duties of 3 departed colleagues on top of the job I was hired for as a result, they say.
Morale has never been higher.
The employee described this kind of request to volunteer for another federal agency as very not common. It's not like the Defense Department has any spare time at the moment either. Hegseth and DoD leadership are currently engaged in directing the U.S.'s role in conflict with Iran.
Yeah, I feel like if you're running the DoD during a literal war, kind of the hottest war we've had in over a decade. Probably not the best time to be making all of your civilian contractors and civilian employees
take on more work.
Yeah, multitask.
In addition to
completely
firing a
different
bunch of
mission.
people, yeah, this is the Department of Defense version of a lean startup. This is outrageous.
Yeah, but this is also something that happens a lot in fascist regimes.
Yeah, and so does the banning the press from making you look bad, making you appear ugly or mean or something that they don't want to represent. So, seeing a lot of similarities here.
Yeah, well, now we have to talk about that ongoing war in Iran. We've reached that part of the show, and despite Trump insisting multiple times that he either doesn't know about any bomb hitting a girls' elementary school, or that he does know about it, but he's convinced that Iran bombed its own girls' elementary school.
You just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
Turns out, yeah, if our leaders had the ability to feel shame, they would be puking their guts out and inconsolable over the fact that, yeah, based on a preliminary inquiry, it was most definitely the United States who bombed that elementary school and killed 175 people, many of them children. And now the president has conveniently gone back to just not knowing anything about it.
As Commander-in-Chief, do you take responsibility for that?
That is what?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you...
For what?
For the strike on the school in Iran. A new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about
How convenient.
Here's the New York Times with more on this and the official U.S. statement, which appears to be, oops, sorry, bad data. Fucking monsters.
Yeah.
The February 28th strike on the Shajara Tayyebe Elementary School building was the result of a targeting mistake by the U.S. military, which was conducting strikes on an adjacent Iranian base, of which the school building was formerly a part, the preliminary investigation found. Officers at U.S. Central Command created the target coordinates for the strike using outdated data provided by the Defense Intelligence Agency, people briefed on the investigation said.
Officials emphasized that the findings are preliminary and that there are important unanswered questions about why the outdated information had not been double-checked. Striking a school full of children is sure to be recorded as one of the most devastating single military errors in recent decades. Iranian officials have said the death toll was at least 175 people, most of them children. While the overall finding was largely expected, the United States is the only country involved in the conflict that uses Tomahawk missiles. It has already cast a shadow on the U.S. military operation in Iran. And that's crazy because a majority of people, even Republicans, were and still are against this war. So the idea that this little fucking oopsie is what has cast a shadow on the operation, that's insane to me.
Everything was going so well, except for this.
The first fucking thing we did, essentially. Yeah. This was like one of the first things that happened in this conflict.
Yeah, it's what, I mean, at least on West Coast time, I woke up and I was like, okay, we're at war with Iran. Okay, we bombed a school.
Yeah.
That was like the first thing I learned about it.
And I just want to point out that it is very fucking bizarre to know that there are actual conservatives who really did finally break from Trump over all of the Epstein stuff and the exploitation of children and are somehow not just completely outraged and screaming for impeachment over the fact that this administration just killed over 100 children in a single airstrike. And that's not meant to diminish the Epstein victims in any way. These are completely different, horrific, unimaginable scenarios that just so happen to involve some of the same people. I'm just trying to desperately figure out where this country's line of morality actually is.
Yeah, they care about children in very specific, particular ways.
Like with abortion and then a child that would need some kind of welfare system. There's the whole element that we see this a lot with like the ICE stuff where they're doing horrible shit all the time. People are dying a lot in the facilities, but it only matters once it's like a U.S. citizen, as if that distinction makes someone more of a human being. There was reports recently of one of the detention centers, the guards punishing young children because they lost one of their like foil blankets. So they took all of them away and had them sleeping on concrete in the cold.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's
Oh, and there was a lice outbreak too, and they had like one of the combs went missing, so they were disciplined over it.
Yeah, it's barbaric. It is literally, it's Nazi shit. The Nazis, they wanted the lice to break out because
People pointed out that Anne Frank didn't die in the gas chamber. She died of exposure to disease. And yeah, it's not exactly the healthiest place to be. But we're veering off topic into domestic issues when we have a war that's going on as well. There's too much happening. There's been too much happening.
I started seeing billboards around, and I mean, this is like
I've seen some anti-ice billboards.
Obviously, LA and California, but I mean, people maybe think LA and California are more progressive than they actually are. But yeah, billboards that really just like hammer home specifically on the cost, where they're just like, here's what I spent this money on.
Yep.
Here's what was taken away from you in exchange for that.
Yeah, there's one that I saw that calculates the numbers on healthcare coverage.
Yeah, that's what it.
Yeah, and it should be infuriating to people.
Yeah.
And for what?
Even if you like, and yeah, people are fucking weird about immigration just as an issue. But I mean, it's like even if you are maybe in support of the vague idea of what ICE is doing, like the fact that it's costing so much fucking money at the expense of
when you're a
other
fiscal conservative,
stuff,
that would be something that you would think change your mind about it.
Anyway, back to Iran. So yeah, if you had any questions about the competency of our military after bombing
you get a portrait and a sculpture,
you would be thrilled to know that there's been a new appointment to a key advisory board for the United States Air Force Naval Academy. And all we can say is thank God we got rid of DEI, because how else would we end up with someone as qualified as Erica Kirk?
I keep sending it.
Get those fireworks going, everyone. We're in good hands. Yes, you heard that correctly. Erica Kirk, the wife of former podcaster and Turning Point USA co-founder Charlie Kirk, has been given an advisory role in the military for some reason.
I don't have a portrait.
And by the way, this has been a sore subject for a lot of people, including veterans, since the beginning of the war with Iran. But there hasn't been a federal directive to lower the nation's flags in honor of those fallen troops. And as you'll probably recall, the Trump White House ordered flags at half-mast for his favorite podcaster, Charlie Kirk, almost immediately after he died. Also, Trump witnessed the transfer of fallen soldiers wearing a fucking baseball hat. He used it as a merch advertisement. He does not give a fuck. Back to Erica Kirk, though. What possible reason could there be for Charlie Kirk's wife to be in this position?
Well, it's actually quite simple. It's kind of like a Santa Claus type scenario. Charlie Kirk was, again, inexplicably given a role on this Air Force Advisory Board, and now he's dead. So the role has been transferred to his wife via like a blood pact or something. It's, you know, when Santa falls off the roof, you have to be Santa.
Okay. It's sort of like a lordship in the UK.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but
he's talking about the Tim Allen movie.
That begs the question: why was Charlie Kirk on this board? And it just seems like Trump filled it with sycophants who would be happy to update the curriculum and standards to something that aligns with more of Trump's bizarre vision for what American exceptionalism actually is. Like, have you seen the Turning Point USA bus that's going around? Like the Museum on Wheels, and it's all AI-generated presidents talking to children. There's bizarre shit happening.
I've seen is it Glenn Beck has like an AI George Washington that he like.
Maybe he's leasing it out to them because it's a semi truck that you walk into. It's a mobile museum, and you press a button and they come to life and start telling you about how cool America is.
Glenn Beck has a bunch of recent videos where he has like deep conversations with robot George Washington about modern day issues. It's the stupidest fucking thing. So yeah, it's probably something like that.
George, what do you think about all the reports, the verified reports of children shitting in litter boxes in high schools? What's high school?
Hey, Russia's finally putting pressure on this city.
What the fuck is the internet?
They're finally getting it.
The fuck is the internet?
I would just love to be a fly on the wall in these like Air Force advisory meetings where you've got like top brass dudes with so many stripes on their shoulders just sitting around a table with a bunch of
then that
chud influencers.
Boss bitch comes in with her padded shoulders and her very big eyes.
Yeah. When she gives you the stare.
Yeah.
And yeah,
been Kirkified.
What do they even talk about? What?
I'm sure they talk about the curriculum and how it needs to be very exclusively America #1, the best. I'm sure it has something to do with the Turning Point USA / that's what I was thinking of. PragerU is the one that has the bus going around.
Oh, Dennis Prager has been like on death's door for like a year now too. But I was gonna say,
well, they're gonna bring him back to life with the power of AI.
Yeah, they don't. Dennis, your earthly body is no longer needed.
Nope.
Anyways, with more on this just outrageous bullshit, here's The Guardian. Donald Trump has appointed Erica Kirk, the widow of murdered right-wing activist Charlie Kirk, to a key advisory board of the U.S. Air Force Academy. The 37-year-old joins a number of other loyalists to the president on the 16-member panel of the Academy's Board of Visitors, which, according to its website, inquires into the morale, discipline, curriculum, instruction, physical equipment, fiscal affairs, academic methods, and other matters of the Colorado Springs Military Training Facility. We need Erica Kirk in here stat.
Yeah. I don't even know how the fuck our U.S. Air Force has operated over the past, what has it been, around a century now, without the guidance of Erica Kirk.
Like, what could... The only, like, she's like, any problem they have, like, well, if someone died.
Yeah.
If someone was brutally murdered.
We'd have a really good way to market this. And
yeah. We could sell a lot of hats.
I got a fireworks guy if you guys need that.
Yeah. Needs more fireworks. Have you thought about leather pants?
Have you thought about challenging the Ayatollah to a debate in the marketplace of ideas?
Changed my mind, Ayatollah.
It continues. There was no official announcement by the Academy of his widow's elevation, which was reported on Tuesday by The Hill and other political
Who
news
do you think
outlets.
would have won in
Her
a
name has already been
fight
added
to
to
the
the list
death
of members
between
as one of
Trump
Trump's
and
current 5
Cummings?
appointees, with one slot vacant.
That's Charlie's seat.
They keep it.
Yeah, the
And that's
Ayatollah
for the Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah,
in
you
a
could
statement,
just-
White
the
House
gun.
spokesperson Olivia Wales
Just
said Erica
fucking-
Kirk was a perfect choice to succeed her husband. Charlie Kirk served proudly on the board, inspiring not only the next generation of
what's his
service
name?
members, but millions around the world with his
Indiana
bold
Jones in?
Christian faith, defense of the truth, and deep love of country, she said. Erica Kirk will continue his legacy and will be a fearless advocate for the most elite air power force in the history of the world, whose warriors keep our nation safe, strong, and free.
Listen, nothing against pilots, but you don't get to call yourself warriors. You're like all the way up there. There hasn't been a dogfight in decades.
If that's true, then maybe, but I really like the Top Guns.
Yeah, he's a
and I really
pilot,
like, the old World War II.
Our drone operator, let me ask you this. Is a drone operator a warrior?
Hoorah! But again,
taking a tactical sip of my Diet Coke.
Yeah.
While I
my white
target-
monster. None of this matters. It doesn't matter what level of the military you're in. You could be a fucking general and Trump doesn't respect you. He does not give a fuck about any troops. He thinks they're stupid. And he's already indicated multiple times that troop deaths under him are a sacrifice that he is willing to make.
Yeah, very like casual and nonchalant. about
Many
it,
times.
too. Like the kind of statement where if like Joe Biden or Obama said it, you'd never hear the end of it.
Yeah, but he just keeps dropping this frequently. And maybe that's because Trump seems to think that when troops die, they can get up and walk away.
Yeah. Yeah, well...
Here is a real clip from one of Trump's recent press conferences, and I don't know, you try to make sense of it.
And all of the people that died through the roadside bombs died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms.
Wow.
Huh?
Yep.
I mean, definitely a strong leader with all of his mental faculties in order and zero cognitive issues. I feel safer, don't you? Actually, no, I don't. I don't feel safe at all, actually. And we'll get to a billion reasons why in just a second, but it's that time again, folks. Gotta take another, unfortunately timed sponsor break.
This is the sponsor dance. There's no need to give it extra access. So if you'd like to browse without feeling like you're in a constant data experiment, go to surfshark.com/newsday. That gets you 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. Plus there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, or you can just punch in code Newsday at checkout. Again, that is surfshark.com/newsday or code Newsday at checkout.
Put on your digital pants to protect your digital privates.
And start strutting.
Yeah. Okay, back to the news now. We'll eventually get to a story that's not war-related on this episode, but it's kind of a really important problem that affects the entire Earth. Since we're in California, though, let's do what Californians do best and make it all about us.
Yeah.
It appears as though there's been a threat against our state.
Why us?
On behalf of Iran.
Look, I don't want any part of the United States to be targeted by Iran. But California, we're so fucking relaxed over here.
They hate us because they ain't us.
It's really far, and like, isn't there a fucking like little like island that's all like very compressed? A bunch of billionaires all live on like one island in Florida.
Yes.
There's probably better targets.
I know.
There's also
this is obviously bullshit.
like
they do. I was just
Hollywood
thinking
Hills
about
and
it,
shit.
and there is one very good reason why
the
Iran
billionaires?
would want to attack California, and it's
Up the
because
coast. San Francisco.
if it weren't for
all the
sanctions
tech
against
bros are in
Iran,
San Francisco. It's a
they
perfect
would
spot.
absolutely
Francisco?
dominate the global pistachio trade.
Oh, well, yes.
San Francisco, right?
And one of the biggest,
tech bros?
some of the biggest funders of lobbyists to basically like never drop the sanctions against Iran are the big agro businesses here in California. The wonderful company that makes those pistachios, they put a lot of money into making sure Iran never gets a chance to compete with them.
No, well, it's gonna be bomb wonderful.
But yeah, that's not. I'm overthinking it. I put more thought into this than anyone else has.
You've put more thought into that than the Trump administration has put into this war.
Yeah.
But we're threatened. Although, like, I agree that there's probably a heightened sense of, like, there's probably a lot more terrorist threats just because of the fucking actions that the Trump administration has taken.
Right.
But I
Also-
certainly don't think that a drone is coming to strike California. And also, I don't fucking believe anything the FBI says anymore because of how they've acted.
Yeah. So, yeah, it seems like no one in a position of power thought any of this through. It's as if they thought there would be just zero pushback, retaliation, or reverberations from their actions anywhere across the globe. Nevertheless, I'm not staying up at night worrying about Iranian drones.
Yeah.
It's not not anywhere near the top of my concerns.
I'm more worried about pistachios. I don't like them.
I love them. I love them. You like pistachios?
He's a little bit country. I'm a little bit rock and roll. That's why you watch the show.
England's
Pomegranates too.
here to try to-
Yeah, a lot. They'd probably.
Is that
It's a
do
religious
pistachios
emergency.
take as much water as almonds or anything like that?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay, Iran, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's ABC News with more on this latest threat. And first off, we really have to say how much it sucks that it's nearly impossible to trust anything that the FBI says after the past year or so, because now that we're back at war in the Middle East, the risk of attacks here is obviously going to increase.
So yeah, it would be
but,
nice to have a
like,
competent FBI.
I mean, but like again, it's the fucking Iraq 9/11 playbook, but like dumber, where yes, obviously the threat of terrorism
Increases with
was
a-
higher,
yes.
but the FBI back then was also just like going in chat rooms and like
Don't you guys want
basically
bombs and stuff?
trying to
Yeah.
like entrap fucking teenagers, and it's like okay, you're creating threats out of thin air.
Yeah.
And
Well, it perpetuates the war machine, so.
yeah, I hope they bring back the color chart.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The terrorist threat level.
The threat level, which no one could understand. Like guys, today's
And it was
threat
just always up high. It
Yeah,
was like the fire warning in California. It never really goes the other way. And much like the cortisol level in front of the White House, they need to have a giant cortisol sign in front of the White House.
Yeah. The threat level is orange, folks. So act accordingly.
I would not be surprised if that is right around the corner.
But yeah, here's some of their coverage about this threat.
The FBI warned police departments in California in recent days that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast, according to an alert reviewed by ABC News. We recently acquired information that as of early February 2026, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack using unmanned aerial vehicles from an unidentified vessel off the coast of the United States homeland, specifically against unspecified targets in California.
I thought we took out their whole navy. I'm getting mixed messages here.
In the event that the U.S. conducted strikes against Iran, according to the alert distributed at the end of February. We have no additional information on the timing, method, target, or perpetrators of this alleged attack. California Governor Gavin Newsom's office told ABC News, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services is actively working with state, local, and federal security officials to protect our communities. And the LA Sheriff's Department said that in light of current global events, it is maintaining an elevated level of readiness.
Oh, so before this you weren't?
No.
You weren't ready?
No.
You were just slacking off before
No,
this?
we were beating up homeless people, you moron.
Yeah.
And you're next. Huh.
So again, Trump administration, LA Sheriff's Department, we're not exactly feeling like our best and brightest are looking out for everyone's safety, regardless of whether or
get
not
your
this
fucking
specific threat
archaeologist
was
out of my
legitimate.
shit.
Then again, simply the threat of an attack, any attack, is more than enough to scare people. boost
There's
insurance
no
rates
fucking
for
way
large events
that
and
there isn't
potentially
enough
damage
shit
the
in your
economy.
territory.
There's
Take the
actually
Strait of
not a
Hormuz,
lot of
for example.
artifacts in my territory.
So Trump claimed a few days ago that he would make sure that the ships passing through the strait would be safe.
Okay, 'cause
He was
I've seen-
encouraging
He
them. He's like,
promised.
be brave.
I bet you won't.
Grow a pair.
What are you,
Put
chicken?
put on your big boy pants and go in the strait. Yeah.
They're on the west
But
side.
he's not actually in any real position
Okay.
to do
There
that.
was only
from
two on
under-
the
a
east.
larger engagement. And
Under
it doesn't
Mali's
matter
territory,
anyway, because
there's a
Iran has
bunch.
been placing mines there.
Well,
and
I'm going
threatening ships
south,
that
south.
try to pass.
Yeah,
Hitting
so
a
if
few
you
of
go to
them.
Mali's
That
territory,
threat
you
is
should
enough
be
for
fine.
global shipping insurers to pull back from coverage or increase rates
you
to
leave
a
the
level
ones that are in the
that is
tundra there?
untenable, causing everything to grind to a halt
I'll grab those
regardless of
ones.
whether or not there's an active attack
You can have the
taking
ones
place.
in
Oh,
Mali?
Which,
I'm,
yeah,
I
makes
don't
sense.
need.
You've got a
I'm
big
only
fucking
grabbing
ship
it for Aeroscore,
and
and
it's
I already
picking up
got my
a
Aeroscore.
lot of oil
Okay.
from UAE or Kuwait or wherever. Someone has to ensure.
Yeah, it's a big liability.
Yeah, it's a big liability. If that goes down or gets damaged, that's a lot of money in the hole.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so
And they're not moving unless they got the insurance.
Yeah, I got the
so
gold
it
image.
is funny that when Trump was, he's like encouraging ship captains as if they have like any decision.
Yeah, buddy, I'm not fucking moving.
Yeah,
I
don't
need
listen to your
8
bosses
Euroscore.
back at like Merck.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm
Just
gonna get
just
it.
do it.
Yeah, I got you covered
been
if you're
so
on the
close
hook for
every
the
fucking time.
Yeah.
hundreds of millions of dollars.
Tell them I said it was okay.
So yeah, there have been reports of some insurers refusing to cover any war risks at all.
National
And while
parks.
Lloyd's of London says that they're still offering insurance
If
for the
you can
ships,
get 'em.
its prices are obviously jumping. It's like getting
They're the
insurance in
best.
California after the fires. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
get it, but it's going to cost you. Meanwhile, the United States is I don't know where they're finding the money. I thought that
I would
the
lose
purse strings
2 of
were
my geothermal
tightening.
vents.
I thought that there was no money left.
Well, they cut NPR and
And Big Bird.
yeah,
And so-
all science, and so we have some money left.
So
over.
meanwhile, the United States is offering $20 billion of our
The
tax money
Mounties get
in an
2
attempt to get
national
more
park
ships covered.
charges.
But just because a ship
That's
can
cool.
at least currently get insurance
And they're cheaper
doesn't
than
mean the crew and
naturalist.
captain are going to make that journey.
yeah,
And you don't need to
Fending
buy 'em
off
with
criticism
faith.
over canceled
You can
policies and sharp
buy 'em
price
with
rises,
gold and
Lloyd said
production.
it still provided
cool.
insurance cover for hull and cargo for vessels in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, including in the Strait of Hormuz. However, last week it extended the restricted areas where
Pull out
clients
this
needed to
artifact of
notify
this
insurers to
volcano.
agree to an appropriate premium in terms of the risk. About 500 oil and gas tankers, 500 container ships,
Not
and
touching
6 cruise
artifacts right
ships
now.
have been
You know you're
trapped
fucking
either
archaeologist.
side of
I know,
the
but I
Hormuz
don't
Channel
want
since
any
Iran
more
made it a
Aeroscore.
no-go zone by threatening
True.
to attack any
We'll
vessel,
sleep
any
in-
vessel passing through.
in
Worst
my territory
cruise
and get it
ever.
when it transfers.
They're loving it until the booze runs out.
Yeah,
And the toilets
and the
overflow.
toilets. Yeah, the poop cruise.
Yep.
You get a poop cruise situation. Analysts at Jefferies said, "It's our base case that all ships currently in the Gulf will have had their policies canceled, and almost all of these will have reinstated it at the new, much higher price." They added, "It seems likely to us that the war risk insurers will have had the opportunity to specifically exclude or separately charge for certain actions such as sailing through the Strait of Hormuz." On Friday, the U.S. government announced a $20 billion reinsurance facility for hull and cargo cover, but excluding pollution cover when ships are sunk, and said it was working with U.S. insurers. Analysts have cast doubt on the effectiveness of the facility.
I love that, like, outside of this being something that's probably not going to happen or could never be backed up by any actual, like, insurer in America that would be worth their grain or worth their weight in salt, would be that just the cherry on top that the U.S. is also like, oh, but please don't cover any of the environmental catastrophe that
Fuck
would
that.
come
Fuck
from
that.
multiple oil rigs
Yeah.
or oil ships sinking in these gulfs.
Yeah, that is, oil that gets in the ocean sometimes. Get over it.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't you just fucking love your tax dollars going to patch up some bullshit that the president himself destroyed? Don't you love it?
Yeah.
We're being led by middle-aged babies who are in the midst of a tantrum, and it's dangerous for literally everyone.
Yeah, and now, like,
The monkey has the gun.
a bunch of countries like worldwide are opening up their oil reserves, which everyone is saying, well, okay, cool, yeah, no, it's gonna be fine. And I guess
Okay, but
like
those run out.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a couple of days worth of oil production. It's a real, as you would say, boondoggle that we've gotten ourselves in on multiple fronts here.
And again, we said it before, but yeah, I mean, if anyone could have seen that this was going to happen, And it's
do I get
really
Iriscool?
fucking interesting that in the year leading up to this,
Convert
it would,
cities for the first
make
time.
it significantly harder for
Artifacts.
anyone to invest in
I don't have any
renewable energy.
archaeologies.
You would actively sabotage efforts to invest in renewable energy.
And, you know, as a nice side dish, completely dismantle global trade.
Yeah.
Through tariffs. And make everyone fucking angry at you for an entire year leading up to this.
They're
A moment where they could probably come and help.
It's the art of the fucking deal, baby.
Yeah. But hey, it's not just the elderly members of the Trump family who are just rubbing our faces in it. Trump's social media star granddaughter is drawing some pretty justified criticism for a recent video that she uploaded called, "I brought my Secret Service to Erewhon." And for those who aren't aware, Erewhon is a comically overpriced grocery store where a banana actually can cost $10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never even stepped foot in one. I've been curious. Like, apparently a lot of people go there just to, like, window
Look around?
shop. Yeah. I don't even know where...
I've been in one. There's one in Pasadena. That's probably the
Okay,
closest.
yeah, I know there's
Silver Lake, they opened one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Man.
There's no reason to go. It's very expensive.
Yeah, I just want to see, like, a strawberry that costs $20.
Yeah, well, their famous Haley Bieber smoothie, that alone goes for $21. So it's a lot of it's weird. It's a level of wealth and privilege that is hard to describe, especially when you factor in everything else about this Trump granddaughter's family and the current state of the country. Like, what the fuck are you doing uploading a video like this?
Yeah, it's a little tone deaf. It's a little let them eat cake.
But luckily, people are reacting very negatively
Hey,
to
that's
this
our show.
content, which makes us feel a little bit better about the world.
It's giving Marie Antoinette.
Yeah, that is what the comments are saying. Here's local outlet KTLA with more. Kai Trump, the 18-year-old granddaughter of President Donald Trump, brought her Secret Service detail and all her YouTube followers along on a run to luxury grocery store Erewhon, sparking widespread criticism on social media. "I'm gonna need to file for bankruptcy," Trump joked in her YouTube video titled, "I brought my Secret Service to Erewhon."
Like my grandpa did several times.
Which has garnered more than 343,000 views since it was first published on Sunday, March 8th.
Many voiced their opinions on her trip, drawing Marie Antoinette comparisons, and labeling the content as tone deaf amid rising grocery and gas costs across the U.S. and the war in Iran.
Elliot has the hive mind of the internet sitting right there on top. Like, hey, this seems pretty tone deaf.
I'm not B40, but
he's locked in with
the Zoomers.
Yeah.
I kind of understand how a pre-revolution French peasant felt right now, said one YouTube commenter. Another commenter said, "Grandpa killing innocent children. Enjoy your $50 smoothie, though. I love that my taxes are funding this instead of school lunches," added another. Trump did complain in the video that everything's super expensive, while she loaded her basket up with items like sushi, a $14 bottle of water, and $16 jar of dates. "Guys, one thing about me is I don't spend, like, a lot of money," she said to the man behind the camera at one point. "Like, I don't spend a lot." So how much was her haul? The single bag of items, which included the Haley Bieber smoothie, went for a whopping $233.
One bag.
Fucking hell.
What
It's so wild. Like, LA, there's like, we don't have like a caste system in this country, but like you could really go by like grocery stores. Like, obviously Erewhon is like the elite.
Oh
And
my
below
God.
that, I think you got
I'm gonna get an
Gelson's.
engineer.
Yeah. Gelson's and Bristol Farms.
And I'm about
I'd
to
put
make
Bristol
a
Farms
national
slightly
park.
above
I'm gonna
Gelson's.
get
Then
it.
you get down, and then it's Sprouts and Whole Foods.
Yeah.
And then you have your local favorites. You got your Vons, John's, Ralph's. Either way, how about a little tech news on your what's supposed to be a tech news show? Hey, we love to watch AI fail, don't we, folks?
It's like the one thing I got going right now.
Yeah, well, as more and more people start to assign their chatbots increasingly important and personal tasks, well, the more spectacular the failures are going to be. And after all, why shouldn't they trust these LLMs? The hype surrounding this tech is pretty much begging people to trust AI with every aspect of their lives. Hey, the US economy counts on it. Upload all of your documents.
We need you to do it.
And one trend that has been around since the beginning of the AI chatbot boom is just ignoring lawyers' advice and getting it all from your AI instead. What would a human being know that a computer wouldn't?
Yeah, it's not like the legal profession is like very esoteric and differs from place to place. And, you know, there's a reason people spend so long in school and the success rate is so low.
And the experience of working with familiar judges
Yeah.
and local courts and knowing the ins and outs.
How hard could it be to program a chatbot to just
My
do all
envoys
that?
are broken.
Well, this next woman basically had a claim against an insurance company that was
Your envoys?
settled with her human
Yeah.
lawyer. But then her chatbot
Mine
had
are
other
probably
ideas.
broken too.
And it convinced
I
her
can't place any
to
envoys.
file numerous appeals, which resulted
You
in
gotta
her
just,
being countersued for $300,000.
Take one by force.
Great job, lady.
Here's WGN.
A federal lawsuit filed by life insurance company Nippon claims OpenAI's chatbot acted as a lawyer and convinced a woman to fire her human attorney. Nippon says it settled a long-term disability lawsuit with an Illinois woman 2 years ago. Graciela De La Torre signed a full release, and the case was dismissed with prejudice, meaning it can't be refiled. However, last year, De La Torre sought to reopen the case. When her attorney told her the settlement was final, Nippon says she turned to ChatGPT. The company claims the chatbot helped De La Torre draft filings to try to undo her settlement, which she filed pro se, meaning without a lawyer. A judge denied the effort. Following the judge's decision, De La Torre filed a new case, flooding the docket with dozens of filings generated with ChatGPT's help. Responding to the mishap cost Nippon nearly $300,000, according to the lawsuit.
Damn.
Yeah.
Nippon should have just used ChatGPT to respond to ChatGPT.
Yeah, this could still be going on. They could just be racking up
Because like
legal fees.
Like it's stupid to try to use ChatGPT for what the lady's trying to do, but lady's totally in the wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So why are you paying your white shoe law firm like $1,000 an hour?
Yeah.
When all you really got to do is be like, "Excuse me, Your Honor, the case was already. She can't do this. The case was settled."
Yeah.
Wow, your lawyers are kind of fleecing you here, Nippon.
Yeah. It should just be like their side should just be a pop-up that asks if there's anything they can assist with.
Yeah.
Hello. What are you looking for today?
Mark Zuckerberg.
Mark Zuckerberg. Anyways, finally today, is this maybe, possibly, the beginning of the end for the prediction market apps like Polymarket and Kalshi?
Nope.
Please, God.
No, probably
Make it
not.
go away. Oh,
Fuck! But it is one step closer to at least getting these apps regulated in the same way as gambling apps, which they are, because this is gambling.
Yeah.
Here's NBC News with a ruling out of Ohio. An Ohio federal judge on Monday said she's obligated to avoid absurdity and ruled that Kalshi's prediction markets in sports amount to acts of gambling, which should come under state regulations. Kalshi, a New York-based predictive market where users can put money down to receive payouts on everything from athletics to politics and world events, had asked the court for an injunction against the Ohio Casino Control Commission. The regulatory body wants to stop Kalshi from operating as an unlicensed sportsbook that is facilitating bookmaking in Ohio.
Yeah, they're literally doing that. Kalshi said its sports offerings should be treated as federally regulated swaps.
Yeah,
a type
take
of contract
Urgrit.
often found in financial investing. U.S. District Judge Sarah Morrison
You got a warrior
disagreed.
up here.
Swaps are, quote, understood
Yeah,
as
it's
a
just-
transaction involving
it was
financial
keeping me in
instruments and
amenity.
measures that traditionally and directly affect commodity prices, she
Can
wrote.
promote 'em and
Currency exchange
take
rates,
Urgrit.
the weather, and energy costs all do that. The number of points scored in the Huskies-Bobcats game does not, Morrison added. This conclusion is further supported by the court's obligation to avoid
Send
absurdity.
over a field
The
cam.
judge continued. Ohio argues that absurd results
I don't know
would
if we'll
flow
both
from
go to war
defining
with
a
the city
swap
state
to
or
include
not,
a
but-
sports event contract. The court agrees. A representative for Kalshi said the company will appeal the Ohio decision. The company won a decision recently in Tennessee that blocked Nashville from forcing Kalshi to adhere to state regulations. We respectfully disagree with the court's decision, which splits from a decision from federal court in Tennessee just a few weeks ago, and will promptly seek an appeal, a Kalshi spokesperson said. Yeah, it's weird that the federal government is like, let them play, and then governments that are not the federal government are like, this is absurd that you are even making this comparison.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah. But it'll probably go to an appeal court, and then a Trump-friendly judge will be like, well, you see, the problem is Trump's son is on the advisory board, and then we got Erica Kirk on another advisory board, and then we got Trump's granddaughter at the advisory board of Erewhon, and as you can see, it's a little bit difficult for us to
I'm
rein
gonna
in
fucking
any of this corruption.
force his city to
we'll
lose
just
loyalty.
have to wait until the inevitable happens.
If the Democrats ever get the White House back, they
These
need to give
cultists
Lena
are fun.
Khan a Gundam.
Yeah. She needs to march to Silicon Valley in a fucking Gundam and just kick buildings over. That's it. All right, that's all for this video. We will be back with more, of course. But in the meantime, please like the video, click the like button. It really does help.
it for 15% off the premium starter kit at branchbasics.com. After you purchase, when they ask where you heard about them, please make sure to mention our show.
Damn it! I wanted her to say, please
All right,
mention
let's
that
welcome
you've
to
had
I've
it.
Had It, Francesca Fiorentini. Francesca, how are you today?
I'm okay. I'm hanging in there. My 3.5-year-old decided that she can open doors and will open doors in the middle of the night.
He's like a velociraptor.
So I'm in that struggle. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in the like, mommy, can I sleep with you struggle? And the answer I need is no, you cannot. But it ends up being yes. So I'm here. I'm a little tired. Thank you. I'm so happy to be with you.
So happy to have you. You know, 3-year-olds are difficult. It's a very difficult time. I had a therapist once tell me that they can be so cute and darling, and all of the sweet moments that you have are very important bonding times that prepare you as a mother for the fuckery that comes with them being teenagers.
Yes.
So this bonding that you're having is super important.
Dude, yeah. I mean, luckily, I guess at 16, she won't want to like sleep in the bed with me. She'll just want to like sell pictures of her feet online. And I'll be like, you can't do that. You're displaying away. You can't do that.
No, that's good money. What do you mean?
All right, let's tell our listener who doesn't know who you are. Listener, Francesca's a comedian, and you've seen her on AJ Plus, The Young Turks, Zateo, The Majority Report, and the host of the Bituation Room podcast, which Pumps and I were on a couple of weeks ago.
That's right.
But I want to, before we dive into what you've had it with, I want to talk about something right out of the gates. So Pumps and I have been podcasters for like 3 years, 3 months, right? I was an interior designer, still am. She was a divorce attorney. And we kind of didn't know what we were doing, but it took off, blah, blah.
Amazing.
And so,
congratulations on your GLAAD award. That was so fantastic.
Thank you.
You're making the rounds. Everyone is like, mother, yes. Like, everyone's really happy for you. And specifically because, you know, you both cut through the bullshit and in life, and you're very real and also politically. And I think coming from it, you know, maybe even just being 3 years in the game is helpful because you can see things for what they are.
Yeah. Yeah. It's for me, the LGBTQ plus community was an integral part of my growing, because when I grew up in the suburbs of Oklahoma City, it was all evangelical Christians were my peers, but my parents were atheists. And so the judgment and the cruelty that white evangelical Christians have for others we're witnessing on a global stage right now. But so when I went to college, I was like, I like these gay men.
I got an upgrade for one of my spies
to the gay
that if I keep him in my
best
territory,
friends in life
all
are
my
gay
other
men and
ones
always have
operate a
been.
level
And
higher.
It was a really important part and sense of community
really good
that I
upgrade.
had in the backdrop of all of the religious cruelty
No,
that
no, it's
exists
all
in the
my
Bible
spies.
Belt. Make no mistake about it.
What?
Bible Belt religion,
I've been using that
white
upgrade wrong
evangelical
this whole
Christianity
time?
is a
If
religion
this
of
spy
cruelty,
is in
and you
your
can see
home
it now. But
territory,
I want to get to
all
something
your
I think is
spies
really
operate
interesting.
at
So
+1 level.
we had Jank on the podcast of the Young Turks. I don't listen to podcasts. I don't watch design shows. I don't, whatever my job is, I don't, when I'm off work, do those things.
Quartermaster.
And I don't follow online personality drama. And I oftentimes don't read a lot of the comments because sometimes they're not super favorable. And I just think I'm going to keep doing this. So Kylie was like, yeah, a lot of people didn't like Jank and blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, you know, can't please everybody. Well, then we had Anna Kasparian on, and I went and looked at the comments, and everybody in our audience fucking hates her. I've never seen the comment section on this. It's not one, it's not two, it's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of comments.
Yeah.
And I was just, they're like,
Justified.
they didn't listen to us with Cenk. And then they have on and on. So why the fuck does everybody hate these two people? And you used to work with them.
I did, and you know, don't really regret my time. But this kind of dovetails with what I've had it with. So maybe I can open with what I've had it with, and that'll explain sort of why I've had it with those two, and maybe some people in your audience have as well. So I've had it with centrists parading around as progressives, and these can be anyone from Gavin Newsom to Hakeem Jeffries to Nancy Pelosi, but also in the media, Bill Maher, Cenk Uygur, and Anna Kasparian. These are, in my opinion, opportunistic slugs who, whenever the chance arises, they will say the right things in order to basically break bread with the right, have them on their podcast, and offer up as, you know, sort of a sacrifice portions of the so-called left that people think that they come from, whether that's trans people, whether that's people of color, whether that's immigrants, right? Whether that's unhoused people, all of the issues that I personally care about. It's as someone who wants to see economic, social, racial justice in this country, they have no problem with, and they continually get pushed into this category of, oh, they're liberal, oh, they're a left, oh, they're a progressive, Gavin Newsom, as if we didn't see him sweeping up homeless encampments from these poor folks who don't have anywhere else to go. We don't see him vetoing on a, you know, California-wide level harm reduction initiatives to actually help people prevent them from dying from ODing. And so Cenk and Anna are squarely in that centrist category, and they hate being called that because they've spent most of their careers railing against Nancy Pelosi, railing against even people like Gavin Newsom, although they are actually to the right of Newsom on a lot of things. But they get heralded as these liberals, and they're everything but. These are people who want to, again, have a beer with Charlie Kirk, you know, R.I.P.
See, I've been reading Quartermaster wrong this whole time.
Great.
And also, multiple quartermasters do stack.
Really? That's crazy.
You know, they literally will say that, you know, the left has gone crazy. They're out of their minds. And because they're good on one issue or maybe two issues, everyone gives them a pass, and they still kind of get to go through the world as if they haven't said incredibly problematic and hurtful things. In the example of Anna, as you mentioned, of course your audience was pissed because she, which is ironic, she spent so much time saying culture wars are really a distraction from the main war against the 1%. It's like, totally. And yet, for the past 5 years, she's been on a slow decline into there should be limits on where trans people get to exist, right? She's against trans athletes, which is like, cool, you're against 5 people, fun, you know, real popular position there. And she's, you know, lately talked about and really lied about things like trans people in dressing rooms, right? Trans people in locker rooms, that actually there was a man in a locker room once, and all of these things that actually really are. And Jen, you know this, just straight up right-wing Proud Boys, like fucking reactionary, psychotic, extremist shit to say. Because again, this is a permission structure to dehumanize people. And so it's trans people one day, it's immigrants the next day, it's unhoused people, it's people of color, it's women, it doesn't matter. This is what we call solidarity. And we don't throw anyone under the bus. If you're a real leftist, if you're a real progressive, they sadly have. Cenk and I have an hour-long debate on my show, The Bituation Room. You guys can go watch that. You can go watch that, Jen. If you want to see a grown man yelling.
Does she have MAGA face?
I'm looking that up right now. Yeah, of course she does.
She got MAGA face. That's great. Why the liberal got MAGA face?
Because she was on Bravo.
Ah.
Because she was a TV designer first.
This makes sense.
What's her name? Rebecca? What's her name? What's the Bituation Room lady name?
Oh, Francesca.
Rebecca.
Close. Let's see if anyone wants a sculpture for a portrait. Landscape. Elizabeth, what do you want? What do you got for me? Nothing. Get the fuck out of here. No, I already looked at you. Nubia. I have to go soon. Christina's supposed to be the great work person. Nothing.
Tell them all the time, no, you guys have way more money. And they're always shocked by that. And I'm like, because they're swimming in money and don't realize how much we're starving out here on the left, right?
Sure.
So, and I talked on Tim Pool's show about that, et cetera. Now, when it comes to the 5%, 95%, yeah, I hear you. So it's that when you disagree with Trump, especially in the past, especially in the first term, et cetera, you're a goner, right?
People from the
locked up by Mitch McConnell and goddamn Dick Cheney and Joe.
Okay. His audio's too bad for me to care.
a lot and getting very flustered because he believed in this interim between Trump winning again and Trump assuming office that all we needed to do was come together with the right and find common cause. Well, that common cause, again, is often over the bodies of real people. People who are dying, people who are in the crosshairs, people who are being dragged off of planes because they have an alarm going off on their phone that tells them to pray. So this is why I've had it with these centrists who never own up to the fact that they're centrists. I don't have a problem with Gavin Newsom, but just say you're a centrist.
Just admit it, yeah.
Say you're a centrist. You like corporate Democrat. You like billionaires. You will not approve a 5% tax on them. You are a centrist. It's okay. I just don't agree with you.
Okay, I think that was very enlightening, and I just want to say to our listeners that we're disappointed that we have them on. This, I'm happy that Francesca is here to explain the problem.
You still don't have an embassy with me.
Really get angry
sent it to you.
when
You fucking accepted it.
marginalized people are thrown under the bus, or that we cede ground and allow the litter box crowd,
it, and it didn't give
the
me an
litter
option to
box
accept
conspiracy
anything.
theorists,
I keep
to
sending
make up shit.
I'll send it again next turn.
And talk about trans people, and trans people don't want to be spoken about. They're sick of it. They want to exist. They want to live. This is a huge problem with. This is a huge problem right now in politics when people have pick-me syndrome, where they want to have the straddle of trying to find which way the wind is blowing. And I see this with Gavin Newsom. And when he sat down with Charlie Kirk, and then he sat down with Ben Shapiro, and then the billionaire tax thing, these things, like, I thought, okay, this guy's good looking. I thought in my mind, progressive. And then you just see him committing suicide as a candidate. And it's like, and it's not fun to beat up on Democrats, but the corporate Democratic position has fed this whole vacuum of fascism, in my opinion.
Yes, it's a road for it.
I wish that Anna and Cenk the argument needs to be from our side when people start talking about trans people, whether it's Bill Maher or any of them, is why are you so obsessed with this? You mentioned it's 5 athletes, maybe 10 total. Why are you constantly thinking about people's genitalia? What is all that about? That's a really weird thought to have for such a minority of the population. Don't you think?
Absolutely. And this is the give a mouse a cookie strategy. It's like, well, if we just see ground on this one little cookie, they probably won't go after everything. They're going after everything. Are you kidding me? I mean,
they went after Mike Pence.
Absolutely.
They went after Mike Pence. Like, that's what I try to tell everybody. Like, nobody's safe in this. Mike Pence, who had a pet rabbit, who calls his wife mother.
The Malian
Did
city
you know he
is
had a
coming
pet
down.
rabbit when he moved in the vice president's house? I think about that all the time.
Isn't that just
weird?
so fitting?
Yeah.
He has the energy of a pet rabbit. And so he must see himself like, there's nothing in you, little one, Except who knows what he does with that pet rabbit, when mother's not looking. But Yeah, I mean, I think that is the problem, is that there's this fallacy of meeting the right in the middle. And the reality is that this
Nothing
country's
like
been
a tundra
pulled
water park, am I right?
far, far to the right,
that.
through the courts, through all of our electeds, through the culture wars, and giving them one thing and saying, okay, no, you're right. Trans people probably shouldn't be in locker rooms. That, again, is this permission structure to have a presidential decree, what are they called? An executive order saying there are only 2 genders. Like,
they just want to do genital checks. That's what the whole thing is leading towards, is you've got a bunch of Mike Johnsons and little creeps like Stephen Miller who are dying to do genital checks. It's the weirdest shit on the planet. But let me ask you this. So as you and I are both in this space, like, is it right or wrong to have those people on? Like when I had either of them on, I never ceded any of my ground. But I also probably was a little bit lazy that I didn't research what all the beef was on the internet at the time. But let me tell you what I'm kind of flirting with.
That my envoys broke.
I kind of want to have Marjorie Taylor Greene on. Is that a good idea? Or
Well,
idea?
see if they're fixed now, because I annexed
because
something.
here's the thing. Cenk loves Marjorie Taylor Greene, but he has her on their show
Like, I'm not even
to glaze
getting
her
my
up and
envoys
down
to place.
and to basically like show leftists.
I'm not getting
look,
envoys
this
generated.
is the person that you don't want me to make friends
Nothing.
with. And look at her; she's so good on being anti-war, and she's calling out Donald Trump. But someone actually needs to call her out.
I want to ask her
everything else she's done.
That's what I want to do. I want to say, okay, you've evolved on these issues. Awesome. It's incredible.
Right.
So proud of you, Marge. Like, seriously, that's baby steps. Why do you care about Palestinian children, but you don't care about immigrant children in the United States? How do you morally do that? Why do you care about potential gay or trans Palestinians that Israel bombs with impunity, but you don't care about the ones here? I want to dive into all of that with her, because the problem for me is the cherry picking of human rights and quantifying which rights are the most important. And I see that Marge has evolved on a couple of issues. I'm also not the person to pile on a lot of flattery for having Captain Obvious style observations. You know, it's like everybody's like, oh my God, Liz Cheney's such a patriot. She saw that Donald Trump stormed the Capitol. We're not. Why are y'all are the like personal accountability party and you hate participation trophies? So why are y'all fucking handing them out all the time?
No, I mean,
Korea
that's the thing also with,
alliance,
Gaza
and I
and
said,
Israel-Palestine.
sure.
I know in this
Why
country
not?
it feels so entrenched, but for the left to like give someone a cookie because they can adequately say it's wrong to starve and kill babies, or like pull the generators for incubators in Gaza, or bomb the last cancer hospital for children, that doesn't really take that much moral backbone, right? It's really obvious, and it is popular on the right now. So I think people can have it both ways. But if Marjorie
you think I should invite Marge on? Do you think I should invite her on?
You have her on because we know you, Jen. We've seen what you do. And
Yeah,
yes,
now that they're finally
I would have liked
losing
a little bit more
loyalty,
pushback
now
on
your
maybe Anna or
cultists
Cenk,
will
but you
actually
did ask Anna. You did do the
work on
research
them.
and say, hey,
They have to be
why do you
losing
like to go on
loyalty before
Tucker
you use the cultist.
constantly? And don't you think he's a little anti-Semitic? And she, gave the most hilarious answer, which was, I don't think he is, almost like she knew it was in his heart, and then used as an excuse the fact that he used to be a Zionist, which, if we've learned anything politically, is that Zionism and Judaism are not the same thing. And you can be anti-Zionist and not be an anti-Semite. And you can be...
Lindsey Graham is the biggest Zionist we know.
Yes, yes. And Mike Huckabee, and that's because they want the Jews to perish in, fiery damnation. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's why all the, Christian evangelicals are doing their little TikToks excited that like the second coming is all we have to do is obliterate Iran.
They are? Are they doing rapture TikToks?
Oh, there's rapture TikToks.
Oh God. Oh my God. Francesca, when I was in 8th grade, I lived in Moore, Oklahoma, suburb of Oklahoma City. And I was a Brink Bobcat cheerleader. Okay. Go Bobcats. That's the claw. Go Bobcats.
The claw.
And so all of my friends were just total Bible thumpers, right? Because it's suburbs in the Bible Belt. And so they were all saying, we were going to a football game. We were playing like our rival. And they're like, yeah, the rapture's coming tonight. Nostradamus called it. So one girl's like, I'm going to be doing a toe touch. And then all of a sudden my pom-poms and my cheer uniform will drop to the ground. And then I'm going to be up with heaven. So I go to my
I'm
mother, who's like this
What are
total
you?
closet atheist. She
I'm going
fucking
for
hates
communism.
religion. She sees it as like a mental weakness,
go for
right? And
democracy.
I can't really argue with her. So I'm like, Mom, everybody thinks the rapture's coming. She's like, oh, for God's sakes, these people are
drop a bunch in there.
ridiculous, Jennifer.
I'll
No,
put 5 in there.
you're going to go to the football game. You're going to cheer. Everybody's going to go home. There's no
Great
rapture.
work to
You're
this
like,
type
is my
doubled
outfit
will
gonna
be
drop to the
writing.
ground because I don't know what underwear to wear? Is it my undies too?
Christina has 1,000
Then it doesn't happen, right? And then the next day at school, I'm like,
victory
so,
points.
like, you know, kind of like poking the bear. I'm like, so, you know, it looks like Jesus didn't come for you. And they're all like, they immediately, it's incredible.
I'm
It's
gonna
like how
spend mine
MAGA
on
does with Trump. Like, oh,
you.
we're against neocon policies.
You
We're against
also
Iran. And then
do
now
the
they're like totally
gain
for
too,
it. This is
to
so
win.
familiar to me because
Yeah,
these are all of the
for you.
people I grew up
Gain
around.
too.
Like, they just switch. Well, oh, Nostradamus
Because
also
nobody has
said
enough
blah,
that they'll
blah,
vote
blah. And then he
against
just
it, but
immediately
Christina
spun it. There
has
was
a
not
lot.
even any
Oh,
disappointment.
there was a little asterisk
And
next
she
to
could,
what
we could still dump
Nostradamus
all of
said.
ours, and she could still potentially snag
I already
it.
voted. I'm just going with it. If it happens, it happens.
Did you spend it all on yourself?
I put the majority of my points into the first one to make sure
On
that we
yourself?
got democracy.
Oh, okay. Then I'm not spending my points here. I'm going to save them for the next round.
Okay. Because I do have a boost for democracy. I was going to go communism for the production boost, but I can go democracy.
And it's because we weren't wearing the right color. It was supposed to be an away game, not a home game. So once we do the away game, well, that I think was very enlightening when you came on my show to say, you know, I think as someone who didn't grow up around a lot of, you know, well, in the Bible Belt and a lot of religious right wingers. Yeah, I grew up around some, but I mostly went to the little Jesus, you know, like Bible study only to flirt with the guys. I was like, isn't that what we're all doing?
But was it the Bible study you went to? Was it the Republican Jesus or the brown Jesus?
I wish he was brown. No, it was very much a white. It was just like the youth group. It was like youth group, and you're like, I was like, oh, I'm here to flirt with all
this in.
This was in California, so it wasn't, you know.
Oh, it wasn't as bad. Like our Jesus in Oklahoma, this guy. I mean, he is a capitalist. He's hot, capitalist extraordinaire, Aryan looking. Really, really loves wealth, accumulation of wealth.
Wait, this is the Jesus or the youth pastor?
No, the Jesus that they worship in the Bible Belt.
He really loves money? Oh, is he really into money?
Very, very, very into money. Very into
That's crazy.
Distributing it only to
Monarchy
the
one.
very, very, very top 1% blessed people. The mega church pastor.
Who's still a
Prosperity gospel.
monarchy?
So you grew up
Classical
in prosperity
Republic.
gospel Jesus?
I didn't. Now my mother banned. Yes, 100%.
Christina.
My mother
put
banned me from going to
13.
church, but Francesca, I desperately
And
wanted
then
to
she
fit in
put
with my
12.
peers. So oftentimes I said, "Mom, I'm
We
going to
could
spend
have
the
beat her.
night with
One.
Brittany, or I'm going to spend the night with Tiffany."
If we
She'd
combined
be
our
like, "Don't
thing,
go to
we
the
could have
church
beat
tomorrow."
her.
I was like, "I won't," and I went every single time. And it's all the preachers, they're just like Donald Trump, identical. They
Damn.
have the hair, the tan, the white teeth, grifters.
Tiffany's got a little Fendi bag or whatever we're wearing. And it's like, Jesus got me this. Jesus. It's because we come to church. You're like, Mom, I think we need to start going to church because I'd really like a handbag.
Yeah. No, but every time I would go, the pastors were so insane. It was a preaching about hellfire, damnation, Satan, demons. People would be talking in tongues. I would always go home and I'd be like, my mom's right. These people are fucking crazy.
So the one and only time I went to Sydney, we were driving, and we tuned into some local radio stations. We found this evangelical radio station, and it was playing these recordings and being like, we can hear fucking what the hell? It was like, oh, we can hear hell, literal hell, and playing all these fucking recordings and shit. I laughed so hard I vomited. It was absurd. Like the absurdity of what they were broadcasting sent me into a laughing fit, and I vomited. And it is, other than hating Sydney, that was the most prominent memory from that trip. Was the evangelical radio station on the way through country New South Wales. Wild shit.
Crazy.
Oh, that's so unattractive. See, our Jesus camp was much more like, there's rock and roll, boys and girls get to talk to each other, and Jesus is all about love. And it was like, love, we love everyone. And like, I remember having this sort of like Salem witch trial moment where you're like, oh my God, Jesus is in me, I love him. And then you go on like the one trip, and for me it was the ski trip, go on the ski trip, and we get there and it's like all fine, it's the same thing, but then they do the like,
fixed
if you've accepted Jesus Christ into your heart, you can stay in the tent. And if you haven't,
you're gonna have to go to war
leave.
with the city to
and
fix
and
it.
like this is after like little Jimmy Hopkins, you know, was 9 years old.
Not really.
He got into a car crash.
Set up
and
for
he
it.
died. But he made his pact with God. He made his pact with God, and he went to heaven. So you need to make, and it was like, and all of a sudden, and then there was a little bit of homophobia, and so as like I guess a 7th, 8th grader, I was like,
well, you want to fix your envoys.
Oh, I don't like that. Like it started to dawn on me that there was a lot of hate I had to accept into my heart. A lot of like, unless you've converted, you're gonna go to hell. And I was like, oh, see, I just wanted to flirt with the hot guys named Micah.
Yeah,
and a
so
bombard.
Kylie,
What are
the
you
producer
talking
of our
about?
show, she went grew up in mega church culture, went to all the youth stuff. She's a lesbian now, but at the time when she was a lesbian, she just wasn't quite in terms with it yet.
For
lesbians.
Right,
yeah, I agree. So she said that she would go to the mega church and it was like, you know, the lights, the rock band, and she'd be like, God, I can feel God. I can feel it. Like I fucking love Jesus. Let's go, big guy.
Yeah.
And then she goes to college and she goes to a concert and she goes, oh, I just like music.
That's awesome.
Like, oh, it wasn't the Holy Spirit. I just really like music. And this music is a ton better than that trashy Christian rock at the mega church. I thought that perfectly encapsulates what they try to do.
It's also community. Like, I mean, we're in this moment, right, where like everyone, you know, people blame phones and yeah, I guess, and the internet, but like, it's true that like providing a space for young kids to hang out with is like their parents feel pretty good about, that isn't necessarily a concert where there's going to be whatever beer, weed, whatever it is. It's like that's pretty rare. The fact that it has to come with, you know, hellfire and damnation and homophobia.
Now I have some artillery.
And, all kinds of insanity.
And the abstinence only shit is crazy.
Yeah, take these
oh yeah.
The abstinence, I think that's one of the more damaging things that religion teaches people, because so many people have so much sexual shame and then they don't know what consent means. They don't know how to not get pregnant. They don't know how to not give each other crabs.
Or they marry the first person they fall in love with who like never made them come. It's very, very dark.
Yeah, some gyrator jackrabbit. They never have good sex ever their whole life.
Yeah,
it's terrible. Okay, let's go through more of your grievances.
Okay, please.
Rude requests.
Oh, you want to get? These are all my grievances. Oh my,
I want to go. This is your therapy, Francesca. Which, by the way, my younger son Roman, I really wanted him to be a girl, and I was going to name him Francesca and call him Francie. Oh, isn't that cute?
Francie, whenever you want. I love a good nickname. I'm not a big fan of Fran. It's the one thing that could.
I like Francie.
I've had it with Francie, I'll do. Rude requests. And I feel like we're in a time of people in your DMs, people, you know, on Twitter or on Instagram, trying to hit you up for things, texting you. And I just feel like lately I've been getting a lot of like, have me on your podcast, do this thing, you know, go to this event, or like be part of this thing, or you should boycott this. Why are you doing that? There's a lot of like random, I think, emails and DMs. People want something of you. People want you to not do something. People want to scold you. And I'm fine with being asked for things. Love it. I need zhuzh. I need foreplay. I need a little bit of, hey, hi, Francesca. Oh, you know, tell me where you know me from. I'm not just from the internet. wherever you see me, I know I've been on like a bazillion shows, you know, I've watched The Habituation Room, and I was wondering maybe, like, come on, I don't use AI. This is another thing I'm bitching about.
Do you reckon
I
that she
listened to a
would
recent episode of yours,
say yes to an
and I
interview?
know that you and
I
Pam.
know.
No.
My kids are so mad at me
You
for,
reckon?
I'm telling you,
No. She
Francesca,
wouldn't
I
even see the
really, I think
message.
it's a Gen Xer thing. I really kind of like
I'm gonna
AI.
message her.
I got off of ChatGPT.
I heard that.
And then I now in a relationship with Claude, and I'm not like a
Which is,
psycho.
by the way, I love Claude. Like, I love the name.
Claude Anthropic, and so I thought they were good because they took on the Trump administration. But now I just heard that Anthropic could have been the software they used in the Tomahawk strike on the school. So now I think I'm going to be a lover of AI that's single, shopping for a new relationship. And listen,
You're
Francesca,
going to go to Grok. What? No, you're going to have.
No,
you're
I will
Grok.
not
You're
go
gonna
to
have
Grok.
a virtual
Grok is a
girlfriend.
Nazi. He is. He calls himself Mecca
Nice.
Hitler or something like this.
Mecca. It's Mecca.
Mecca Hitler.
But wow, how dare you? No, okay, but Jen, why
I know.
do you need it? Because this is my thing. I feel like while I want a little bit of zhuzh, and part of me is like, just use AI to write this very nice email, but also take 2 seconds. Just give me, and I write short texts. I am not a prolific texter. I write short, to the point. I'm very curt, but at least I can be like, thank you, you're so great, or this was lovely,
I
or
can
like, we'd
upgrade
love
my
to have you,
warrior
or
straight to the
da-da-da-da-da, and
Imperial
if you'd be
Guard.
willing, or get on the phone with me, whatever it is. I just really hate, and I think men do it a lot.
Maybe
where
I
they're
will.
Like,
He's got an upgrade.
they just feel entitled to be like, have me on your podcast. You should do this thing. Why don't you do that? And you're like, ugh. I just hate
Hear
rude
that?
requests.
She
right
doesn't
now.
like
I
men.
think it's as you get your public persona.
No, she
gets
said she doesn't
bigger,
like
people
rude
want a lot
requests.
from you.
Yeah.
And so here's
She
what
just
I've
said
done.
men.
I've turned off DMs. So like if
I'm
we
gonna
follow
message her
each
on the
other, we can
account.
DM each other, but I can't get new random
Hi, I'm
DMs.
gay.
So part of that had to do with the fact that
Hey, that could work.
Fox and Friends, the 5 likes to do hit pieces on me. And when that happens, I'll open up my DMs and it's these people. It's like, I hope that you get anally raped with a baseball bat and then die. Fuck you, cunt. Like one after another. So I'm just like, you know what? I really don't think this is healthy. I think this is a very unhealthy
Wait,
thing.
why is Fox and Friends so triggered by you? Is it because you've got cut arms like all of their other hosts, and you can like?
Now listen, my arms are way better than the other host, Francesca.
Oh my god! Oh, so you go full screen.
51 years old. There's not a thing here. I work hard for these arms.
I need the regimen because, and I think it has to do with not eating so much crap, which I'm upset about.
I really like gummy bears and ice cream and stuff like that. I just don't eat late. Like I don't eat past 6 p.m.
Ooh.
But I want to tell you something. I want to tell you something about this AI because I know I'm wrong, so I'm getting defensive here. So I just want to explain.
Tell me what you use it for, please.
Okay, I'll tell you what I use it for. So writing emails, all of that, I do my own. I'm old school that way. What I used AI for yesterday was that my dog Tubby, who I'm in a 10-year monogamous relationship with the exception of his sister Cha-Cha, we're in love, and he recently started having seizures. And so he's had an MRI. I thought he had brain cancer. They cleared it, blah, blah, blah. So he's been on this medication and he was seizure free. And then he had 3 seizures in a 24-hour period. Yeah. And I'm not a hypochondriac by nature. I call the vet hospital that did the MRI, and they're just very casual. It's like, oh, okay, just double his medication now. That wasn't good enough for me. And so he has chronic dry eye as well. And I promise you guys, my husband is the hypochondriac. I do not have Munchausen by proxy with my dogs. Okay. I just want to get that out there right now.
I've heard you say that.
So here is his eye drop medication, and it's sitting by my computer right here because I thought, oh, he was getting more eye boogers frequently. So I started the steroid ointment again to treat his chronic dry eye. And then the seizures happened. So I get into Claude and I'm like, hey, Claude, let me run some stuff by you. And it's like, they're so sycophantic. They're like, sure, yeah, let's go. And I'm like, Tubby. And he's like, of course, Tubby. And so we go through. Tubby,
your arms look great today. Oh, God, let's go.
So we go through. Basically, Claude tells me he 100% thinks there's a link between the eye drops and the seizures. I call the neurologist at the hospital, and she 100% tells me AI is wrong and I need to get off of it.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
Then what happened? Then what happened? Did you stop the eye medication?
No, she said to continue the eye medication, but I'm not convinced.
Because Claude said there was a link? Well, okay, so this story is not complete yet because we haven't tested Claude's theory.
I know.
Yeah, test Claude's theory and
mine is
have your dog
mild
die.
AI use. My husband his AI use is insane, and our sons.
Stop this.
Our sons are like 23
Total AI
and
death.
19, and they're like, AI is trash. You guys shouldn't use
Yes,
it.
they're
Like,
correct.
I love it.
Stop using it, boomer.
The Gen Z are the ones who are like, use your brain a little bit, mom, dad. So I think Gen Xers and Gen Z, especially male Gen Xers, I don't know what it is. They are definitely wedded. They love it. But every time I hear people, like my dad, my stepfather also is like, I use, AI. But specifically for medication to figure out what meds you can use and what meds you can't use together, which feels really dangerous, but also like someone's giving him that information, just like you're getting that information for Tubbs. And here's the thing though, isn't this a little bit of a symptom of not having better healthcare, whether veterinary care or real healthcare? So it's like we're turning to these AI bots to tell us whether or not we can mix meds. That's so dangerous.
It's so bad, especially when we watch these commercials where it's like side effects will be diarrhea,
Tell your doctor if this fucking
vomiting,
kills
rectal
you.
bleeding, crabs, all this shit, and you're just like, this is on our television. Like, it's insane. You're 100% right. Okay.
And then I love that my favorite thing about AI is them putting in really bad adverbs. Like it's always like a lively discussion, and you're like, nobody says that,
Right?
Just like, I don't know why lively just is the word to me that they always use. Get off of it because the amount of water it's using is so bad.
And see, and that's the thing too. You're 100% correct on that. And then I think, okay, Gen X, my generation.
I'm gonna still use it.
We are such twats. I think that like the Gen X voted for Trump at like a major impact. We're a huge problem, and then the AI, and we're the biggest users of AI, and then I want to be this huge progressive, and then I have this secret relationship with Claude. It's just total hypocrisy. I'm going to try to be better, but I feel I'm going to work on this. It is breathtaking hypocrisy, but I'm telling you, there's something enticing about. Like sometimes when I'm really trying to get to the bottom of stuff, I'm like, come on, Claude, let's go. But if Claude's bombing shit, I can't have that either.
No, Claude will bomb shit. I mean, AI is all directed towards that. I once got IT support for, an Apple product, and I actually really like Apple support. I like their calls that I have with them. I've had really good experiences with real people. This is my first time with AI. They had me do something that completely it bricked my computer. It was an old computer, but it bricked it. It was like, boo, it did not do anything. I was just using it for, this is a lot, but I was just using it for a monitor, so I was able to sort of still use it, but they bricked the actual hard drive. And so I asked AI, I was like, okay, so if you ruin my computer or my phone or whatever, is there any recourse? Will Apple cover this for free? Like, will a genius be able to help me in the genius part? And they're like, no. So there's really no choice. There's no recourse if they actually give you the wrong advice.
What an asshole.
Listener, exercise is a huge part of my life. It is actually designed or doesn't listener.com/experience our exclusive snack mixes and mushroom coffees. Their ultimate sampler pack includes all three. So listener, right now, IQ Bar is offering our special podcast listeners 20% off all IQ products. 1,000 message and it's just not worth it. Oh my God. To wearing these, go to QC or hit
Put all the ads right in the middle.
God. Welcome to Had It or Hit It. I would hit it. Had it. I hit it every day, sometimes twice a day.
Had it or hit it. Operation Epic Fury.
Gee, I wonder what she's going to say.
I mean, I like consensual sex, so absolutely had it. I can't believe we're here. I got involved in anti-war organizing and social justice organizing and this work and world in general when I was 18 protesting the war in Iraq. And the idea that I am now 40 and I have a kid and we are now invading another Middle East country. This time, again, speaking of AI, this is like the AI generated Bush administration.
No shit.
I mean, yeah, it just got fed Rambo and Top Gun, and they're just going with it on a country of 90 million people. There's no words. There's no words, Jen. They hit another school just today.
Oh God, that seems to be a feature of Israeli aggression and not a bug. The hitting of schools and hospitals. Okay, 2 follow-up questions to this. The first one is EF, Operation Epic Fury, the EF. Epstein files. Do you think that is
It is a big achievement for us, eating in the outskirts of the hospital and around it without damage.
I was wondering what, I was like, initials, EF, and people were pointing it out, and so the fact that you're spelling it out, and I'm like, oh.
Epstein files.
You see the way that, I guess, the Google searches for Epstein files are going down, but we just got another page of, this 14-year-old who was assaulted by Trump. Who was hit. I just we have child rapists in charge of our government. He's a child rapist. Sorry.
Yeah, and then all of these women that use their gender to gender wash fascism, roll out with their Christian nationalist crosses and ride the shoulders of all of these feminists and suffragettes, and then use their gender to signal oh, it's fine, a woman's in charge of this. And then they Christian signal to all of the Trump supporters. It's so morally depraved. But I want to ask you one thing.
Caroline Leavitt's, her fillers are getting as big as her cross. If you notice, her cross gets bigger, her lips get bigger. It just going to take over her whole face.
You brought up George W. Bush, and that was a time period when my kids were really young, and my husband and I would watch Jon Stewart every night. We're in the Bible Belt, surrounded by Republicans, and we would just we were so angry with George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Condoleezza Rice, who's inserting herself. Oh yeah, she's such a war hawk. But George W. Bush incubated MAGA. Yeah, MAGA didn't just come out of nowhere. So my thing that I talk to my listeners about all the time is, what is MAGA incubating? Oof. Because we need to be prepared for that, because Donald Trump, I like to call him dementia duck. He has dementia and he's a lame duck, right? Yes. And so when you look forward to the demise, this movement started before MAGA and it will go long after MAGA. And you think about Fuentes, Carlson, all of these people.
So, I think it was the college Republicans just appointed basically a Groyper to head them up, which because of their leaked text, we know they all are Groypers. And there was some admission that it seemed like, 30 to 50%, if not more, of college Republicans are white nationalists. They love Nick Fuentes. And now one of them, I believe, who debated Mehdi Hassan on that Jubilee show, who is like, yes, I'm a fascist. I'm openly so. He's now the head of them. So they are leaning in to the Groyper white nationalist label. They're not running from it. And to me, and this is where I think why I love your show, why I love your voice, is that Bush incubating Trump, that doesn't happen without an opposition party that doesn't exist. Because Bush was dead. Bush ruined the Republican name, ruined the Republican label. The Republican Party was completely on their asses. And then Trump comes along, and what does he say? He says, well, I don't agree with the war in Iraq. I think that was wrong. I think that was stupid. And he pretends to be anti-war when it really is isolationism, and also I'm just mad that I didn't get the oil, and I think we should have taken more oil. I'm mad my name wasn't on the Halliburton contracts and Dick Cheney's was. But he gets all of this play for being, rightfully tapping into the anti-war sentiment. And guess what? Barack Obama also tapped into the anti-war sentiment. It gave him the edge over Hillary Clinton. So then 8 years later, right, to run, or not 8 years, but to run Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump, yes, 8 years later, is such a bad idea. It is the worst idea to run a war hawk, who is Hillary Clinton, against a guy who is at least pantomiming that he understands where the American people are at after 8 years and $3 trillion of a war, 2+ wars that, they lost their loved ones over, they have PTSD over, that they lost their, so much money and blood and treasure went to. Got us absolutely nothing, and the Taliban are back in Afghanistan for one. So that, I think, is a fundamental flaw of the Democratic Party. They have allowed Trump to be incubated, right? They've allowed him to steamroll. And so did the media. Jake Tapper was the first one. I was covering it in 2016. The first guy who you got the Republican debate stage, Jake Tapper's up there and go like, asks all the Republican nominees, so what do we do about immigration? You know, Donald Trump wants to build the wall. What do you think about the wall? I'm sorry, wait, what? Why, when one of the candidates puts out the most outlandish idea possible, building a wall, right?
Deal.
Why do you suddenly, as the media, move the goalpost basically to that point of like, hey, why not a wall? You had Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio. I mean, they're awful and evil and little cucks. But
don't forget Low Energy Jeb.
Oh, Loner Jeb. Again, the name was dead. But they were all like, we believe in the Gang of Eight, a pathway to citizenship. They were working on it. And all of a sudden, because the media gave Trump so much play, so much shine, we were talking about a wall because it was good for clicks. It was good for, ratings. As the head of CBS said at the time, Les Moonves, right? Bad for America, good for CBS. So this, I think it's both the media and the Democratic Party that have failed us, that have incubated this fucking moment that we're in. And yes, of course, in addition to Republicans, but they're going to do what they're going to do. Trump said, he's like, no one could get away with the shit I'm getting away with. He swore on national television yesterday. And it's like, yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. You are an evil prick. You're going to keep doing what you're doing. It's everyone else's job to stop you.
Oftentimes, historically, we know that liberals will collaborate with fascists to uphold a corrupt economic system. And so that's what you see with what Jake Tapper did. That's what you see with Hakeem Jeffries and Tucker Carlson and other corporate Dems. That's what you see in the people who always had donated to Democrats before that are now, MAGA thumpers, because liberals will collaborate with fascists. It always happens historically. Okay. All right. Let's go lightning round. Had it or hit it, Kristi Noem?
Ugh. Hit it. She's free. Let's go. No, obviously I've had it. Here's what I will say with Kristi Noem. Everyone else is doing crimes and corruption from, their positions of power. Kash Patel downing beers with the U.S. men's hockey team, flying him and his girlfriend all over the place. Why does Kristi get, the boot? Okay. I call sexism. I
agree with that.
I like it. Because let's not kid ourselves. It doesn't matter if it's Senator Booster Box, Mark Wayne Mullen, or Kristi Noem at DHS. Neither one of those people are running it. Little pipsqueak Stephen Miller runs DHS, and everybody fucking knows it. All right, moving on. Had it or hit it, Poly Market?
Had it. Absolutely.
Not awful. Did you say they were like predicting nukes or something? It's so dystopian.
No, and anyone, guys, if you guys follow or I saw someone who I thought I respected, and then they're on Substack going like, I love my interview with Poly Market. I'm like, nope, unsubscribe, done. So anyone trying to whitewash them, and by the way, not to bring it back to Cenk and Anna, but all
Studios.
2024 run-up, they got Poly Market money. They renamed a studio that the people of TYT, the viewers, crowdfunded for them. They renamed it the Poly Market Studios the entirety of 2024.
She has no faith.
And yes, Poly Market was helped, funded by Peter Thiel. And it really dovetailed with some of their coverage moving.
This is the collaboration. Liberals collaborating with fascists.
Spending
That's
all
exactly
of it on
what that is. That's
spreading
exactly what
fake.
historians
She controls
talk about. We get requests to do commercials, and I think it was like, I can't remember what it is. I don't want to throw the company under the bus. It was a gambling thing
as well.
Right.
And this was 3 years ago, and I rejected it. And I was just like, now I'd feel like a hypocrite. My husband's in recovery. I don't want to do anything that facilitates like people getting addicted to, whether it be card games, alcohol,
I gained
drugs,
2 more
whatever.
geothermal vents.
There's like wine clubs and stuff, but I even reject those. I support people drinking. I do. There's just certain things when it comes to advertisers that you have to have some moral clarity about. Okay. Had it or hit it, a billionaire tax?
All right.
Hit it. Oh,
Timbuktu's
yeah.
coming down too.
There's 85 billionaires in California. We're trying to pass this billionaire tax.
Man,
85 of them.
Fall so fast now.
It really, and the argument, I think, especially from unions, nurses, and hospital workers, is that the big, beautiful bill, the big fugly bill, as I call it, is coming for It's coming for all these blue states especially, and the Medicaid and Medicare systems and the hospitals are gonna get destroyed. So we need a billionaire tax in order to shore up all of the things that are coming down the way. It's not even, I wish it were for universal health care in the state, which Gavin Newsom campaigned on and has since walked away from, but I digress.
No, I completely agree. And I also think important Democratic messaging right now, they need to be simple about things. We cannot afford billionaires.
Nope.
We cannot afford them. They use up all of our infrastructure. Think about the infrastructure that Jeff Bezos uses for free that we pay for. I think about how much we subsidize Walmart. We simply cannot afford these people's lifestyle because their lifestyles mean that we have to subsidize them. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, all of them. Okay, last one. It's a tricky one.
Okay.
Had it or hit it, the United States of America.
Well, don't get me started on where I want to move, and I know, people are leaving, and there is a point of privilege in that. I've got Italian citizenship. I think I can get Canadian citizenship through my husband's mom. There's a series of exit plans. You know why I hit the US of A? Is because we can't go down like this. We cannot
That's the spirit.
surrender to these unfuckable dorks.
Exactly.
These
That's the fucking
unfuckable
spirit.
Nazi dorks.
This is what I keep saying to these
cannot
fucking fake
have this
nationalists,
country.
these
I'm
fascist
sorry.
fucks.
There's too many good people here.
It's like, if you're a fucking
deserve so
nationalist,
much
you
better.
would fight
we have
for
a
the
beautiful
country.
history if we choose to look
But
at
you're
it.
clearly
From
not
things like the labor
nationalist.
movement
You're
in the
waving
30s
foreign
that
flags
gave
and
the
pushing foreign
world the
influence.
8-hour work day, the 40-hour work week. May 1st is something the world celebrates, except for the US, even though it started here. We've got the civil rights movement. We've got, come on. Like, we've got salty and sweet things together. Nobody does chicken and waffles except the US of A. And I hit it, even though it gets harder and harder and harder.
I agree. And listener, I just think it's so important that when you feel sometimes unpatriotic or you feel like you're angry at the United States, it's normal. It's not normal to just sit and love people that are sociopaths. That's codependency and self-defeating. And so, Francesca, I thank you so much for coming on our podcast. To my listeners that felt like we were out of touch with internet beef and didn't do enough research, you were right. We did not. And I apologize to you for that. And we're learning and we're trying to be better. And I concur with everything Francesca has to say about the duplicity in the aforementioned guests. And I still think you should have guests like that on. I think I probably should have been armed with a little bit more
war on each other.
questions. But I thank you for enlightening me. I oftentimes text Emma Vigeland, who introduced us. Like, hey, what's going on with this? Because again, the Gen Xer, but you know what? I could ask Claude.
You can be above. You can, oh my God, absolutely. Claude, why did TYT fall off? And it's not just.
Why does everybody hate Anna and Jane?
Do not have open borders with this man.
I think it is problematical. Just lastly, the Clear and POC contributors to TYT have all left, by and large. And I think that's a huge red flag. I hate talking about beef, but I thank you for giving me. I didn't want to. I was like, I shouldn't. And then I was like, wait a minute, but I kind of want to bitch about centrist. This will be perfect. Or I'm
sorry, I didn't mean to drag you into it. I kind of talked to her when she came on, like, hey, you apologize for being a fascist recently. I mean, for being a fascist apologist, what's up with that? And so I am trying to be a little bit more hip and into this stuff. I don't think your attacks, and they weren't even attacks, I don't think your statements were personal to them as much as they were. These are the moral duplicity issues that the public at large that wants to be an opposition party has. And I think those are important things to have, because in these spaces, people, especially with how abusive the government is, they rely on us to like feel centered and feel normal. And then when you find out your guy or your gal is a hypocrite on something, it's pretty devastating.
It is. And look, the invitation's always open for Anna to come on my show. I've invited her to talk to me. I've had Cenk on to debate. I think the reason they wanted to go on yours, and kudos, because they don't often go on left-leaning shows. So that was a big of them. They usually go on, Bill Maher and, Tim Pool or whomever else will have them on. It's because you guys have a massive platform, and so they wanted some of that shine.
they want some of your audience, but I guess your audience already knew what was
hated them. Fucking, hey, we got ripped. I'm sure that I don't read the comments often, but I did. Kylie was like, hey, you might want to go read these. And I was like, oh my God, they're so mad at us. They are furious. We already had you booked at the time, and they're like, have Francesca on. And I was like, it's already in the works. So I thought I'd ask you about it. And I thank you so much. And I look forward to future collaborating. The one thing I will say about our side, the progressive left, independent media space, and listener, you all will really like this. It's very collaborative, and everybody's very supportive of each other, from, Majority Report to Hassan Piker to Austin Show to Don Lemon, to Joy Reid. Everybody is very helpful and collaborative because we all really want to fight this regime.
And I think we should have honest conversations and if we have it out, I love shades of blue discussion. The problem is we don't have a lot of good spaces to even have those discussions. And, but I think we should have more of them. I don't want to shy away from that.
I agree. Francesca, thank you so much. I look forward. I want to have you on frequently. And thanks for having.
Save next turn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool. 5 of the Iranian women's national team players withdrew their asylum claims. 5 of the 6 left Australia, reportedly due to pressure involving their families in Iran. Good job, Drew. You really saved those women. Absolute fuckwit. I breached the dam.
What dam?
I'm just bullying Peter.
Oh yeah.
He has $64 I can siphon. I'm gonna neutralize his governor though.
Now, if you hit this with this one with cultist.
I'm planning on it. Don't worry.
Now that you split Mansa Musa, this city's probably going to be taking loyalty damage soon. Because you split them. So Timbuktu will fall easily.
Melee. Ranged and recon units. Yes. Now I want the builder there. What else do I want?
Well, I saved, so.
Yeah, I'm just doing my policies.
Go ahead and end stream.
Alright. I will do the soundbite.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syria.